everyone's getting their food in now, so they can be ready for later.
I found it. So what I had, that was a software that I picked up off the animatronic tree. I finally found it.
Yep, because of your processing speed. Yeah, no wonder it was so strong.
Yeah, that took a little digging through my things to find.
I knew you had it. You've been using it constantly.
Yeah, no, it took me a second to find it. It was stuck between my on the net and evasive on my abilities. I need to organize that a little better.
All right. Yeah. So, if you become a robot, specifically an animatronic, you can do research even faster.
To give you, you might want to get a researcher you're willing to convert over, because I know how you were set up, that won't be viable for you. But to give you an idea of how it works, a single digit grants you 3 successes, a normal pass grants you 2, and if you get a 1, it grants a mutation into the research to do something weird.
What?
Yeah, I don't know either.
It either mutates into an inspiration or something wild happens, like what happened with Cody's research.
Like that's what it does right there. That's all it does, and it's called and it's just a thing for working on research projects. And like, you might, if you have a researcher you're willing to convert into an animatronic, but it's not going to be personally viable for you.
Yeah, because the Chemtech research I have to do solo.
Why?
Because it's for me around my specific physiology.
Yeah, I don't know why you need to do that solo though.
It's part of the challenge, as it was described. It was roleplay scenario, and it was a challenge put onto Nyx by Luxury.
I see, that's fair enough.
Of the equivalent of prove you can do this shit, and I might be willing to help you out with this more than just being a basic guide.
That's it. I like, if the reason was, it's a challenge, I mean, then fair enough.
So then, yeah, I'll just drop the 30 merit and buy Eureka.
It's pretty good.
Yep. Considering it's dropping the 100 research down to 50.
Yeah. And if you buy the complex, it's now 40.
Yeah, well, I don't exactly have the merit for that. Let me double check. You know what? You know what? Because it fits the background, I can do it with a single negative quality. I mean, I've already basically got the quality, fucking ex-con. Remember, I'm in the records as a fucking mass murderer.
Yes, you are. You are very much on the record as a mass murderer.
Because I killed an entire prison. It was expunged, so that qualifies as ex-con. So
it'll be a little putting that on there. It won't just be kind of blank. There is literally going to be video evidence of you doing this. Because there is. Taking that just basically means somebody in the Thunderhead department, the camera department, finally found the stupid videos because it takes them a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like fucking Ezekiel wouldn't have taken footage.
No, he's more of a revel in the moment and not really relive the past type of guy.
Well, I mean, as you put it, there are cameras everywhere, so it's not like it wouldn't have been recorded. And I mean, it's ex-con, so I may have issues with some cops, but My record is technically clean. Technically.
Technically clean. You take this, it's not going to be that clean.
Uh,
It has to be a negative quality. It has to be detrimental to you because it's basically you getting free stuff.
fair enough. Then I'll just buy the Eureka and wait until I've gained a bit more merit. Now, do buying qualities apply to pillars, or is that a neutral thing?
Say that again. Oh, the qualities, they don't apply to any of the pillars. They're
That's
blank.
what I was. That's what I was confirming.
Yeah, it's one of the bigger downsides to buying qualities. They're nice and strong and powerful, but they don't apply to your thresholds, which I actually have a plan to potentially reduce them a little bit because I am reducing the amount of merit I've been handing out. So speaking of which, I don't think I gave everyone merit last session.
Nope.
Is that true, Johnny?
Nope.
Yeah, there was no merit
I don't
given
remember.
last session.
Yeah, I was gonna hand out 10.
Well then, I can buy the conflux. So fuck it. Why not? What was the conflux called, Char?
I just called it research better.
I'm changing the name of it.
Harder,
myself.
better, faster research.
I'm good at naming things, guys. Trust me.
All right. That's.
Oh, I know what you're good at, Char.
Causing problems.
I'm sweet and innocent. I have a halo.
I have a Halo. Shut up. I actually do. It's called the Halo program. It's hilarious.
And I called him on it.
He did. Like Nick started dying on that conversation. He's like, "Please don't tell me." And she's like, "So what it's called?" No, it's the Halo program. And he's like, "Oh my god." She's like, "Scrubs use it."
Scrubs, or oh god, I'm about to die. Use it.
Blats.
Yeah.
So since I finished the first stage of my product, which means I have a working prototype.
You have a prototype that you have successfully fired once and it did not explode.
Yeah.
But it gets really, really hot.
Don't worry, guys. It's just a shotgun.
The slab of fibrous steel that you fired at it is got some holes and is starting to smoke and melt from the gobulets that you fired.
Yes. Also, a question that we need to resolve first. The 100 I originally rolled on it I wasn't able to access it because it was close to the Leah department. Way back in the day back. I'm assuming now that I'm in the Leah department, would I be able to safely open the file?
Yeah. Now that you're there, just slap it with your T6 badge and open that shit up.
Just what do you do now? Just open, like, what was Leah trying to hide from me?
About the plasma?
Yeah.
Alright. It actually they're trying to make a different type of generator.
Oh.
Using the plasma particulates and the type of reaction that goes on in the gun or the technology.
Interesting.
So they're trying to unweaponize it into a battery.
Fascinating.
All right. Problem is when you expose it to Leah, it's already in a hyperexcited state, and when you charge it with plasma, it gets really, really unstable, like borderline phase-on unstable. But in a two specific substances. So if you pack it into like the kind of gobulets that the shotgun kind of fires, it has a little bit more solidity to it. It's more like a gelatin that you kind of put the plasma into, so it actually has a vessel, so a cartridge to be fired in. So when you have when you have it entrapped in a smaller quantity inside a some sort of encapsulation, especially that specific gel, it's not so bad, but it's still not usable. It's too excited particle. The energy state is too high. But when you have it unencapsulated and it touches Atmo, it goes wild, and you have a massive explosion. Yeah, it doesn't do well with oxygen if you excite plasma.
Good to know.
Yeah, the gel, some sort of encapsulation or gel, it literally cannot touch air or any matter, really. But I mean, it works well in space. So they tried to do a Leah generator, failed horribly, and now they're making warlord weapons with it.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like they're invoking an antimatter explosion, basically by exposing cartridges of matter to a Leah excited plasma catalyst. It explodes, and there's also a couple files now that you're looking through. You can make this worse if you juice it with a Leah canister and whatever that hyper explosive catalyzing chemtech stuff. And you're like, ooh, if we put all three together, we'll have a big bomb. Like a really big bomb. Go ahead and roll me Inspired. You have Inspired?
I don't have Inspired. No,
okay.
I have Holyverse, not that. Holyverse, Leah Tech, stuff like that.
Oh no, I was thinking if you have an positive quality.
I don't have a positive quality for Inspired. No.
Okay. You're pretty sure if you touched up a little bit of research with, especially with what you see on here, you built the right housing and the right delivery mechanism, you could probably get this into testing within a week.
I have weaponry.
Yeah, that'd be the one. Go ahead and roll weaponry.
All right.
And it'll probably take a month.
Yeah.
Too many safety issues. Unless you want to.
When have I cared about safety issues?
This is kind of like...
We have a Virgin fleet. We can put a capital class plasma gun on it.
You know that thing in space is a point blank thing. They're not guns with long range. Your shotgun has to be kind of lifted a little bit because it only has a short range. This thing has like a 5-meter radius, and then you have to lift the barrel up and arc it.
Yeah.
But the cool part is when it lands on a target, it continually burns through that target for a good minute before it cools off. So you basically have a dot gun. It fires plasma gobulets, and then it burns them every turn.
Hmm. Cody has a new weapon. Everyone should be afraid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you
Bob-
charge this with Leah, you could probably take a mech's leg out. A smaller mech, but you shoot the leg around the ankle, and then, as long as it's encapsulated, it'll rapidly eat through. Can't charge it too much though, because that's the fine line between exploding and making the plasma hotter.
Yeah.
Or you can chemtech it, give it a little juicy juice.
Or we can
go-go
just do
juice.
all three.
Want to explode?
What? No, it's fine.
I'll have you roll weapons one more time as you're kind of looking to it. It's like, Okay. In there, it's actually pretty simple. So you get a massive barrel, or basically in container of plasma, and you have either the toned down stuff, or if you're feeling really spicy, Luxury's first Chemtech supercharger formula, the Leah catalyzer.
Yeah.
The one that was basically nitroglycerin in a jar. Don't shake, don't drop.
Exactly.
So if you're feeling real spicy, you could use that. Use this Leah supercharger engine, even like that the bath. You just basically put a Leah canister in it, and then there's a specific problem with making the Leah fuse properly with the plasma, because it's actually a issue with surface area. So when they collide, or you're trying to infuse the plasma, it doesn't completely infuse the entirety of the plasma. It only reacts the top layer, but it causes a massive explosion. So you want to actually make your plasma in strips or tubes, and spin it out in a really long area, so that when you introduce the Chemtech and introduce the Leah charge, it touches the most amount of the plasma. So you'd put it in these spinning coils that are really thin.
Yeah.
And then, because you're a weapons expert, you can make it even worse by introducing a catalyzing isotope as the matter it's exposed to. So you don't just expose it to just air or a specific. You introduce it to something that makes the reaction even worse. And then the whole thing goes up, and you're like, if my calculations are right, oh, that's a lot of boom. You could crack a moon with this.
It's kind of like, put this over here.
The explosion radius would be pretty big. Yeah, that's. You'll have to do some testing. A couple tests, actually, to get kind of an average, but probably looking at a 10,000 kilometer radius explosion.
Yeah, we're fine, guys.
Not so much in the bay.
Could we not?
Not what?
At least not do it on the base. How about that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm doing nothing.
There's only so far you can say things like that when you have a moon cracker. Just saying.
Dude.
Downside to this, though, it does not have a super powerful impact. What it does is it just fries everything. It's like a miniature supernova, but without a lot of the outward force. So you're going to do that. You're going to want to build up a really, really powerful shell around this.
Mm-hmm.
So that the force continues to build, and if the thing goes, nope, I'm not letting you go. So when it does explode, it has an incredible outward force.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're also going to need to make the inside of the bomb literally work like your gyroscope. Any which way you rotate it, the contents can't be shaken or stirred or disturbed. So if you move it, the whole thing has this kind of flowing harness that always rights itself, and
No jiggle. The explosion
yeah. The expenditure for these. Thank God you have an A rank budget, because otherwise you couldn't afford it.
Right.
The plasma research is only half-assed. It looks like they handed it off to some junior techs that are like, make a bomb out of it. Shouldn't be too hard. So you would need to do a lot more work on the plasma research to get this just right. And then you'd have to build the prototype. Getting the materials shouldn't be too hard. You know the person who owns all the materials on base.
Exactly. And they like me.
Yeah. You're looking at probably, for 3 working prototypes, about 6 million rec.
Mm-hmm.
It's your big expenditures. Leah is going to be big. You have to go through a proprietor for the Chemtech, and making the plasma coils are going to be ludicrously expensive.
Yeah.
Let alone what the housing is going to be for the bomb. Oh, and you also need to make the catalyzing isotope, which is the ignition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But all valuable.
So, congrats. No wonder they wanted to hide this. This is a bomb. Without the Chemtech element, this wouldn't be that powerful. Even if you were to max it out to the 9s, it would be a very big explosion. But with the Chemtech, you might even have to worry about it going full phase on.
Right.
Well, so you would need to do some sort of anti-phazon research, put it in there so that it's exposed to an element that kills a certain part of it. It's wild. But if you didn't worry about it, you could probably have it working in a week.
Yeah. Just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Anyways.
One follow-up question is involving the research thing. I have been told that inspiration can just be used.
As long as it's directly attached, or you got the inspiration specifically for that topic. So if you get inspiration working on a separate project, that stays with that project. Unless it actually has... unless you work on another project that basically is the same field, So if you work on another Leah project that you got inspiration from, as long as it's in the same field, you can use the inspiration. If it's from a different field, then no, it has to stay in the same field.
So I can't use any of the inspiration that I grind for the Ace Mech or anything like that.
No. But you can if you use it for the Chemtech part of your mech. No, actually, no. No, yep. I was correct on the first one. That'll just be saved for your Ace Mech construction, and then you'll have to make your own Chemtech inspiration. 5 is a lot, but it's also going to help you really understand how Chemtech works,
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so any other people want to need some bookkeeping, such as like merit expenditures or purchasing quality.
Oh, Jackie, you got 10 merit.
Who?
You got 10.
Just so you are aware, I actually bought Scrutiny finally.
Inspector finally has
I'm an
it.
investigator. I don't need to
Oh.
scrutinize shit.
Just look at the data.
I don't scrutinize people. I scrutinize tech.
So, I did say I was going to cultivate. Okay, the two things I was just wondering. How do you want to deal with the constant workout and the cultivation that I'm going to be doing in the background?
Constant workout. What's your strength though?
My strength is a 34.
You can get it up to a maximum of 60 working out through the normal means. Every day you work out specifically with, a proper trainer and.
I mean, what about his
proper...
suit that Ashley was making for him?
Yeah.
That's augmented strength. Yeah, and
No.
Oh, the one where she's working.
Yeah, trained by just existing, pretty much, instead of having to go to the gym.
Oh, yeah. That'll be brought to you after. That'll give you literally a 1 strength up per day instead of 1 strength up per couple days.
Okay.
Up to a maximum of 60 though. You're not. Okay. You're not doing the new gen way of improving. Yeah. Unless you want to. Zeke will beat the shit out of you if you want him to.
No, thank you. I already
just
talked
a little
to
slap. Nothing.
I already talked to Ezekiel once.
And I already made him promise not to kill anybody on base. I mean, that's the limit of that promise, but still.
Yeah.
Unless they ask for it.
Unless they very much go out of their way for it.
Zeke would be more than happy to help them.
Die.
Hey man, if you have suicidal tendencies, Ezekiel's right over there.
I don't think
he hasn't killed one in a couple days. He's killed somebody in a couple days. He's kind of like, I need to kill.
We could always find him some amalgams to go beat the crap out of. Let him go experience aliens for the first time.
Just waiting for him to roll like 2 100s in a row and then get eaten by one of them. And then we have to deal with it. Ezekiel Malcolm boss.
Okay, if that happens, I'm just teleporting him into the sun. I already have the calculations set in place for significant portions of the planet to put someone into the sun because of him. I just need the Leah.
All right.
That's right. I preset calculations for teleporting people into the sun. I have a lot of preset calculations around the base.
Yeah, and today is the day you guys get to see Ezekiel fight the Ace in an exhibition match.
Yay!
All right. Jaggy.
Yeah.
You're also told to attend your original master, your god, at dinner after your work.
Yeah,
he has reserved the most expensive restaurant as per yeah, that one.
The usual.
Yeah.
Yeah. The plan is, since it was my day off, I went in, spent I think it was I had 5 tries to do it for the day, and I got it in the 3rd try, and then 6 hours down. So it'll probably be the evening by the time I get back up and go talk to Lilith. kind of show up and show off my new digs, I suppose.
Kind of looks you up and down. Little messy. You'll have to come here.
She'll come over.
This is something you're gonna have to learn how to do. It's called internal maintenance. And the base commander will hold out their arm, and after a bit of concentration, the arm starts to peel open layer by layer by layer. And all the way down to the bone. And it's so gross and horrifying because it's like layers of an onion. And you actually get to see kind of live passageways of nanos moving, interacting with the internals.
Mm-hmm.
You need to also construct the muscle groups because right now you're just filled with nanos, and they're currently replacing or have already replaced parts of your body, but they're mimicking the organics, the inefficient organics. You can make your internal organs hard as steel, but still work the way they should. I have built a specialized set of muscles and sinew and bone.
Right. Yeah,
also,
with Sarah Steel. Wait.
Yes.
Yeah, Sarah Steel.
There is Sarah Steel bone.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to replace your internal frame because once you've mastered this, you can literally, and there's a pop and a wrench, and she pulls out the arm bone, and the arm just kind of flops, spins the bone. I recommend having your previous skeletal structure remanufactured out of reinforced endosteel for now. Yes, you lose a little bit of flexibility that bones are supposed to give you, but you're also made of nanos, so you bend more than the body is supposed to anyways.
I think Nix was working on something along those lines. At least his department about a endosteel weave within the bone. That might be interesting.
Okay, well, you have a little bit of disorganized internal clusters, and they're not hyper.
No, understand. We just started. On the plus side, I managed to get the brain box, as you said.
That's good.
That
was a hard part for me.
Yeah, understandable. I think. I do believe Luna got her pay out of it anyway through taking my nanites in the process. I don't blame her. And that's, I guess, a welcome payment for that. But I also got Ashley from Leah as the secondary brain. A little bit of a split personality now, subconscious, conscious.
You're going to have to train your brain and the other brain to be kind of on the same track. Because right now they're two separate entities. Fortunately, everything's working. But there will become a point in time where you need your body to do something, and the brain goes, I'm working on it. And you're like, what do you mean you're working on it? It needs to be done now. It's my body. You need to really mesh with that secondary brain. So your next step in cultivation is figuring out your new body. Syncing with it. Customizing it.
Now that I have the nanites, I remember us talking about the cultivation manual that you were making me.
Yeah, and she slaps it on the table in front of you.
Nice.
Not to be outdone by Ezekiel's book. It's slightly bigger.
Yeah.
And it's filled with slightly more potential than Ezekiel's book is.
All right.
Don't lose that. That's literally the holy grail of nano cultivation.
Can I? I got a nano subspace now. I suppose it's like I can bring stuff in, and it's more dense. Can I put the book in there, or is that only for nano?
You don't.
All right.
That's your nano reserve. You only want to put your nano machines in there.
Right.
But that basic makes it so that you can carry far more nano than you should.
Yeah, like I could fit the Timberwolf actually in there space wise. I kind of felt it out.
So that should only be filled with nano. What I recommend doing is having a snack. And she'll bring you into the cultivation chamber and lock it up with the usual secrecy devices. And she's going to basically force feed you a neutral nano culture that she's designed. It's basically a feeder culture so that they're easily assimilated and devoured by yours. And those parts are sent to the recycler and then sent to the cradle as raw material.
Right.
And you just rapidly produce nanos.
It's a lot easier since I got the recycler, I imagine, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So the recycler and the cradle are going to be working overtime. And when you feel full, it's like, oh, God, I'm kind of bloaty. As you kind of actually swell a little bit. And then she instructs you how to force the excess into a dormant state into the subspace. And she'll give you enough feeder cultures to fill about 1/10 of it.
So, question, Matt. Since my nanite clusters are actually my wounds now, because I'm getting the subspace full of nanites, do I gain more wounds?
They basically can be at any time. If you lose wounds, you can just cycle these to fill missing wounds.
All right. Okay.
You got about an extra 100 in your subspace.
So is it like by meter by meter, or like what would be the dimensions? I can I can fit 13,000.
I can fit a light mech.
I got 13,000 liters worth of space within my subspace.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, like I said, it can fit the Timberwolf because the Timberwolf's only around 12 meters high. So,
and that's the point. At one point, your mech is going to be made of parts.
Nanites. Yeah, and then just form them. Yeah.
And you just summon it out of your body and go, okay, we're fighting now.
Yeah. 100%.
And that's why the base commander is one of the most frightening cultivators, because it's like you push a button on your chest and then
Iron Man mode.
You get wrapped up in a mech almost instantly.
For sure.
And you're like, all right, we're fighting. And they're like, that's not fair. I don't get a mech. Well, my mech lives inside me. It's your problem, not mine.
Perfect.
There is in the manual the method of creating your inner mech, because you'll have your two.
Right.
This is the ironier way of creating the third one, because you don't have to have a storage for it. It's in your body.
Yeah. And that I am the May, right?
Mm-hmm. You are the mech. This is a wild series of techniques.
It'd be a good time.
All right. Congrats, dude. You're on the way to being a crazy, crazy guy. Your master does have methods in there to help secure your nanos against outside threats, because that is one of the biggest issues you're going to run into, is external manipulation and exposure to electromagnetic pulse.
Yep.
That is going to get you killed so fast. Also, you're using proprietary technology from another person for your secondary brain.
Yeah, which is why I'm kind of
scour that thing for any backdoors or external remote access.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, if you can find the parts, your master does have a schematic in the book specifically for short range energy transfer device. So whatever Luna does with her energy thing, there's a scrambler for that. Very short range, personal only. Parts are really hard to come by.
As a note for the actual brain box, it itself doesn't have any of the direct connection stuff at all, and I didn't install anything. It's just a hard connection box with no backdoors.
Your master's just being paranoid because
makes sense. Yeah.
Everyone's out to get.
I appreciate that, Liam. I do.
I'm making that clear for her sake, for Jackie's sake, because there literally are no backdoors, and the software is clean as can be. She didn't even put in the usual loyalty programs she does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Your master is just basically saying, make sure all your bases are covered. I'm a target by a lot of people. I have a lot of enemies. Old, new, doesn't matter. I have a lot of enemies. You are my now direct apprentice, and I have gifted you the keys to my kingdom and keys to my power. You are going to inherit all of my enemies. And they're going to come after you to try and get it to me.
I understand.
Right. So that's why I don't particularly mind having Ezekiel be your other master, because he's also kind of greedy about it too. So he's going to help me deter a lot of the enemies that would more brazenly attack you. He's also going to make you tougher than hell.
That's the plan.
And Ezekiel is enough of a cultivator genius. He could potentially figure out how to cultivate you the new gen way, even though you have a nanobody, because I know him. He's going to be absolutely delighted with your new body and what it means for him to enhance his own cultivation. So, I hate the bastard. I really do. But
yeah, I remember you. Actually, no, I don't remember. I was knocked out cold. I'm gonna scrap what I was about to say.
But with he and I as your mentors, gonna be a little harder to come at you. Because I certainly don't forgive, nor do I forget, and he doesn't either.
All right. Okay. So, this is my reading material for tonight. I got a few more hours. But in the meantime, it seems like I got a message from Ezekiel, so I think he wants to have dinner. What would you like?
Yes. It's the dinner before the exhibition fight tomorrow.
I see. I guess I missed that. Checks your messages. Oh, never mind. That makes sense. What happened? What was the just fun for testing purposes? What's the?
No, he basically told the Ace and anyone who's willing to listen, and there's a lot of people who he just talks to it just to hear his own voice, about how shitty of fighters we all are, and we're gonna die because we deserve it because we suck at fighting, and he's gonna prove it by literally kicking the ass out of the very best hand-to-hand combat and mech pilot on the base.
All right. Well, I suppose I'm also going to be in that list. It seems like a good time for a little tournament, raise morale a bit. I think that's not the worst idea, as long as he doesn't kill the Ace. I think it'll be fun.
Interesting. You know, if you're quick, you could probably set up it being a tournament.
I've already
texted. It's only a single exhibition match between the Ace and Ezekiel.
It seems like a good. It could be one of two things: the main opener, or it could be the main event. But anyway, I've already messaged Victor.
Make it the main event.
He's yeah. All right. Yeah, that's easy. That's a way to raise morale. I think it's well needed. All right.
We also have a lot of angry cultivators on base that want to beat the shit out of something. But martial law is step out of line, it's treason. And that I don't like using the T word or the T option too much.
Yeah.
But it's necessary.
Perfect. All right. Okay. So
you have my authorization to set this up, but you're going to need to be quick. and
Oh,
you
it's-
need to make the announcement literally before you leave this office that there's going to be a tournament.
Yeah, I've already messaged Victor, like I said, and he seems to be doing. Yeah, no, he should have it done now.
You get
So-
sent back. Excuse me, I do understand the validity and the potential necessities of having a tournament, but I abhor violence. You know this.
You don't have to come. You can just.
But you're
you
gonna
know.
have me set it up. I don't want to be a facilitator of violence.
Just think of it as a facilitation of morale for our troops.
I'm gonna have you make a charm test because this guy, Victor, he really is a pacifist. He hates violence.
Alrighty. So, this is gonna be a 1% chance. Feels good, man.
Go for it, bro.
All right,
You can do it.
let's do it.
Believe.
All right.
Oh, that's not bad.
I'll
Hey!
buy it. I'll buy the first checkmate of charm, I guess, because like
Okay, for
because I can't roll lower than a 5. It has to be a 6 or higher. That's the thing with your ability, ogre.
Mhm.
Yep.
Otherwise, I would be like, "Fuck yeah, let's go!" All right, 5 points.
All right, there you go. He's just like, you are going to be the death of me. Morale, it is, but that means I also get to manage the thing,
No, that's the whole point.
which means you must give me full creative leeway in how I am going to present this. And
I just
we're not
want you to
doing it-
know. I just want you to know about the main event, which just to remind you, the same way you remind me. It's Ezekiel we're talking here. I don't want to.
Oh yes, we must feed that thing's ego. Great.
I just to take into consideration.
The only god in this realm is Thunderhead, and it irks me to just even acknowledge that brute's existence.
I feel like this guy and Nix would get along.
But since he is a necessary evil at the moment, as you've explained to me endlessly, I suppose we have to feed the beast to keep it happy. Ugh. Fine, it'll be done. You owe me this for this.
Of course.
I am going to want a couple very, very hard to get things, and he'll send you from his little wish list, a couple bottles of wine that he's been really looking for, and they're very hard to get a hold of.
I know, just the place to go. My dinner that I'm going to miss. All right, on we go.
Like these are like 12,000 luxury debit bottles of wine. These are ancient or like almost impossible batches to get a hold of. And wine is less preferred than spirits and beer on the base. Back at home on Enigma, wine is all over the place.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of batches, and not a lot of people can afford it, but people love their fucking wine. And there's not a lot of spirits, and there's a little bit of beer. But it's considered an elegant drink. A sophisticated drink. And that's why it's, people still enjoy it. But it's the opposite in space. We want beer, we want liquor. Basically bar drinks.
Mhm.
So he's missing home. All right. We did Char, we did Jackie. Olgar, what's you doing?
I mean, other than checking his email to see if there's any emergencies and setting his AI to actually go through the spam to make sure there's no more investigatory shenanigans.
There is actually. You have another investigation opened under you under Investigation 34.
Oh God, and what's
Same
this one?
charges. So you've poked probably one of the most dangerous hornet's nests. Basically, a bunch of investigators are like, one person may not be able to scare him, but what about two?
So what's the context for this?
They're
I mean, isn't that up to Nix if he wants to share?
Yeah, it's up to if he wants to share.
If anybody else finds out about it and comes to Nix, he'll basically tell them, yeah, I made a deal with somebody and caused some problems. I don't know what's going on with it. Eventually they'll come chat with me and we'll figure this all out. Otherwise...
There is also interesting news specifically from the homeworld why the second investigation was opened. There are laws being proposed to be put into place by the enigmatic government for the people banning chemtech. Just straight up ban. Making it illegal to possess or to make and distribute. Now that's shocking.
Yeah.
You're not sure if they can enforce that through Thunderhead? Because the enigmatic government of the people don't really... They control the populace of, the planet, kind of govern them, police them. But, the Thunderhead is the actual authority. So that's going to be a political interest. It's going to be a bunch of flip-flops and loops, and you're not sure how that's going to work out. But if the Thunderhead takes it seriously and actually agrees, then Chemtech department's going away, and the Baroness is probably going to be in prison for life. And then any investigation that's currently looking into you, you are in a hell of a lot of trouble because you are a meddler in banned substances.
Yeah. The only thing he could really do is do the basic inquiry to Thunderhead and be like, so is this something I need to be worried about as I'm doing research to aid in the war effort?
Well, the current bill being proposed is banning chemtech off the planet. The wording, unfortunately, is not very elegant. I am leaning towards Greel being agreed in their opinion to removing this issue from Enigma. Now, since it is and have been proven a direct help in the war effort, I think I will be offering, if this does pass, free transportation and removal so they can bring their technology with them. And any practitioners of Chemtech will have a free one-time passage to this base or any of the other outlying systems that is a military installation that has room for civilians and their businesses.
I understand and respect that, but this feels kind of like a personal attack.
It could be targeted, yes. This is not the first time somebody's pushed a bill like this forward with very interesting timing. I'll actually have to cross-reference my very chopped up records about the. I'll have to go ahead.
Yeah, it's just because as I told you, I made a deal with some to acquire those items, which I turned over, and the heart and such. That those were individuals that I did not know, and it was a random event that I got lucky to be able to keep that out of the hands of others. And now it feels as though because I acquired things to help Thunderhead in the war effort and to better my odds of being able to help in the war personally, that a couple of investigators have, pardon the terminology, gotten a bug up their ass and decided I'm a problem to them?
You're a problem specifically in their eyes, interacting with a criminal group. And you are benefiting from their criminal activities, which then incentivizes them to do more. You said you were lucky to participate to get the heart, but you were also just as lucky to get the attention of those investigators, which actually, jokes aside, it is not lucky. That's very bad.
Yes,
And how could you know?
And that is my confusion and irritation in this regard, as something that I had no way of knowing was nearly as bad as it was, and yet I used what I had available to benefit the war effort, is now coming to punish me. It seems like a very efficient way of encouraging those who are only trying to help the war effort to stop.
Well, you have to also see it from the other point of view. Now, I do agree with your assessment on specifically you wish to help the war effort, you wish to increase your chances of survival. You were just using any means necessary to do that. Flip side, any means necessary and whatever means necessary that you have available to you, slight difference. It's the actual question of should you, not could you. Now, I understand that you want to go out there and fight, and I really appreciate your loyalty and your trust and your uh, nationalism, your patriotism. But these groups also specifically prey off of the war effort, and they should be giving these items back, not selling them. If they were a legitimate salvage team, then there wouldn't be a problem.
I agree with that sentiment entirely. My only reason for bringing this up and commenting like I was is it feels like, or it feels like somebody got a random hair of their ass and has decided that, oh, this random individual who's generally doing good did one thing bad, let's punish him as severely as possible.
That is up to the investigators. They do enjoy using scare tactics. Fortunately, you're not the focus of the investigation. You are a sub accessory to the investigation. You are a client to the organization that's actually being investigated, which is very good. And honestly, not much should come about it. Just keep going about what you're doing. And if an investigator comes by and asks you questions, be as truthful and forthwith with them as possible. And if you are extremely cooperative, they'll basically give you a warning. Don't do it again, and don't deal with these criminals. If they approach you, alert the investigator. But that should be the extent.
Fair enough. As to the anti-chemtech laws on Enigma, could I at least convince you to... I mean, I as you know, I've gotten a new eye. It's chemtech. Even if I went no further in my research, because I got this as a means of survival, it's not removable. If these laws go through, it would prevent me from ever going home.
Well,
would there maybe be a chance of allowing those who have done these efforts for the war effort or have earned enough trust from you to authorize it still be allowed to return to Enigma, even if it's with the caveat of not being allowed to further research and such on Enigma, obviously?
Well, that actually will have to come down to two specific instances. One, if the bill passes, it's gone through its first revision, and it still hasn't been signed off on or approved or put into act or put into practice. So, yes, you could go home now, no problem. They are in the process of making it law, though. There is, if you want to have a word in on it, then you need to go through the appropriate channels. You'll have to go through the Thunderhead office and actually petition. Basically, a petition amendments to the bill, like for a GI Act. So that patriots who are actively serving in the war can come home for an amount of time or retire even on the homeworld. But the way they're revising it now, it seems like it's a full ban. And the way they seem to want to word it is anyone with anything involving chemtech, including prosthetics, have to have them removed if you wish to come back home. It's a little interesting. I may not support it if it's too aggressive, because there are a lot of people who are not harmful and they're just living their lives. So we'll see. It feels a little bit Puritan, or very exclusive, and I'm not particularly liking some of the wording on it. So even if the bill does pass, I may not support it. Now, if they change it, then I might. So
He nods.
if you are going to try and deal something or have something to do with the bill, please go through the main office. Also work with your new chemtech department head specifically about chemtech visas.
Can do.
Because
Thank you
if
much.
we can set up an official system that if you have one of those visas, you are an authorized user and practitioner of chemtech. And then, of course, you would have to have another visa or license to actually be able to sell chemtech or distribute it.
All right. I will begin that immediately, and he'll begin heading off towards luxury.
Or we can just kill the bill.
Okay, Mr. Lawyer. We're going to kill it.
Yeah, no, he's gonna make a phone call to, the Thunderhead helpline to get him the contact numbers for who he needs to contact to aid in the snuffing of the bill if necessary, as well as heading to luxury to talk about getting the necessary entry permits, authorizations type shit.
Also, the one thing you're going to want to find is whoever's opposing the bill.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. It's how to snuff it, who's opposing it, that kind of shit. That's what he's going through the Thunderhead helpline for.
You might not be able to do anything about it passing on Enigma itself, because there's going to be a very strong support base for that type of stuff there, but you can at least get it done for the Thunderhead side, I think. But whether or not it passes on the Enigma side, we don't know enough about the politics there to know what's going to happen.
Oh, I'll see what I can do. But yep,
Do you show it? to your homies?
Yeah, he'll send him a page with the caveat of investigators causing me more problems.
Hmm.
I feel
Everyone roll
personally
me a
attacked
logic.
right now. I feel personally attacked right now.
Logic.
Yeah, oh,
Baby.
yours, Luna, has I've gained a second investigator investigating me as a PS.
Yeah, I keep track of these things. I saw it filed.
Okay. Jackie and Luna, looking at it, if the bill gets built and passed the way it is, this could be a cleansing event. Specifically, getting rid of the entirety of a unwanted part of the population. Basically, trying to
Purge people.
further enable the vision of a perfect utopia, and chemtech is a stain on the white sheet of the
Yeah.
the ideal dream.
It's legalized cleansing.
Yes.
I assume number 2 is supporting this, isn't he?
You don't know, because
Let's go back and
investigators
report it.
do not have to outwardly support and or stamp their name on it.
Yeah, I was about to say, so he hasn't publicly put his name on it. Got it.
No investigators really do, not for the bills.
They can, but they haven't. Got it. Continue.
In fact, any previous bills, you've never seen any investigator put their neck out. Everyone plays puppet master from the shadows.
Oh, please continue.
Those with 3 successes would also potentially know that if they get this bill passed, it wouldn't be too hard to start targeting other things.
Yeah.
And doing the same thing. Specifically things like the mosaic markets and the individuals who have their fight response returned. That would be the next step. So they're starting with an easier target. But once they've gotten proof that they can do it with the easier target, then they can kind of get the ball rolling for some of the harder targets.
Reminds me of dictatorship.
Yep.
It's,
Something's going on in Enigma.
Well, shit.
All right, guys. This is what we do.
Okay.
I know what your plan is, and no.
What's my plan?
I see something about teleporting certain people into the sun coming up.
No.
I thought that was your plan.
No, I have that plan for a lot of things. However, he has somehow outdone me.
Don't worry about it.
Good job.
Don't worry. I will worry about it.
No, actually, my idea for this, because it's a very nice, everyone likes this bill, okay? So if we want to kill the bill, you add a bunch of writers nobody wants.
Oh yeah, no, we got to start targeting like alcohol with it too. Oh, we need to get alcohol looped in on it. Because that'll be very unpopular. People don't get their wine.
Yeah, a lot of wine snobs.
Alcohol,
And the
cigarettes, tobacco industry.
Cigarettes are technically a extremely controlled substance. In space, it's equally controlled for a different reason because it chews up oxygen.
Right.
But it's not a restricted substance because of it being a dangerous. Yeah, because of the smoke.
Right, but that's the thing. You push it. You try to make the bill push farther than what it could reasonably handle.
We're trying to break the bill, is what we're trying to do, not just kill it. And
no one's going to want this bill because it has too many writers. It has too many things on it. You make it a Christmas tree. Everyone gets to put a thing on it.
And a lot of people are going to try and make their name with it because it's like, ooh, it's a big bill. If I'm going to add my ideal, my view on stuff through this bill.
And then
really,
no
we
one's
just
going to
need to
want to
get-
pass it because there's so many things on there that they don't like.
The big thing is we have to get more than. The big thing is we would have to get people to like back it, and we don't know all of the players on Enigma to be able to pick who to get into backing it and who not to. That's kind of one of the
Victor
big
has a
problems we're
sister.
having here.
She seems very well known.
Actually, I know somebody I can talk to find out more about the background stuff in the chiropractor community on Enigma. They can start poking into files for us too.
Yeah.
They could also
High
even
rank,
pull up
too.
prior bills, or look for prior bills that have been lost.
Yeah, I'll probably pass that along to my friend.
Yep.
He's high ranking too, so he'll be able to do some weird stuff or find some weird stuff.
So, seems the game is afoot. Somebody is starting to make some bigger plays at home.
Hey guys, wasn't this game about mechs?
Yes, it is. Do you not see the giant mechs around?
Hey man, I'm gonna have a mech all the time, so I'm in the game.
But yep. So heading off to luxury.
Yeah, you get there. Part of the private area of her development zone, there's a little bit of damage. It looks like she may have punched through one of the Chemtech storage tanks. It's empty, so nothing spilled out. But she's not happy about the news either.
So what pissed you off?
Please tell me I do not have to explain it to you.
The
You're not that
Chemtech,
uninformed.
the Chemtech legal stupidity?
Bingo. Ugh. The brass on those people.
Well, hilariously enough, because you're an official lead researcher and stuff now, you could go about the bout of getting like visas and stuff and permits to supersede this law if it's ever put into place.
Chemtech licensing. That's going to be interesting. Nobody ever in the criminal industry. I mean, they wouldn't mind being legalized because then they would have a legitimate business. But then prices drop of things because it's a well, those with small vision and small ability would see only a drop in profits.
Yeah, but we've also got to deal with the problem of there are Thunderhead investigators looking into things.
Well, fuck them.
Yeah, but avoiding problems like that would be more beneficial to us than anything else.
Yes, we all must stand in line, bend over, and let them do it. Let them just do what they want. No, this is a patient game we're gonna have to play. One sec, somebody's calling me.
CA.
I'm gonna point out that right now, because it's legal, she is able to provide expert testimony on the nature of things. As long as it's not illegal and she is the director of the Chemtech department, she could actually weigh in as,
Yeah.
Oh, I have a strong lead on the investigator number of our mysterious he.
Sorry about that. That was my boss. He
No
was like,
worries.
"Don't forget about this online training thing. Do it by Monday." I'm like, "Okay, goodbye." But
Yeah.
I am back.
He was going to point out to agreed with Liam in that pointing out that she's the head of the Chemtech research. She could snuff a lot of the population's animosity towards it, helping it to lead by giving professional testimony countering their leads and shit.
She is the only legal expert recognized by the Thunderhead that knows
Yep.
about chemtech.
And I
Well, we
mean-
also have a bit of a problem because they're specifically running this bill in the home world. The closest specific place that could be affected and or care about the news or receive it in time before the bill is passed would be the inner ring first jump community. So those that would, it takes only a month for communication travel, but that's one way, 1 month. So we're actually a month behind receiving this information. They started this process a month ago. So a little bit behind the ball. You're going to need to get boots on the ground on the homeworld as fast as possible. Not sure how you're going to do it, but you could hire through the Thunderhead and actually have agents representing your side and build your platform from there.
So, yeah, no, that's what I was planning on doing. I'm going to have to.
Well, I'll start working on the licensing. It's actually a pretty good idea. That means I can monopolize the industry. Have to go through me to get your chemtech authorizations. Oh, the power. Oh, wonderful.
Come on, at least help me out in getting me authorized.
Oh, of course. You'll get your cut of the pie.
All right, then. Well, I got to make some phone calls and get some agents set up on the home world.
Yes, the idiots there are going to be targeting some specific industries. It's not just going to start with, it's not just going to end with chemtech.
Oh, yeah.
But I have some frustration to work out. Leave me.
Sounds good.
As she starts to pull a couple weapons out from the her desk, and kind of starts prepping them on the table. And then you get a message on your thing saying there's going to be a change to the event tomorrow. There's going to be a tournament. Sign up is now until midnight.
The question is whether I should or not.
You also get a message from Ezekiel, apprentice, shitty apprentice of mine. Sign up. I do want to see your ass beaten. I want to see you black and blue and show you how pitiful you are.
He's just going to send him a picture of him flipping him off.
He just sends you a text back, shitty apprentice.
Slut.
How dare you? And then it's just all texts, all caps.
And after the first "how dare you," he gets the ping, "you have been muted."
I think Kay would have done the exact same.
User has blocked you.
Yep.
There is another communication from a different phone. You shitty apprentice!
Muted.
This user has blocked you.
He will continue to steal other people's phones and communications and send you, even if it's one single text to you.
It's like, after the third time, this user has shut off his communicator. Please try again later.
Somebody's gonna come find you.
He's gonna send you a fucking singing gram.
Yep, but the fact that I'm making him jump through all these hoops just a bitch is a win for Nyx.
And you hear on your door as you're kind of walking out, "Prentice, open this door before I break it."
Wanders out. He'll just wander past him.
No, he's gonna boot you down the hallway. Roll potential to cultivate as he starts to kick you around. You think you could backsass and curse at me, you shitty, useless apprentice? Insubordinate, ungrateful.
Nice.
Okay.
Yes. Every other word is just another insult. Every other word he says just gets
roll
countered
another
by
one.
another
He's
insult.
gonna go extra.
Slut,
He's gonna go the extra
bitch.
mile now. You've really got him worked up.
Heal another 5. Oh, 30. Beautiful.
Okay. You get 3 potentia of your choice for physical stats. As you've worked him up to a fury, and but he's cultivating you by booting you down hallways and pinging you off objects.
Yup. Let's see here.
Is this in the research corridor?
Well, he started at the research corridor, but he kicked him down the corridor out of the research corridor. And then he's starting to boot him around the normal hallways and pinging him off mechs and stuff.
Okay, that's fine. I was about to say, if he's doing that down the hallway, he's going to be getting a...
Stop that.
You kids, take it down. Take it somewhere else from down the hall.
Oh, God.
Not to stop that, just take it somewhere else.
You know what? Because of the way I'm feeling, it's a master doing the cultivation on me, so we'll put 2 of those into weapon skill training and 1 into toughness. No, we'll put it into agility, not toughness.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for Ezekiel to see how well he does. Oh, he does really well. Okay. So for weapon skill, it's gonna be 16, and agility, it's gonna be 9. It's not a full beatdown till you're blacked out. It is basically you're just kind of pinging off objects and still cursing around. So you get beat up pretty bad, but it's not a full just utter beatdown of yourself. So eventually he'll just stalk off after he kicks you a little too far. Like, I'm not gonna chase him.
His last action is going to be to hold up a hand, flipping him off. I win.
He's just not even going to dignify that with the response. You've been beaten thoroughly. You're on the ground. You can barely move. He's like, that'll teach you, apprentice. Grateful shitty.
He never learns anything.
Oh, gods. Nyx has a way with Ezekiel.
I mean, yes, you do. It's just like, and then you just get the Luna's voice in your head. He likes you, and you're like, that can't be possible. No, he likes you.
Just the memory of that haunts you now. It's just he likes you because you're like this.
Still makes it a point of doing everything he can to piss him off.
All right. So, Luna, what you up to?
Depends. Where are we timeline wise?
You guys.
When does the show start? Let's put it that way.
This is the day before, after the tournament, or the day before the tournament. Yeah. So
yes, obviously,
you had just gotten back from your foray into your investigation under Spectra.
So I just got back from that.
Just got back, like literally hanging up your coat, and you get a thing that's like, join the tournament. 12 o'clock's last sign up.
Well, she's certainly not joining the tournament. Much as it could be amusing, I am not that direct combat oriented. Well, for one, Jackie's getting notified of when you have time, we should discuss a minor investigation that it's not pressing, but it's something for your department, and I want to brief you on it.
So, sounds good. Got a meeting with Ezekiel, and then I'm swinging by your place after.
That's fine. It's a relatively minor issue. It's more that things got done out of order on Nyx. We'll handle it. But it's your department, so you need to make the final determination. I'm just going to brief you
Sounds
on
good.
the info I have.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, she's got some free time for the first time in a hot minute, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm gonna do some research.
Speaking of which, your quantum computer that's been running on that program?
Oh, yes. I had it running on the stealth program.
Okay. So it's been running for about 10 days?
Yeah, I think so. I put
What's
that
the stealth
all
program currently at right now?
tier 5. I started that when
It is a tier 6.5 right now.
Okay, so it's hit tier 6. That's good.
And have progress towards 7.
I'll figure out that in a minute.
So the quantum computer is upgrading this thing nonstop, constantly. The quantum computer can actually get a lot of effort done. So the higher the tier, the more often it can apply progress to the upgrade. And it works around the clock.
I know, it's just that now I'm at 144 downtime actions to complete that, so whatever.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna start working on that AI I was gonna work on, the programming one.
Okay.
Like, let's make ourselves something a bit specialized. That's coding test. I'm gonna use my own as has become my habit. I'm using my own memory matrices to make it because that's extremely useful, and it also makes me obtusely familiar with my own programming.
Until the robotic AI rebellion.
I am part of the robotic AI rebellion. To be fair.
Right. You working on a new one, or are you upgrading the current one?
I don't really have a dedicated one right now, so I'm making a dedicated one.
Okay. What's primary function?
Primary function is literally to code other programs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like that's it. I'm making a bot to code things for me because the quantum computers can run on automatic, but dedicated software to it.
Oh, so you're gonna put this software in the quantum computer?
I plan to get a better quantum computer later, but yeah, it's going to be a dedicated software to build other software because having dedicated software is good. Let's put it that way.
Sure does. All right. Go ahead and make me a computer coding roll.
How much DT do I have for... how much DT do I have available?
You just got back with... Do you have downtime action hero?
I do.
Okay.
I'm going to keep that in mind. That's why I'm just asking what it is.
Before your meeting with Jackie, you got about 8. If you skip dinner and lunch.
I might actually go to lunch. That'll put me at 7.
Okay. And then you'll have your meeting, and then you'll have the rest of the night as well.
Yeah. Okay, so that's... I didn't upgrade it.
Margrave has cleared your table or your plate for the day.
That's right. He's just been doing that now.
Um,
Man.
He also has a couple things that need your attention, but it's not an emergency, and they've been put on your docket for tomorrow.
I'll still at least give them a review.
Okay. The civilian sector, specifically that alcohol salesman, has been contacted for providing his services and supplies for the tournament because it's been upgraded. It's basically a sign-off release of allowing a higher amount of alcohol for an event than what is permitted on base at any single time.
Ah, I see.
Because that is a huge potential security problem. Because a bunch of rowdy, drunken Iron Eaters, the damage could be catastrophic.
I will mark it as approved pending discussions with base security.
Okay. And the other one is
That's a quick one to decide on.
Uh-huh.
The alcohol thing.
There is a desire, it's like a probing question, specifically funneled your way from the Atlas Foundation due to the prolonged lease of personnel on base.
Mm-hmm.
They're needing approval because they're the civilian sector of arming their people for protection. Normally that would be okay. The weapons they have suggested comes from their own stock. That's a big caliber, and that's a cultivator stopping gun.
Is that a Gauss weapon? Based on the caliber?
Basically, yeah. It is a Gauss weapon. It's not fully automatic. It's a revolver type weapon, but it is.
Then I'll have Margrave set up an actual meeting to discuss this between me, them, and I'm going to see if Vice Commander Jackie is available for that meeting as well.
Because there have been a couple incidents that's already been dealt with cultivators accosting a couple of the Atlas Foundation personnel because of their frustrations with losing their stuff, and they blame the Atlas Foundation personnel.
All right. No, I think I already have a solution, but I'm going to loop Jackie in on this because this is a base security issue. And while I could loop in the base commander, I mean, Jackie's right there.
This is just a probing question. It's not an actual official request. It's just, could you see this being able to happen if we brought it to them through the military channel and have your blessing? It's a very interesting approach.
That is a very interesting approach. I will send a response of, I would approve, uncertain if the Iron Eaters would agree. I might have an alternative, and I will actually send them the weapon specs of the scrambler rifle as a alternative to weapons that might be contentious.
Didn't Thunderhead want you to keep that stupid secret?
I've had conversations with Thunderhead on that front, and I think the Atlas Foundation fits within the approved list for those weapons.
They do. Yeah. They are a non-lethal.
It's the Potentia device that I'm not allowed to spread around.
That's the one. It's the scramble rifle, which basically discombobulates Potentia users.
Discombobulate. If you mean a -50 that brings them down to 1 health unconscious, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And bleeding to death from their brain.
They would like it so you tune that down. It should have a settings dial.
I'm not mentioning that particularly, but we can we can work on that. But this would be she puts quotes around non-lethal alternative that they would probably stomach better, and is Thunderhead approved thoroughly.
Well, here's the thing: you don't have to go through the military for that.
I know.
It's a civilian weapon.
Yeah, but I'm offering that as an alternative to.
They'll gladly accept your alternative. They don't particularly like the use of firearms, and these weapons are.
And I will also note their effectiveness in tight corridors and short range spaces, like, ship holds and stuff.
What a joy! You'll be invited personally to a dinner in a couple days to discuss it with the Atlas ship captain.
Happily. I wanted to meet him anyway.
You've already have. No, wait.
No, I have not.
Who was it that went to talk
It
to
was
the captain?
That was
Cody, I think?
me.
Yep,
Oh, that was you. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
the one that got really drunk with him.
Because
They went to
gave
the
you some
Atlas
wine.
and had fun with that. That was fun.
Woo!
Me and him have exchanged a lot of messages, but never met directly.
Yep.
And they've all been business. We've been talking a lot of business, but it's all, we need this. Oh, okay. I need this. All right. That type of thing. Yeah, no, I guess I'll just work on my thing. I will actually go to lunch to socialize with people. She hasn't done that in
Just
a
anyone?
while. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's a gamble is what she's going to run into, but she hasn't really talked to people in a while. You know that moment where you realize you haven't talked to anybody, so you just decide, I'm going to sit down somewhere and maybe just strike up conversation with somebody while waiting in line for food or something? Maybe that's just a me thing. Maybe that's just a I work too much night shift thing.
I would be there, but I am actually unconscious during this time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, as you're putting yourself back together a little bit.
Yeah, you gave me 6 hours, right? And I had a
Anyway,
few
else go to
hours
lunch?
cultivating, so
Am I the only one going to lunch from our team?
Yeah, everyone's eating at their own hangars now and their own bases.
I
Looks
still come to
around.
lunch for Lily though.
We know why. Yeah, I was going to say we know why you come to lunch. I get my meat, my required diet. That's the other reason I wanted to come here, is I needed to restock.
As it were.
It's been a little bit since I restocked on the materials for my nanites to make me new skin. Collect my meat. Let's see. Is there any? I've noticed you're swapping tokens. Is there anybody else you want to swap before I sit down somewhere?
Yeah, there's another group of people I want to put on the map.
I'll give you a minute then.
Duh. One. Let's see. That guy. Yeah, I like that guy. And then 2 we'll add and then Mosaic. Yeah, those guys.
Apparently, there's a nice moon outside right now, so I'm gonna go take a look at the Luna.
Right? What? Is that man? Is that man wearing a Russian hat?
Yes, he is. He also has an old rifle with him as well.
All right. I'll do me a bit of a scan of the room. Anybody got some weird Potentia vibes going on?
Britannia does.
I haven't met her.
There's also Skippy. They have a kind of a weird Potentia vibe.
See, I almost want to go apologize to Snips. Because she got such the wrong squad. She really did.
Whatever do you mean?
She got a bunch of idiots that she can't control.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, we genuinely got her to quit.
Mm. We didn't get her to quit.
We managed to get her to give up. She went and found a new squad.
Yep.
I
That
don't know
is
what you're talking
actually
about.
something that happened.
I don't know what you're talking
We broke that poor woman.
I mean, no, Nyx was still working with her, and still is. It's just the rest of you, she gave up on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can keep saying that, but you're a dirty, dirty liar.
Look, only thing Cody knows was he was summoned into the commander's office and then was like, I am done with you guys.
Luna came here with the intention of socializing, and now she's realized she doesn't know how to socialize.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. As you kind of turn around, Skippy just kind of pops up like a spring, tray in hand, lands on the table, and just kind of does these giant moon walking arcs, bouncing from tabletop to tabletop without rattling the table, and then lands next to Britannia, and kind of floats down into a seat.
Well, this looks like the weirdest people in the room. Exactly what I should be hanging out with.
I mean, Nyx has contact with Britannia.
I've only heard you say her name, and I know nothing else about her.
No, remember, you got the report on the shit about because you went and found out how Nyx found out about that thing. So, and you got the ping of the deal for the Juggernaut, which was Britannia's mech.
Was that her?
Yeah.
Ah.
She's a power player.
Alright, let's go talk to some people. I'll sit down over here. I'm like, you mind if I sit here?
Yeah, of course.
I mind.
Janet just kind of looks over. I was trying to enjoy my really pitch black, darker than night coffee, but all right.
Oh, I love dark coffee like that. It wakes you up so well, so I'm gonna sit down.
Takes a few, but yeah, you just set your teeth on edge and. Ooh.
Yeah, it doesn't work on me anymore, unfortunately. I kind of miss that though.
You could always simulate it.
I could, couldn't I?
Mm-hmm.
That would make my life a lot easier. Huh. I hadn't thought of that. You see, I don't think about little things like that. I get too caught up in the bigger stuff.
As long as you've experienced it, or you have a memory of it, you could dredge it up.
That's fair.
You can also assign it to the act of actually consuming, if you're still able to actually consume, consuming the substance in question, and then you can have it simulate the experience.
Oh, I could definitely consume things if she's eating some meat.
Well, you could have it simulate during the act so that it's more realistic, but whatever.
Yeah, I've got sense of taste and all that. Well, all I'm missing is the actual feeling,
Well,
it doesn't have the same impact anymore, and I kind of miss it. I miss the impact of a lot of things. Oh, by the way, hi, I'm Luna.
Britannia. I'm Skippy. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And I've actually heard of you that I didn't have a face to put to it before from from Nix.
Oh, that cheeky guy. Yeah.
Yeah. He's cheeky's a good word for him, I think. Maybe a little bit of an understatement, but it's Nix.
He's got a lot of balls. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Balls of steel.
Well,
I
pull a lot of strings to get me what I thought wasn't going to be an option, but
yeah, he's weird. He's super, super abrasive too often. But when he's not being abrasive, he seems fine.
Well, if you're an apprentice, or I don't know, maybe Ezekiel smacked him too hard when he arrived, because poor Jackie and poor Nix.
Yeah, I've seen how Ezekiel treats them now. That's
Cool hard knocks, but even we don't do that here in the Iron Eaters. I mean, there's fight training, but it's not all about getting beat up.
what seems to be all that's about for Ezekiel.
Um,
You have to wonder who hurt him.
it's actually safer. Well, anything safer than what you practice, Skippy. Crazy nut job, you.
Oh? You mind if I ask what that is?
Let Skippy explain it. I have no. And Skippy kind of turns their head. Well, it's hard to explain, but it is an Iron Eater offshoot. It started as an Iron Eater practice, fusing with the mech, but that's kind of as far as I went with it. My armor is also not second skin. I actually had a cybernetic implant specifically for the second skin simulation, but I can take the armor plates off.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's not the way to go for the Iron Eaters, at least the way they view it. But I'm a Leah pilot, and I practice the art of channeling Leah when I pilot my mech.
Well, that's cool.
So
You have one of the Leah mechs then?
Actually,
Is the one with a giant cannon arm?
nope.
Whose one
Mine
is
is much smaller.
Oh. Whose one was the one with the giant cannon arm?
Oh, that would be one of the Ace's friends.
Ah. Well, I fixed the cannon when it was full of, like, Xenobugs, so I was curious, because I never met them.
Xenobugs is never good.
No! There's those little infiltrator things that are creepy and scramble your brain.
But I have found a way to become a Leah foci when I channel my mech. I am a Leah component.
Neat.
I am a recycler, a capacitor, a battery, an augment, a channel.
Is that how you float?
No, I don't know why I float. I think it's a side effect.
It's really cool is what it is.
Yeah. But it's a little dangerous. I tried to teach some other people, but they couldn't put themselves back together.
Yeah, I hear that's a problem when working with Leah like that.
So, I guess you can call me a one of a kind.
Nice.
I learned this on the front. I fortunately have a smaller mech, and I do more skirmish-based combat. And unlike the slugfests that mostly happen on the front, I like to think I'm pretty quick. But when you run out of Leah canisters and you don't have a generator,
you got to do something.
Yeah. So I basically I had one Leah canister left, and the battle was still going on, and I was being pursued by a couple of elites. And I knew I could hyperphase shift out of one, but the others were starting to learn about my jump trajectories. Because unfortunately, at the time, I was using a computer to help calculate, so they knew exactly the distance, and they actually learning how often I could do it, and they prepared, so they sent two after me. And I went, well, this is probably it. So I'm going to go out in my own way and I channeled the Leah canister directly through my suit and through me, and I cultivated with whatever external cultivation I could, and then I was Leah. It was, whoa. But then it went away because I could only hold it for so long. But it worked, and I blew them to pieces.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really, really interesting.
I've been working on a lighter mech right now. Got a nice. It's nice enough, but I'm trying to improve it.
Well, I'm a light pick specialist. If you like some tips, I can always, give you some.
Oh,
Unlike this big hunk of metal. Just kind of chuckles. I do have a lot of metal.
I wouldn't want to impose, though I wouldn't I also wouldn't turn it down.
Well, I don't mind. I don't get to do much anyways ever since they took all our stuff. So I just kind of sit around and stare at the ceiling all day.
Oh, you took your stuff. That sucks.
Well, they took everyone's stuff.
I didn't have a lot of stuff to take.
Well, that's good. I had some stuff I had brought back from the frontier that I was really working hard on, and it went all gone. I don't think I'll get it back. So I'm kind of sad. That's unfortunate. That's what happens.
Hey, there's always hope. Maybe sometime it'll wander your way back into your hands, right?
I don't know. I put in the petition to get it back with a lot of reasons, but apparently, the individual I sent the petition to said, "You learn how to spell," and I'm like, I guess I did write it really fast because I wanted my stuff back really, really fast. So, yeah.
Well, if you want to try submitting another petition, I could help you.
Oh, that'd be great.
I'm very good with paperwork because I'm mostly a robot.
What? No way. I didn't know. Britannia just literally smacks her forehead like, that's amazing.
Yeah, so I'm very, very good at paperwork. I have built-in spell checker.
What? You can do that? Oh. Spell checker's
Well,
always trying to recommend, like, not the word I was trying to put in.
well, you see, that's why it's not pulling from a normal spell checker, but just, me.
Right. Whenever I try and put spontaneity in there, it's always like, "Did you mean this?" And I'm like, "No, it's spontaneity."
Might be because that's not a word.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's really cool, though. I like it.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes I like to put words together because it's just, less words to type and stuff.
No,
So
she'll
send you the petition over the table on a data pad, and now you understand why this will never get through. It's basically almost an entire run-on sentence of putting words together.
I'm going to start correcting this, as on a more casual note, she's like, I'm actually designing a second mech as well. Like, I've got my current one, of course, but I'm designing another one that's like that one's actually a heavier one that I was planning to make. But I was planning to make it so it has these like little drone things that come off of it and shoot shit.
Oh, you should go talk to one of the drone guys. They're really good at drones.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know any you could recommend that are good?
They both look at each other, and they both nod in synchronicity. We know just the guy. Yeah, it's got to be that guy.
Well, I would appreciate it, as I send back the petition, now corrected to be readable.
Okay.
And probably worded a little better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make sure that it looks like an actual petition. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they'll give you a contact information and the bay, the mech bay for a pilot called Rigger. They are the foremost drone pilot expert on base.
Cool.
A lot of people think they're a coward. That's kind of the stigma, because this person sits on a ship or the base and basically puts themselves virtually into the cockpit. So they're never in danger. That they just pilot the mech remote control out there.
Mhm.
In addition to deploying micro drones to support it. And it's kind of like it kind of infringes on the warrior's honor.
Yeah. I see what the issue is. Also, you know, she doesn't really care about those issues. She's gonna be like, "This is great, thank you. That is your petition now. I did a few, I also made a few small edits to,
Oh, this is really long. That's hard to read.
don't read it.
Oh.
It's not for you to read. It's for them to read.
Oh, okay. Mine was a lot shorter, a lot easier to read.
Yeah, but the people, the nerds that are over doing all the paperwork, they like it long.
That's a pun. I do like nerds. They make the world go around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am the manifestation of a nerd.
That's a tough word.
Yes. I like that word, though.
What are you manifesting?
Me.
But you're
math.
manifesting a nerd. How can you manifest you and a nerd at the same time?
Because I am the nerd. Also, I'm a manifestation of math.
Math. The devil. No, I'm just kidding. Math is important.
Well, as a Leah expert, I thought you would understand what I mean when I say math is
that was the
wonderful,
joke.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was
Yes.
the joke.
Yes.
Well, go see Rigger Guy. Maybe we can pop by. Hey, I know a cool place to go get something to eat. If you can still taste stuff, maybe you'll enjoy it. It costs some luxury debit though, because it's not standard.
What place?
There's a ramen shop tucked away.
Done. Let's do it.
Well,
Oh, you
for
better
dinner.
fucking kill Nyx.
For dinner.
Yes.
Because
dinner.
I just ate now, and I gotta like digest and stuff and stare at the ceiling until it's time for dinner.
Cool. We will do that for dinner.
Okay.
I might bring along a friend if you don't mind.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's fine. No problem. I don't. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they're actually a friend. I'm trying to make friends because I'm very bad at making friends.
Me too. Like I get all my friends killed. It's kind of sad.
I just don't know how to talk to people.
Talking's hard. That's why I just.
Because all the people I used to know used to tell me if you talk about things too much, you get executed.
Oh yeah, the trees and stuff. Yep. No,
Yeah,
a lot of
yep,
that on
exactly.
the front. You get. Oh man, do you know how many like? Do you know how much effort I had to go through just to get some stuff back from the front as salvage? Oh man, it's a business scheme up there. I'll tell you what. Like they say, it's, whatever you participate in your kill or you get salvage. Hell no, you don't. You bring every fucking thing back, and every bolt and screw and shredded piece of metal is accounted for, and you get paid in wreck, but you have no choice over the salvage. And the wreck immediately goes into your mech to fix it. But most of the time, it doesn't cut it close, so you're always looking a way to get it back together, and it's a mess out there. That's why I moved back here. I wasn't gonna make it. My mech was falling apart, and I couldn't afford to put it back together.
Well, I'm glad you made it back.
Yeah, they also they lost the Leah department on one of the ships, and that's my ship can't run without Leah. So I took the quick buyout option to go home because I was really expensive to keep on base.
Yeah, being expensive at least makes it easier to, leave at that point.
Yeah. Admiral, I really have to. And Britannia's like, you're far enough from the front. You can talk shit about people. Oh, right. Well, they monitor you all the time about dissension and potential disloyalty, such as like bad mouthing a superior officer. And yeah, it's not good. Or at least for that fleet. But fuck that admiral. Oh, Admiral Harrison, he's like the worst. There's a reason why they call him the Butcher, because he's not just butchering the enemy. A lot of us don't come home. More than so much unnecessary death.
Huh.
So if you get assigned to a frontier fleet, do whatever you can to not be put under Admiral Harrison. Because if he doesn't like you or any of his personal coterie, like his people, don't like you, you will be put in an interesting situation, which most likely will get you killed. And if that doesn't work, they continue to do it in their orders, such as engage the enemy. And the Admiral is a very gung-ho, go get them, never back down, slug it out type of tactician. Not a lot of tactics other than go kill that.
Huh.
So, I mean, he gets the job done, but that's not good. So,
No, it sounds like a waste of people.
it really is more than just people. It's a loss of material as well.
Waste of everything.
Yeah. Fortunately, he does have one redeeming quality. He likes to bombard the ever-living hell out of things with his ship guns first. So,
yeah, that is good. That is a good thing to do.
he will, once he has successfully been pleased with the just endless bombardment via his ships, he says, "The enemy is softened. Go get them." And even if they're not, we still go in.
And see, now we hit the part where it's a problem again.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. But hey, look, I'm done with my lunch. Okay.
Right. Nice meeting you.
Hey, if you ever want to hang out, I don't really have anything to do anymore. So I just stare at the ceiling.
Well, I'd be willing to hang out sometimes, but I do have a lot of research I do. It's mostly what I do. I research things.
I used to do that, but then they took my stuff.
Well, hopefully that petition will help you get it back, won't it?
Yeah, I don't think so, though. That's some really rare stuff.
Well, we'll find out. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky.
You're actually looking at the forum. There are some stuff you've never heard of before. There is a Proteon Lance and Proteon Shield technology, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, well, I also know who to be like, hey, so I found this cool person and they had their stuff taken type of thing too.
Jennings like, they took my stuff too, Skippy. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Didn't you say you didn't have a lot of stuff? Nah, I have to sell it all just to obtain my upkeep my mech. Don't really get the chance to do research and stuff. That's the problem with running a Juggernaut.
Yeah, I've heard about the Juggernaut a little bit.
Well, if you ever come by, I'll show it to you.
I'd love to take a look.
It's no peeks inside. I'm not going to tell you about the construction because that's kind of a secret, but I'll let you take a peek.
I am
Nick's
eternally
got
kidding.
offered.
Huh?
Said Nick's got offered.
Yeah, because you paid for her armor refit.
Right?
Of course he's gonna make it worth it to you.
It's really funny because I've already seen the inside of her Mac.
Yeah, because you're a mech squirrel.
Yep.
You're a gearhead.
So she's gonna finish her food. She's like, I do have research I have to start working on because if I don't get it rolling now, nobody's gonna get it rolling. And
I could get it rolling. I don't have anything to do.
Do you know much about software?
Yeah.
What kind of software specialties do you have?
I designed my own for my mech because I'm a one-of-a-kind Leah practitioner. Well, my Iron Eater Leah practitioner, so I have to run all my own code. I also have to do Leah calculations in my head.
Now that's legend.
I think me and you can talk. We can definitely
Okay.
talk. We can
Can you
plot
pay me in
plan.
sandwiches?
I mean, if you want to be paid in sandwiches,
I like sandwiches. I love like a
I can
lot
pay
of
you in other
sandwiches.
things too.
Oh, really? Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I mean, I could pay you in anything from budget to luxury cred if you want.
Virginia's just kind of looking at Skippy like, are you stupid or just playing stupid?
I don't. I'm just gonna look at her. I'm like, that's why I'm offering actual money, because now I feel bad.
This is kind of like, because Skippy's going back from being like a hyper brilliant genius to an airhead, back and forth like a rubber band snapping.
Do you know what? We'll talk about what I'm looking at.
Here are my rates in addition to the sandwiches.
We can still do the sandwiches. That's cool. We'll talk about
I work
that
better
later.
on sandwiches and
We all work better on sandwiches.
I wish I could afford hey, maybe we can make it part of my rate because I love cappuccinos, but I've been told I'm only allowed to have so many a day, otherwise my heart will explode. That's
Well, that's
because
true.
you drink over 100 of them. Of course your heart's going to be racing.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
right.
that one is true. If you drink too much cappuccino, you will die.
But I'm an iron eater. The coffee should not have an effect on me. And Britannia gives her another look with her giant Steiner mug of pitch black coffee. I'm like, this gets me a buzz. I'm a juggernaut practitioner. You do not need that much coffee.
No, like the only reason I can get away with stuff like that is because I'm
You're
a robot.
Exactly. Unless you overdose on your own stimulus program or stimulation program.
Oh, that's technically true, yeah.
Yeah, you could literally DDoS yourself.
Ugh. As she's also now having this moment of, wait a minute, did me and her just both like do the exactly, yes, exactly to each other?
Mm-hmm. Britannia's pretty smart too.
I like you too.
Hey, check out the new guys on the block.
Hey, what?
Yeah, they're your replacements with major trauma over there.
I'm gonna wait. Are you talking about the four over here?
Yeah.
Up top.
Yep.
These guys.
Yep.
She's like, oh, that is a shame. I almost feel bad about the thing with Snips.
That reminds me, I need to do that.
Do what?
Oh, don't worry. Cody's just going to be on a searching mission.
What? Go bring more people trauma?
Kind of.
Great. And she's like, I almost feel bad about the things with Snips. But then again, she vastly underestimated what we could do at all times, so you know.
You guys aren't normal. Are you kidding? That was wild. You guys were supposed to be here for a couple weeks. Get trained up. You get sent to the front. You know, honestly, you have it better. You didn't go to the front at all. In fact, I recommend if you can not do that, definitely don't go to the front.
You know, I get that recommendation a lot, specifically from people who've been to the front. It tells me a lot.
Well, it's really bad, and I mean it's not as bad under certain admirals, but then again, certain admirals, sometimes they just get the short stick and they get pushed into a fight that the other admirals push them into, and then they just it's a bloodbath. EO is unfortunately the worst. It gets the worst of it, really, because they're like, "Oh, you're a prophet. You should always know, and we need your support, so you should have sent your ships over." And I don't know. Her fleet gets broken more times than any other fleet, but somehow she puts it back together. Somehow.
Is this all after that trip to meet her, or okay? And she's gonna be like, "Yeah, I've heard a bit about her. I've also seen the blog that she distinctly says not to listen to."
That is when I get bored of staring at the ceiling, which is not often, but sometimes I look at the blog and just look at all the stupidity on there. Like seriously,
it's hilarious.
Like,
there's this guy that I saw in there, and just that's what this conversation is going to be for like the rest of the hour before her timer ticks off. She's like, I gotta work things. Haha.
oh wait, are we working now? Did you hire me yet?
Hmm.
If not, that's okay. I'll go like stare at a wall or something.
Do I want to hire her now? I need to get a few things together before I can hire you. Because right now, my current lab is if people step into it, they get executed clearances. So
Oh,
we're not put the thing I want your help with is not part of that, but
well, I have
we're not going to do that.
I have a little research shed I've put together. It's got no stuff in it at the moment, so if you need me to work on it, you can just bring it there.
We can definitely put stuff in it too.
Oh yeah.
See, I got
Luna
a lot
looking
of
for a way to
stuff.
store her shit.
I have plenty of room to store my shit. I have an entire warehouse, little storage area behind my lab that it's like fits mechs type stuff. She's like, no, okay, walk with me.
You also have that as well, Nix, but it's filled with the Chemtech development.
Yep.
That luxury has basically kitted out those mech hangars with massive Chemtech distilleries.
So,
Yep.
what I want her help with is actually nanite work if she's willing.
She's not specialized in it, but if you give her something that she can use to learn, yeah.
Well, I mean, I've got lots to learn with,
Well, if you give her the trinity of nano, which is those 3 information files, she'll figure it out.
Yeah, she's only a specialist, so I figured it wouldn't be too hard for her to help figure out. But it's that, and I'm trying to that's the big thing I'm trying to work on right now is, well, I already told you about the armor thing I wanted to work on.
Uh-huh.
That's what she wants help working on, to see if we can't get that to actually work, especially with the stealth armor. Because stealth armor that regrows is useful.
Yeah, actually it would make the Cerebat armor actually significantly more valuable because it's so damn brittle.
Yeah, that's the thing I want her help with if she's willing.
Hey, she has nothing to do. This character stares at a wall without her stuff because there's nothing to do.
The other thing I'm going to want help with later, but I don't have any of the equipment for it, and I'm going to confide her. I'm like, I also plan to try and get a short-range Leah teleport device into my mech, but I don't have any of the stuff for it, so it's kind of pointless to try to poke at it.
They don't want me to be, but,
Well, yeah, they don't want me to be either, I don't think, and yet they don't want my friend Cody to be good at Leah either, and yet he still abuses the hell out of it. I think they wish he would stop.
That's a weird name.
Cody.
That's very, homeworldy.
It's very homeworldly. I don't see a lot of people around here with homeworldly names.
Like, my actual name is just Skippy. It's not even a code name or my, nickname. That's just Skippy.
Oh. Well, mine is Luna. That's not a code name either.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hmm.
But still is looking at you guys like, this conversation is actually happening.
What part of the conversation's at her?
Just the entirety of when you guys are talking and Britannia's not contributing. She just kind of sits there and her eyes dart back between the both of you. Just like, this is happening right now.
Hey, you're doing a Juggernaut mech thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, here, let me show you I want your opinion on something. I'm gonna show her the design of the heavy mech I was planning to build, the one that's gonna have the drones.
I do not do that for free, my friend. I do commission work. I'm not like
Mm.
those other armor fanatics who literally will throw their 2 cents in and give away their secrets of mech building.
What's your consultation fee then?
That's the one. Actually, I don't have a. I need some literally luxury debit.
Oh, sure. How
I-
much?
100 an hour. I'll give you a discount. You're gives me also that's a decent bet.
100 an hour. All right.
That's just for opinions. I have different tiers of consultation fees specifically on the actual construction methods, people to go to, connections.
Well, I'll just take a look, and then we'll discuss further. How's that sound?
Sure. Show them what you
Because
got.
as she's already got the 100 transferred to her, it's just
They will
Sure,
literally
yeah.
scooch down to the back side of the table so that they're away from all the other listening
Yeah.
ears.
I'm just gonna show her, and it's just an initial concept. I haven't gotten that deep into it yet.
Okay. You're gonna
And I'm
have to see
hoping with the
Ricker.
wings.
That's 100%. He will actually have the drone control module.
I'm not worried.
Hmm?
I'm not gonna lie, not that worried about the drone controls. I'm already used to working with like small units like that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm actually looking at these designs for the armors, and I'm showing like the wings and stuff. I'm like, these are what I'm trying to get a more professional
Ricker will
opinion
do it.
on.
He is also an expert on storage, deployment, and management of micro assisted assets. So that not only if you were to take damage, it wouldn't, unless it's a direct impact, it won't break the housing and damage the drone inside, preventing it from deploying.
So the reason I wanted a heavier opinion on it is because, and I'm also going to point out that she's planning this to be like an assault class size-wise.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying
So
to figure out.
there's going to be 2 major problems that you're going to run into with a mech of that size.
Mm-hmm.
First is your speed.
Mhm.
And you may not think that's really important, but it's not just speed in combat. It's actually the speed in which you become effective from you getting into the mech, turning it on, getting it booted up, running all your tests, and then getting it out the hangar and getting it to the battlefield. That is actually going to be the biggest issue because that is you not killing the enemy. You are not helpful. You are just a giant piece of metal that is taking too damn long to be effective. And that's step 1.
Yeah. If you're not
I actually have solved that. What you need is a disposable dual-facing retro rocket. You get yourself an external rig that you strap yourself to, and it just boosts you to the site. And then you have a retro rocket facing the other way, so you can actually slow the fuck down.
Yeah, so it gets to you to where the fight is. It gets you your initial momentum, which would otherwise take you forever to build up.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, you need something to get you to the fight. And also, I use an external rig to specifically help me maneuver in battle. I've built a rig specifically around omnidirectional control because I'm too heavy. I'm way too damn heavy.
Yeah, the design I was thinking of was actually going to be using these as a gesture to the wing portions of it. I was actually thinking about using those as a sort of maneuvering group by actually attaching thrusters to them.
Are they the drones?
No, it's the wings, not the drones.
Okay.
The storage units, basically.
Yeah, no. You'll have to be very considerate of the designs. Ruger would know exclusively a lot more about how to not only make it so that your wings can house the drones on the other underside, but also be kind of what you need to do on that. I do recommend, if you're going to build an assault class, rocket thrusters. You're not dodging. You're just altitude thrusters and those pulse thrusters. They don't give you enough movement to and control to really be effective. What you need to get in as an assault or higher class, your whole job is to get toe to toe with the enemy, or at least maximum effective weapon range for your design, and then reap the enemy. Because once you're in effective weapon range, they're fucked. And it's their job to stay out of your effective weapon range. But then you're also an assault. You're meant to be able to take a beating, and in a massive conflict, which is where you're most effective, they're just going to be maneuvering into another battle zone.
Yeah. This design was specifically around the concept that, direct engagement with opponent. Because if I'm not doing direct engagement, she kind of flicks her fingers and the IGA design comes up. I've got that.
Great.
That's already functional and running.
Step 2. This is most important for heavy class mechs and higher. What is your main armament? You push the big red button armament. What is your kill them all button?
That's the issue I'm looking at with it, because the primary armament was supposed to be the drones.
So it's a leading question. The second question that is behind that leading question is, what happens if your main armament is destroyed? What is your backup?
I was already designing a few secondaries. I was actually considering redesigning it to be a melee as its secondary,
That's the one.
like backup.
Melee weapon is always your backup, unless it is your main.
Well,
always do a melee option in space.
Even on land, there always has to be a melee option.
Right. So
you don't run out of ammo.
Here's the secret, though. You can't just have a melee weapon. You need to have a technology or other device to bring enemies to you, because you can fly around and chasing them all you want. You will not catch a lighter opponent. They have lesser mass, and you're too heavy. Your momentum it's too hard to control.
So Matt, for the sake of the other players not sitting here listening to me talk to her forever, I presume from here she's going to be giving me tips, and I am willing to pay her more. And I already know how I'm going to pay for this if it goes over my current luxury, which it very quickly will, and that's with a luxury loan.
Okay. Yeah. You'll talk with the two individuals for quite some time, and they will actually sit past the lunchtime just talking with you, and you're gonna be like, my next 30-minute timer went off. I should be doing research, but this is technically research.
This is a different kind of research. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's cycle back to none other than, I think it was Cody, right, Cody? Cycle back to you. All right, Cody. What evil devilish schemes are you up to? You totally innocent person, you.
I know, right? Cody's gonna run and find Snips.
Not hard. She just kind of lounges in one of 3 places, like always.
Yeah.
Mech Bay, training room, and then the mess hall.
Yeah, he's gonna do this around. He's gonna do this around lunchtime because he remembers, and he's just gonna be running in full sprint. Just going like major snips.
Yes, Cody.
All right. One sec. So I'm looking for a man. His name's Howie. I think he was part of your squad now, or our squad. I'm very confused about that. Is it our squad?
Oh no. I know who you're talking about. Okay. Go to the train. He's in the training room. I'm in charge of those guys up there. How is in another squad. So.
Oh, okay. Also, by the way, whatever happened to you finishing your training? Like,
I've sent you each of your final tests. One's a practical, one's a written. Fill those out. Do the practical. If you pass, that's it.
oh, thank you. Yes, thank you so much for all your help, Major Sips.
Anything else I can help you with, Cody?
No, that'll be it. Cody
You might
goes
want to
over.
work on your running form. It'll be more efficient, less tiring. You'll be less out of breath.
That is fair.
You kind of have a lot of. She makes little side cartwheel motions with her arms. You kind of do a lot of that
Oh, that's
when
fair.
you run. Like your form starts out pretty good, but when you get going, the longer you go and the more tired you get, your form starts to. It's a very girly run.
Oh, damn. Anyways, starts running off again.
This just kind of watches you. Now there he goes. And you run in, and you hear from the training room, "Oh, geez, I think it's broken. Oh man, oh geez."
Cody is gonna run in and find this man.
Oh man, it hurts real bad, man. He's being loaded up on a stretcher. Somebody broke his arm during the sparring,
Training.
and the guy's like, I didn't mean to. It's like, don't worry about it. Accidents happen.
Cody's gonna run over. I'm like, it's okay, man. I'll get you some help.
Oh, thanks, man. I mean, look, it's like totally the wrong direction. Oh, jeez. And it really is. Like, that thing is really broken.
It's like, oh, it's just a scratch.
Oh, man.
Cody is going to follow them to the medical place.
Yeah, you'll walk him back to the that's my roommate. He likes to sing. Anyways, the
I don't mean to interrupt, but real quick before I forget, the whole team does get a message of, I've heard about a ramen place that is apparently very good on base. Did anybody want to join me and a new friend going there?
Oh, I like
Instantly, I'm in.
Also,
It said ramen. You get a ping of I'm in.
I know Jackie's not in.
Depends,
Jackie's-
actually. If it's before or after, because I'll eat either way.
you are a hungry hippo.
also, I'm going to bring a new friend as well.
Nice.
He doesn't know it yet, though. So
Does he know
that follow-up line is like, yeah, that's Cody.
And the meat follow-up to that from Luna is, he doesn't know he's coming, or he doesn't know you're his friend.
anyways,
You didn't answer the question.
Cody leaves that on red.
Cody, we lost him. I'm sure we could do it before your dinner date with Ezekiel.
Yeah,
but yeah,
schedule it early.
but Cody's gonna follow this man to medical, make sure he gets fixed. And they're like, so, Howard, Mortimus,
What are you talking about?
hi, yes, no, I'm here to tell you a few things. One, your brother recently joined the military.
Oh, geez, not another one.
I know, and don't worry, because I kind of sort of accidentally got him shanghaied out of his job at working for the police to be part of the military.
Oh, that was his lifelong dream. Oh, geez, he worked so hard for that.
don't worry. Me and my friends are gonna protect you, so you can make sure you go home and see your brother.
Oh man, that'd be great. We really don't come back often because we're just. Oh man,
I know, right? Don't worry though. You will be part of our squad. We'll keep you safe. And
what squad is that? Oh man.
geez, I don't even think we have a name for a squad. We can call ourselves the Blue Aces.
The
Yeah, that's
Blue
okay.
Aces. I don't even like the color blue. I like red.
Oh, don't worry. You'll like the color blue.
What? No.
And
No, I
don't
like red color. I don't like blue.
and
Oh
don't
man.
worry. We're gonna invite you. You're gonna meet the squad. We're gonna go to dinner together, so you can meet everyone.
Well, I don't have a lot of money, so I can't go out eating out like that.
No, it's okay. I'll make sure you're paid for.
Oh, I don't know. People say that before.
Don't worry. Put it this way. How to say this? I'm not kidnapping you to come do this.
Are you sure? It sounds a little suspicious.
I'm not. No, don't worry.
Okay. Well, I don't know, man. Oh, jeez.
Don't worry. You'll be fine.
Well, I'm gonna go get my arm put back together. Night, night. And the nurse kind of knocks him out with a chemical cocktail. No, he really needs to go into surgery.
No, don't worry. I'll be here waiting for him when he comes out, and just take him to
You're
dinner.
gonna sit in the waiting room?
Yeah, why not? Don't worry. I have research I can do here as well.
Can I ask why you're doing this?
You can ask why I'm doing this.
Why are you doing this?
Here's the thing. I think their family is a magnet for bad things happening. So Cody firmly believes that if he's around, all the
I see where
badness
you're
that
going
would be
with this.
attracted to me will be attracted to him instead.
I see where you're going with this, and the problem with this is it's not luck that gets you in trouble.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, jeez, he was gonna shoot you, but he shot me. How did that happen? Oh, man.
Exactly.
I repeat, I now see your plan. I just don't think it's work when it's self-inflicted to begin with.
Don't worry. I think this is gonna work out. Plus, again, there's his brother that we got shanghaied into this, so I gotta feel a little bad.
First session, they literally kidnapped a police officer.
I mean, they probably deserved it.
Objectively, no.
Objectively, of course.
Objectively, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then Cody also at the same time is going to make sure to go into the registry and make sure our squad is named.
No.
Blue Aces is already taken. You also can't have Ace in the title. That is a not permissible title name.
All right. Shooting Stars.
Already taken.
Cody's going to go through this for a bit.
You can send me names. I'll tell you which ones are taken. There's a lot of taken names. A
lot of mistakes have been made on the fronts, let's put it that way.
All right. Unfortunately, that's actually going to consume the entirety of the surgery time because he's only going to be in surgery for an hour, and then he's going to be in recovery for the next couple hours because they have pretty sophisticated medical. So repairing that broken arm, not too much of a big deal.
Okay.
But you're spending the entire of the hour going, what do you mean that name's... Oh, literally put that in Latin. Who the fuck knows Latin left? Hold on. What is it? Yeah, no, that's available. Just like that?
Just
Yes,
like that.
you can have your squad name by that.
What'd you say it was? What have you named this? You know what? It doesn't matter. I'll probably just end up hacking our files to correct it.
So you can submit it, but it will not be accepted until your official squad leader approves it. So Jackie, you're going to get pinged, but Jackie's not here because she's with Allie.
Don't worry about it, guys.
Oh, we forgot to finalize one thing, Matt. For how much of the time does it get taken up with Skippy and Britannia? If it takes up, like, I just want to know how much time.
It just depends on how much information you want to get from this person, because you can shorten it or you can prolong it.
So I had 8 hours originally. That was an hour. There was like, what was an hour of that was after dinner, I think.
Yeah, an hour after dinner, and you can spend any subsequent hours because after that, so you have 3 more hours you could spend with them before you take them to dinner. Actually, no, 2, because you guys are going an hour early so that Jackie can actually go to the.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do some downtime rolls for my programming for after the dinner, just so it's done in advance.
But once he's out, Cody's gonna head towards the ramen shop.
Okay. And you're gonna bring Howie with you?
Yeah, we're gonna bring Howie with us. Yes.
Oh, I don't know. This place, this hallway looks kind of suspicious. Oh.
Don't worry, it'll be okay. Look. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you.
And then there is literally, from the side, somebody's smashed out through a door. 2 Iron Eaters are fighting, and he gets sent spiraling into a nearby metal wall. He's like, "Oh, my nose is broken. Oh, jeez. Oh, blood everywhere."
Cody's like, wow, that was ironic. He's gonna walk over and be like, all right, come here.
Oh, you said nothing bad will happen, but it always happens. Oh, man.
All right, see, this is why you need our protection.
Oh, you didn't protect me there, man. So I don't know. I don't think you can protect me at all.
Don't worry,
I'm
we can
leaving.
protect you.
I gotta go back to medical. My nose is really
Cody's
broken.
gonna pick him up.
What? No, you can let me down, man.
Nah, don't worry, you'll be fine.
How's this man
Oh,
not already dead?
jeez.
Don't worry, there's somebody in here who can fix an house.
And
I mean, I do have Medicaid now. Funny enough.
Yeah, the guys, the Iron Eaters that burst through the door, they're fighting. It's like, I don't need to wait till tomorrow to kick your ass. I'll kick your ass now.
Wow, that outlet of violence is something they really need, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And Cody's just gonna like, excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
What do you want, short stack?
I need to get through the door. Also, you can't fight.
This is not the ramen shop. This is just one of the bars along the way to the ramen shop.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Oh, what are you gonna do about it, little man? And the other guy's like, kind of elbows him. Dude, that's. Don't you see the? Okay, no, your funeral, kid. Your funeral guy. And one of the guys shoves him off and walks back into the bar and literally picks up the door and puts it back in the frame, even though it's still broke.
I just pictured the doors as having magnetic hinges so that they just reattach when this happens.
And it's like,
look, clunk.
The rules are you can't fight. So
he's gonna lean over and jab you in the chest. What are you gonna do about it? What if I want to fight you?
You don't want to fight me.
I really do.
You really don't, though. It's
I
okay.
really do.
I so want Nick to show up at this point.
Just do it to him.
I'm just like, no. I'm gonna move past you, good sir. It seems like you've been having a bit too much to drink.
Not enough to drink. They actually cut us off. They're saving it for tomorrow's event.
Yeah, see? So tomorrow you get to fight and drink. All Everything will be great.
Yeah, all you can what? All I can eat and drink? You gonna make sure of that?
I can't make sure of that. You'd have to
I
talk
bet
to
you
the
can.
base commander.
You know, that armor is pretty nice. Means
It
you're
is.
probably pretty well set.
Not really.
Oh, you wouldn't happen to have a couple extra cred lying around
I wouldn't.
for a little old me?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? He's gonna reach over and grab the back of the armor of Howie. I could use a new drinking buddy. Oh no! Oh man, I don't have any money.
Cody's gonna place his hand on the arm. I would really like if you place my friend down.
I need a new drinking buddy. Are you volunteering?
I don't drink, but I will. I will send you to a drinking buddy, and Cody will try and leadership him back into the bar.
Okay. I want to have you roll me a 1d100 on the luck scale because you have no idea what's in the bar and the placement of objects and things in the bar. Especially since the door's back on there and people are moving about. Yes. So putting him in a space that does not get him killed or fused with an object or other person is very slim.
Yep. We're gonna go in. We're gonna try and go in the air. So, all right.
20 or less.
You
put him literally above his chair and he'll crack his chin as he comes down on the stool.
As he realizes he was fucking with the Leotech.
I mean, that's one way to learn about it without dying, at least.
Right?
Alright, for that one, Cody?
Yes.
Pick one stat, increase it by 1.
Okay.
Yep. Next time you roll for random, it'll be a little bit better odds.
Okay.
It can range anywhere from 1 to 5% better chance, depending on how you describe, kind of where you're trying to put someone. So, like having him appear in the air, that gave him pretty good chance. Having him just be teleported in the direction of a seat, really bad chance. But you'll at least get +1 chance.
So
so you've knocked him out because his body as an Iron Eater is very heavy. So being dropped and having his fucking being uppercutted by the stool itself as he landed, he's not cold. So yeah.
Hey, you won the fight.
It's like I was like, oh geez, where did he go, man? Oh man, you made him go poof.
I did, and see, look, that's the benefit of having us as friends.
My nose is still broken. Oh man, blood's everywhere.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna get somebody to fix your nose. Come with me.
Oh man, I hope so. It's gonna be all bent and bulbous from now on.
Don't worry. We have somebody who's very good at fixing noses.
Oh, I hope so. Oh man. You'll make your way literally to the ramen bar and sit down. And it's actually pretty cool. It is an old school style ramen bar where you can only pretty much see the lower backs and the legs of people sitting on stools because it has that kind of semi-privacy cloth, and you have to kind of like push it aside and kind of duck in, and it's just stools, and the guy kind of works in the middle.
Nice.
If he's coming on time, me and Skippy should be there first, yeah?
Well, you guys are all meeting there an hour early so that Jackie can...
Yeah, I know, but if he's showing up that hour early, me and Skippy should be there first, because I would have brought her there, to make sure we were on time, because Luna is very much about time, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, you'll arrive there a little bit before. He had to handle the Iron Eater,
you'll
and
find-
wrangle a Howie.
Yeah.
You'll find the two of them already there and waiting.
I'm like, hey.
Oh, hold on. We got
Yo!
Nyx. We got to go to Nyx.
Fair.
All right.
He's going to be there because he's like, sign me up. But we need to make sure that Nyx has his things sorted out.
Mhm.
Nick, what are you doing for the for some of the interim before you go to the ramen shop with the homies?
How many hours is it?
Oh, you just finished lunch, so 3.
3 hours.
Mhm.
So he'll just throw himself into research and complete the first 2 steps.
Cool.
Because why the fuck not? Do you actually need me to make any checks or anything?
I do, yeah. Each successful roll in Chemtech provides 1 progress, unless it's one of the the upgraded stuff, because you do have Eureka.
So, all right then. So I've got 6 downtime actions to throw into the research. So 6 checks, correct?
Mhm. Okay, more +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Yep. So +6 progress, enhanced by Eureka. Let's take a peek at what that does. Positive qualities. It's a mental quality, I think. Yes.
Eureka. Any progress or research is
So you have
enhanced
12.
by 1 additional step for each successful roll, and degrees of success are increased by my intelligence rating.
Right. So degrees, when you're doing pioneering research, it only matters about passing the roll, because you get 1 progress for passing the roll. If you're retracing your steps and reproducing something from research, so sorry, to give you an example, you're building a thing. It requires the slow method to get there, such as, every roll is only 1 progress towards the total, unless of course Eureka gives you 2 progress each time instead of 1. Once you've completed it, if you try and make it again, it's actually progress is based off of your degrees of success, not just passing. It makes it, reproducing something you've already successfully done super fast, super easy. So different approach.
So that 6 would become
12. You have 12.
Which
12
means
progress.
I've completed the first 2 steps and I've got 2 out of 80 towards the second.
Yep. And you're just kind of sitting there, and you kind of look at your boards, and just the pile of paper all over the desk and the table you're sitting on. And it's like, I'm already done. That was 3 hours.
He's just going to look over at Luxury as he's about to head out. Like,
Don't you say anything, darling. I'm currently working on specifically a project of my own. I do not need your interruption at this moment. I apologize.
Want me to bring you back some ramen?
Oh, yes, if you could. And she'll toss you 10 luxury debit.
He goes, okay, finish the first 2 steps.
Bring me back several, whatever that can buy. Oh, and
Gotcha.
congratulations. Now you actually get to be a researcher.
Huzzah.
Yeah, yes, of course, whatever that is.
And yep, fucking Nyx, being saturated in the fumes of his lab again, is just gonna go start walking towards the ramen shop. There have to be there have to be dissolve marks in the floor from him coming and going so often.
There is a literal stain on the floor. You know how if you tread on a place too long, you bring the dirt or whatever particles on the bottom of your boots, and it eventually you mark your passing. Yeah.
They might have a point about the whole chemtech needing to be regulated more thing.
Yeah, he's just gonna requisition the equivalent of a foot scrubber that can be installed for when somebody comes and goes from his
It'll
lab.
cost you 1,200 rec for the parts.
1,200 rec.
Yep. For a scrubber that actually can handle chemtech and not be destroyed. Just trying to scrub the damn stuff.
Fair enough. It'll just pay for it.
It basically has a neutralizing agent. It sprays on spills and or the pathways before it even begins scrubbing.
Yeah, he'll just pay for that. Fuck it.
It's an industrial grade scrubber.
Yep.
So you'll have it's a Swiffer robot, but an industrial grade anti-chemtech Swiffer bot. It's pretty big.
He'll just get it and have it positioned at the entrance to the lab.
Yeah. You make your way over to ramen, you're like, yes I am, yes I am.
Ramen.
And you actually get to arrive at a traditional ramen stall run by a Mr. Horihito. And there is up on the wall a picture of the guy, kind of with Gordon Rampage's arm kind of around his shoulder, and they're both thumbs up with a ramen bowl, and it's literally signed by Gordon Rampage, and he gives it a 9.5 out of 10 rating.
Nick just sits down, looks at the poster. That's some high praise.
Yes. Welcome.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
The way you order is actually on a little data pad. That's literally on the space where you would eat. So once you're done ordering, it deactivates, and then actually plays a little light show underneath.
He'll order plenty for him,
Mm-hmm.
And
he has what is called the cultivator bowl.
Yep. He'll get it. He'll get that, and then a pile of stuff to be transported as a to-go order for luxury.
Okay. These are very expensive. These are 5 luxury credit a bowl. So she only gets 2.
He'll get her an extra 2.
All right, so total 4. Okay.
Yep.
You also see, as you kind of sit down and order, Luna appear not a moment after, because you were probably the most enthusiastic about this food thing, so you hustled. And yep. Luna, the moment you order, Luna sits down with Britannia and this other kind of wild-looking pilot.
Hey, Nix.
Sup, Luna?
I'm making acquaintances. I want to say friends, but I don't want to be presumptuous. But acquaintances, at least.
Yeah, we're acquaintances. I haven't met you a couple times. So we can be friends another time, but I have to meet you a couple times more. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Nix is just going to wave. What's up?
Mm-hmm. Dix, how you doing?
Do I know this person?
Yeah, it's Britannia.
Oh, right. Oh, it's like, what's up, Britannia? We got to get together to chat about design stuff tonight.
If that's what you want to do, sure.
They've been helping me design a mech. Well, and design upgrades for my current one too.
Yeah, I'm going
it's
to.
kind of wild.
I will be talking to our friend Britannia here about some design plans and stuff that I will make use of when making my mech.
Yeah, it really comes down to how big you want it to be. And there's a secret behind that. But that'll have to be for later.
Yep.
So, Orito, 3 of the Yamamoto bulls. He's just like, oh, for a challenge today. Good. Those are expensive. He just slaps down the debit. I could pay. And yes, I can pay my tab too.
Is that really why you wanted all that money? I see how it is.
Well, you got to pay the man.
You gotta pay the man.
It's like, I was surprised with that 9.5 from Gordon. I was expecting you to be like, you give us what you want to give us.
No, I know. I have a different scheme. I at least allow tab, but you must pay soon. But I know that the stomachs of you cultivators are endless, bottomless, and always hungry. And I will feed you. Even if you don't have the money now, I will feed you.
Is Jackie back, by the way?
I don't know.
I've been listening the whole time.
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, send me a message. Let me know if you're back.
We didn't see the pop-up is why I was at like you being like.
I mean, there was
back.
no indication. I'm sorry.
Well, before we continue, let's get Jackie. You got about 3 hours after you've eaten to do stuff, if you want to do stuff at all.
All right. So, 3 hours until we go to the ramen shop. Cool. Are we doing Ezekiel stuff before or after?
That's gonna be after the ramen shop.
Okay. Just wanted to double check on that.
There are a couple messages for you to peruse. One particular indication is about gosh, who did I pawn that off of you? I totally blanked on that. You were supposed to be contacted about something one of the players did.
I know Luna and I were going to have our talk.
That was after dinner with Ezekiel and after the ramen shop thing.
Yeah.
We were going to talk about the Knicks thing, and then I don't know what else.
Need to sign off on approval for alcohol.
Oh, the alcohol, yes.
Yeah, okay.
For an event, you need a vice commander or higher authority to approve a release of stored alcohol, because there can only be a certain amount on base at any time, even if there is more supply. But for the event, it's been suggested to briefly, to help increase morale and get the money flowing, to vendors, to let more alcohol be sold.
Well, I'm the one that had the idea in the first place, so I approve.
Okay, awesome.
Allie got us some spring roll apple pies, pretty much.
That's cool.
Got some caramel sauce over there. I'm sorry, I can't ship it to California right now. My bad. I'll try to Leah shipped it to you.
Yeah, that would be appreciated.
Char, you're hit in the face with a spring roll apple pie, and then it disappears because it doesn't successfully transfer back.
Damn it.
Well, I got a fortune cookie that says your curious nature will take you somewhere special.
Okay.
It's time to go to fucking California. Fortune cookie says we have to go.
You gotta kidnap Cody. I mean, Char.
Both. You see, only we're allowed to kidnap Cody.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Everybody else, they're not allowed to kidnap you.
I've
Yeah.
never been kidnapped.
I've
No,
kidnapped you
that's my
several
point.
times.
Do you sign up for the tournament?
Me?
Hmm?
Yes. Well,
You're
yes,
like,
I
oh
do.
baby, I'm gonna fight. You have not fought in a while.
Yep.
Yep,
That's
You have
Nix
easy
is down
peasy.
as well.
in a tournament with Iron Eaters. You've
Mhm.
gone to fight at the Mosaic Market. Fight pits, but
So that's tomorrow, right? Like, what
Yeah.
time is it tomorrow? Like, what's
it starts bright and early, so they can get as many fights as possible.
Excellente. All right.
So well before actual people would mostly start drinking.
Mhm.
So
Oh, also, he got a request from Cody.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
oh yes, that. So from Cody, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
Cody has submitted for your approval the team name, the
Ah.
official squad name for your group.
Mhm.
But since you are the official squad leader, you have to sign off on it.
No, I do like birds. I want a 360 no scope. Your fucking gamer tag though.
I will point out that was after 4 hours of trying to come up with names, or 2 hours.
I like the commitment. Just because it has a bird in it, I will accept.
That is
Oh
terrible
my
reason.
gosh! All right, everyone. This is the
No.
team name officially.
Nix immediately puts in a request to leave the squad.
I will
Denied.
hack everything you have ever owned and make it so nothing
like-
functions ever again.
You send me that notification and you get an immediate reply. If that goes through, I formally request to leave the squad.
I will back this. I'll back this with so much enthusiasm. You will not disrespect us in this fashion.
It was one of those moments of like, no one will have this.
They don't.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, brother. Not that. Let's go.
Can't help it anymore. It's all yours. I can't keep it in.
Also, there's the reminder, Jackie,
Mhm.
that squad names aren't chosen, they're earned. Just like personal call signs.
That doesn't mean you can't officially apply one, but that's what you'll have on record. But that's not what people may call you. Or maybe they'll think your name is so dumb they'll give you your own code name as an amalgam of your stupid code name, your team name.
I was about to say, they might call us that just like verbatim, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
They might call us that verbatim.
Hey,
Yeah.
XXX _ Blue Hawks _ XXX. Those
And-
guys.
And that is why we're going to string you up.
So what I'm going to do for my 3 hours, which should be around 6 downtime actions, is I'm going to message Nix, and I'm going to say, "Did you manage to get the report for the Iron Wolves done?"
Yeah, I already submitted it.
Oh, all right.
He'll resend it directly to you.
Perfect.
How are we all bureaucrats? How has this happened to us?
But
What have we become?
No, I appreciate that,
yeah.
Nix. I'm
No,
going
it's-
to. Oh, it looks like you got definitely some information out of there. All right. New techniques. Interesting. I should talk to these mechs, see what they say.
Wait, what new techniques did I tell you about?
Is it not written in the report about the Iron Wolves techniques and what they do?
Hell no.
You didn't include that
That
in the
wasn't
report.
what he. No, that wasn't what he was told to investigate. He was told to investigate getting them working.
All right.
He found a solution, which was specifically he
The
knows
crowd.
where the
Yeah.
individuals are. You either resuscitate them or have them killed, and that'll free up active pilots to take control of the mechs.
Yep.
Somehow, I saw
But
that.
the techniques, if he
confused.
just revealed them, that would
It's like
be
I had my key.
revealing the secrets of a cultivator clan, and that would turn them into an enemy. He's not that stupid.
He's also the vice base commander with a lot of leeway.
He'd say he did study some stuff from them, but if you want to discuss that, come to him personally. You know.
I would love to come to you personally. Just usually you're in your hangar. Your hangar X is kind of off limits right now, right? So
Meet me in this side room. I'm just doing some research right now.
all right. So I'll go to Nix, have a little chat. Say, all right. So what are you going to tell me then? What's going on?
Well, I've got an idea on how to do or how to transfer a MechWarrior spirit, but it's a long involved procedure that's rather extreme, and it involves, as they put it, soul bonding to a mech, which has to be something the mech willingly does.
All right. I've already soul bonded with the Timberwolf.
I would say meet with the mechs and see if you actually have, because that's a thing that has to be both sides. And there's some very specific rules in being able to do it properly.
All right. I'll go talk to them. I'm the one that gave them permission to have the sacred hangar in the first place. So, yeah, no, that should be good. I appreciate your time, Nick.
I've got to figure out how to build the device and stuff like that to do it. It's a lot of personal work to be able to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some things. There's a lot of stuff that can be done, and I plan to continue studying with them. But this is, as far as I have been made aware, it's one of their clan secrets, as it were. So just revealing it would be bad.
They're a subsect of the Iron Eaters, though, right?
Yet the Iron Eaters don't know about it, so...
No, that's because it's been pretty, hidden for a long time now. And that's, up to them if they wanted to do that. Nix, I wanted to thank you and give you a little tidbit on maybe some help for your soul bonding. When's the last time you've cleaned your mech? Like, give it a good paint job?
Couple days ago, I went through and remember, Vlad, I went through and did that major scrubbing of the mech and added my tattoo to it as the personal mark.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
I don't know if that did anything special, but
yeah, if you spent the downtime actions to do it, then for sure.
Which one? As a reminder.
Remember, I spent a couple of downtime actions to do the full cleaning and putting the copy of my tattoo as the marker, as it's my mech now, on the Raven.
Yep. And the Raven thoroughly enjoyed being cleaned. Not just that Raven. You actually, when you put the mark on it, you always know where it is. The Raven in base. You just kind of always get a directional marker, like it's that way, and kind of the distance.
Okay.
Yeah, I managed to gain some potential for doing it my way, but maybe that's just because I'm an iron dude. But I just wanted to, run that past you. But you seem to be doing it already, so no.
Yeah. I've got I've kind of got the mental equivalent of your mech is here.
Perfect.
Yeah,
But
Jackie, you always know where the Timberwolf is.
Something I might recommend as a bonding thing between you and your mech is you may have given it a cleaning job, but pick a mark that is you. Like I've got.
Oh no, I'm already planning on that. I've just been kind of designing the idea in my head. But I definitely need to give it something personal and make my legacy for it. That's kind of one of the things we do for Iron is got to give it a legacy. But anyway, you seem busy, Nick, so I'll let you get back to your work.
I mean, he just gestures at the fucking ton of whiteboards and shit that are just covered in design theorems and complicated equations. Just some basic research.
Oh, I see. You mind if I take a look sometime?
Be my guest. Just if you spread it to anybody, I will kill you.
Oh, hey.
It's one of those type things.
She'll put out a grasp and say, all right, sounds good.
Let's not go threatening our teammates now.
It's the friendly warning, don't make me have to do this, you know what I mean? He's still being friendly, but yeah, he'll clasp arms.
Right. And just to make life easy for the rest of people, I'll use my rest of my downtime actions to kind of go over the stuff with Nyx as he's kind of working away. Because I was going to go to the mechs next. Matt, would it take all my downtime actions with the mechs if I went there, like just to travel and stuff, or do I have like say a downtime action hour worth to kind of go over the stuff with? Because I was hoping Ashley would find this interesting. Sorry, my IQ would find this interesting.
Ice Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Chemtech research in cybernetics.
Yeah. The consciousness kind of eyeballs it through you. It could be definitely useful for your body if you need an explosive amount of power. Although I wouldn't have an integral part of your original design.
No. That would. I've seen what they do to the nature here. So there's a tree that's kind of like a lab rat. So I don't want to be like that. And it definitely has its uses. And I bet that Nyx, if he had something of my design from my cradle and stuff, would be able to utilize that to the fullest away for the nano and the organic side. But it's just something to think about, I suppose. But still, it definitely is an interesting concept, though.
Be careful. It has an extremely caustic and corrosive nature.
Oh, all right.
It would not be good for you to come in direct contact with it. Your nanos wouldn't survive.
Yeah. All right.
Biology, actual living biological flesh seems to have some sort of adaptable and resistant effect to it, but machines, unfortunately, based off the information that I see there, does not hold up well.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. That helps. Thanks, IQ. So, Nix, I appreciate you showing me. I won't tell anyone else, and I'm gonna go check out. I'm gonna go check out the. I'm gonna go check out the mechs. If you ever have something that isn't so corrosive, let me know for the Chemtech side. But it seems that I'm not as compatible with this stuff, it seems. I was hoping to give you a leg up with something I'm working on, but maybe it's not best.
What's it got to be compatible with?
Nanotech.
Give me some basic rundown of the frame and shit of your nanites, and I'll see if I can work it in.
No, it seems that the nanites themselves are a little too doesn't work well. It's better with organic, what you're doing currently. So it's best to keep that path unless you want to stray too much, I suppose.
Fair enough.
I'm just trying to look out for you, Nix, that's all.
Yeah, no, cool. I am grateful. I've got to figure out something that'll be compatible with the nanites anyway, because I'm going to be running Chemtech infusions through my synthetic mech, so maybe one of the steps is going to be figuring out a way to have improved nanites. Because they're going to be my way of healing my mech, because being synthetic, it's not going to be something I can just easily replace a lot of parts on, you know?
No, for sure. If you ever have anything more, though, I bet Luna would be the one to talk to. Yeah. But anyway, Nix, see you soon. Take care. And then Jackie will head over to the Iron Wolves.
The Steel Wolves?
Steel Wolves, yes.
Yeah, you're right. They have an open door policy. They were just kind of tucked away, hard to find.
She'll kind of walk in. Not really need to make her presence known too much, but if someone greets her, that'll be the plan.
Your senses, you feel like this is it's the same feeling you had last time you got nearby, or came to this place. A feeling of reverence, almost. It's there's power here. And of course, one of the Steel Wolves will approach Base Commander Jackie. It's an honor to have you here.
Oh, what's the word? The honor's all yours? No.
Honor's mine.
All mine.
Yeah. I was hoping to have a conversation with the Max. It looks like my friend Nix, he did a good job on giving me some rundown of possible options, and also to give me some ideas to get you guys some pilots. I'm hoping to. Go ahead.
It'll get us additional things or not. The wisdom that the mechs here are willing to provide, they are always willing to teach. So find one of the open seats and just commune.
Of course. What was I going to say? I lost it after I read your thing, Liam.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, of course. So my plan, just to give you guys a heads up, is to wake the pilots and to do so in a safe manner that keeps them alive still, because I want the best we got. And I was planning to take the virus into myself to find antibodies to fight this thing, but that's for another time. I just wanted to give you a heads up on what my plans were. Because I don't want to take out the pilots. That's the last resort, because their knowledge is something that is, well, it's
you
something.
must also be sidled with this burden as well. There are many of us who are more up to date and more aware of the current power structure and customs.
It's true.
They're from an older generation. They're going to have their own opinions and their own options. They're their own people, and they may not recognize people here. And there are many of us who would salivate at the honor of piloting one of these mechs.
Don't worry.
There's a long wait list.
You will be on the list. I'm just letting you know that I was trying to be more respectful here. But anyway, Jackie will give a little nod to them and say, I shouldn't be long, probably a couple hours.
Take as much time as you need. This is an open space for all those who wish to learn.
So I'm going to go down and meditate in front of them. One thing that comes into play here, Matt, is my positive quality spirit affinity. Will always be neutral, friendly with spirits or spiritual creatures at first impression.
There is a kind of an eye that kind of cracks open and kind of looks at you. Hello.
I guess cousin would be a...
No, we are not cousins. We're not of the same species.
What I meant for is the cultivation aspect. You're not iron eaters, but you're an extension of, I suppose.
We are who we are.
Yes.
But we are not cousins.
You're not cousins, then. I will say, it's nice to meet you.
We may be affiliated with you in what we practice, or our pilots practice. But you are you, who are so very different from everyone else, and we are us. You may call me one. They are two. They are three. And they are four. It is literally just what hangar bay they're in. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. I was hoping to learn a thing or two. I'm not hoping to completely change my ways, because my path is important. But I feel like I can learn a lot from you.
We will try to meet your expectations. Teach you what we can. Help find answers for your questions.
One thing that came to mind was how you cultivate for yourself the mech, and that you take in your pilots' memories. Is that it?
We do many things to cultivate. Even while they slumber, or wherever they are, we still cultivate. Right. Us. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Because together you're stronger.
We are not idle.
Learn from each other.
We learn from each other, but unlike the methods that are used by the other practitioners, we ourselves, as sentient entities, with a full spirit, can cultivate ourselves.
Right.
Completely devoid of the pilot.
But your pilot is your DAO partner in a sense.
In a manner, yes.
Now, can you only have one? Or
only one.
Only one. So so that's one of the downsides from the Iron Eaters to you, is that there can only be one mech.
You can only be soul bonded to one mech, but that does not mean you cannot have a spiritual connection to another.
Right.
But only one's soul bond.
Because I've already, in a sense, soul bonded with my Timberwolf, but not
No, that
in
is
the
not a
same
soul
way.
bond. That is
Not
a
in the
bond.
same way. Right.
It is far more permanent.
Right. I see.
You have done half of the steps necessary to permanently bond your soul to your mech. It also requires your mech to be fully sentient and developed in their sentience. They need to be able to speak in complete sentences.
Right. My Timberwolf is more of a dog, I suppose, but he's a good boy, and
he is a good boy.
The Executioner I still haven't awoken yet, but
he will not have a soul.
No, wrong.
It takes many, many deaths to cultivate a spirit. The method that we use, the Iron Eaters and the other mech warriors, it's the expiration of their pilot. We inherit part of your, part of you. We inherit bits of you of our pilots that die, and when we are put back together, we are a little bit more each time.
I see.
There is ways to accelerate that, though. There are a couple of methods we could teach you if you're willing and have the time. A lengthy discussion, a lecture, on how to grant a mech sentience without having to have such sacrifice, and how to cultivate its maturity. And there are other methods.
All right. So how about not really scheduled, but I will. I'll sit here with you guys for the little time I have left, and then I'll come by tomorrow, and then we can continue this because I would like to learn as much as I can from you.
Of course. We are always willing to teach an eager student who wishes to learn. Learning is a gift.
I agree.
That everyone should experience and should joyously enrich themselves with. And teachers have a responsibility to provide that learning.
Just so you know, I'm going to try my best to make sure your pilots come back safe. But if it doesn't come to that, I apologize in advance because I do wish to have more. Yes, I do wish to have more capable men on the field against the aliens. But at the same time,
we will obey the directives and cede control of our bodies to our soul-bonded partner. If they wish us to go into space, so be it. If they do not, then we will not help.
Yeah, of course, I understand. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but it is what it is.
That is the burden of being in a position of authority. Sometimes you must make a decision between picking two terrible, horrendous choices. And both are damning and awful. But one must be made, because if neither is made,
then there's
a worse
either way.
option.
Yeah.
And a worse consequence.
Of course.
I hope you do not buckle and break under such a heavy burden.
She'll say. It's price of power, I suppose.
Sometimes it's not the single choice that is the deciding final straw. It's a communal of accruement of those difficult choices over a career.
Makes us who we are. But
unfortunately, But your answers will be found here. We will teach you. We're not going anywhere. So see us at your own convenience.
Of course. So for the last 2 hours, Matt, I guess Potentia?
This is Potentia Theory.
Potentia
So
Theory.
you can
Ooh.
ask them a question and they'll discuss it and lecture you on it for an hour for a single topic.
All right,
Because
so
all of them have to have their own fucking opinion on it. So it takes eons to discuss a single subject.
So Matt, out of character, I really resonate with this process because of Iron Man mode. But let's see how it goes.
No, you put that dirty, evil cheater OP player thought back in its box and shut that lid and put a lock on it. Put it away. Put it away.
All right.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Johnny.
Yeah.
I see what portals you're trying to play with here.
Yeah. Let's get that started. Especially just so the first topic, and then for the first hour is about the executioner and how we can get him started per se, or her. It doesn't matter. The soul.
You're going to need to find a donor.
A donor. All right.
The damage on that mech is so extensive, you might as well have not even tried. You either take the weapon and recycle the frame,
right?
Because there is so little to work with. That is a lifetime project, and honestly, there is no meat on those bones, as the mortals would say.
Right.
Or you find a donor. Something that is in far better shape, may not even fall in, but it just doesn't have a pilot anymore. Or somebody willing to pilot it. And you just mash them together. Just you combine parts.
Okay.
Or if you are really willing to go to endless effort, find ancient parts. People who have the executioner parts and put it back together, or machine them yourself from blueprints, which is far harder.
Blueprints. All right, I'll work on that.
Okay. Recommendation,
and
this is going to be a little sad. Their recommendation is you're not going to get any spirit from that.
Right.
And the rekindling you're going to get is not going to be enough for the effort to put it back together.
Right.
Since it hasn't ever been rekindled before. You're going to get 1, at best 2, if you're really, really lucky.
Okay. Matt, just for thoughts. When we rolled to find the mech, I think it was like a single digit, like a 5 with magnet attached. So I thought we would have some rekindling to do for it. But if that's the case,
remember, this is their opinion.
Yeah.
Not the
okay.
Not to correct that. Like, you have something special, you know it.
Yeah.
But their opinion is recycle it, rebuild the executioner frame to be something better. Because it was a flawed frame design in the first place.
Well, yeah, yeah, of course. Okay, yeah, I'm taking that in. Yeah, I got a plan.
Yeah. But you also know with your nano, if you get enough effort behind it, you could potentially tweak some stuff without breaking the rekindling. Like, But they recommend recycle the frame, build a new improved Executioner 2.0 frame, and incorporate all the strengths by getting rid of the weaknesses and the difficulties of the original design.
Yeah.
It's a little heartbreaking, but unfortunately,
that's fine. I understand. It's yeah. So that was the first question. The second question is, how can I help my Timberwolf?
In what manner specifically?
He is a rabid dog. and he's good at what he does, but he needs
Put
a
him in
little
a
bit of
hangar
both.
with a bunch of more powerful spirits. So put him in a hangar with people who aren't going to be cowed by his spirit, and keep him there for a while. Basically, let him defend himself, let him establish his territory, but also having the presence of powerful intelligences allows him to potentially learn how to talk. And as you know, isolating a mech with a spirit is the worst thing you can do because they have no one to talk to.
I understand. Yeah, instead of me. Especially, I heard from Nyx that if you guys don't have anyone to talk to, it's almost like being trapped in void of some kind.
Yes, it is the worst experience you can possibly do. And sometimes that is what happens on a base. There's only one mech with a spirit, and they have no one to talk to. And in that case, to help your mech develop and not stagnate, you must develop a more powerful mental connection with it so that it can communicate with you at all times.
Okay.
We still recommend that, but that does put you closer to a soul bonding. Because once you've opened up that communication channel, you cannot close it.
I understand.
And let me tell you, some mechs are very, very chatty. You'll be constantly bombarded by, hey, what's this color? Oh, wow, look, I can see on this spectrum. You're like, I'm trying to literally sleep.
All right. So thank you again for your time, and I will see you tomorrow on my free time.
We are always willing to teach those who wish to learn.
Okie dokie. So that should make us back for the timeline.
You're actually seeing a little bit of their auxiliary usefulness. These guys are kind of like a grandmaster level group. They won't cultivate you, but they'll teach you cultivation in the Iron Eater fashion. So even if you don't deploy them, they may be a great loss if they end up getting destroyed in battle.
Yep. And there's just so much history with. Well, I mean, they'd have to be remade, I suppose. So it's not.
You do know that if you're able to incorporate some of the Steel Wolf techniques into the Iron Eater doctrine, the Iron Eaters would become at least 15 to 25% more powerful as a group.
I see the potential. I do.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
Mm-hmm. You're punning.
All right. So ramen guys, excited. Allie was quite jealous.
You show up, you sit down, you take up 2 stools. He actually has a plank of wood for larger individuals to put between 2 stools.
Oh, nice.
Can any of you guys here fix an nose?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. This guy needs his nose fixed.
Jeez, it's still bleeding. Oh man.
I'm just gonna look at his nose.
It's literally been flattened almost into his face. You kind of blink at it like, whoa. You should have gone to the doctor for that.
I mean, it can hold for a little bit. But
for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I need to. Ooh, I could. Hold that thought. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
I might be about to use this man as a little bit of a guinea pig.
Oh boy.
Because I do have some bio nanites.
Okay.
Can they repair a nose?
They don't know what a nose is.
Cool. That's the experiment part of this. Time to see if I can teach some nanites nose.
Roll me nanites. As you're like, well, if they don't know what a nose is and what its state should be, they don't know how to. You're like, Well, nanites, fix that nose. They're like, we now know what a nose is.
Teach them the word nose. The nose
Well,
knows.
not just the design too.
Yeah, I know. I teach them nose.
All right, you deploy it on his face. You do a little, and you put some nano on his nose. And
Hold still.
well, a little roll because he's always got some weird shit involved. It does fix his nose. It's a little bigger than you thought it would be.
No, it
Hmm.
looks good to me.
He's got a big nose now, but it's perfectly fixed.
And it's like, yep, looks good to me.
Oh jeez, my nose is huge. Oh man.
What do you mean? Wasn't it always like that? She says, not
No
knowing what
man,
his
no,
nose
it was
originally
never
looked
this
like.
big.
I mean, I could try to have them adjust it, but that'd
No
probably be a little
man, it's
painful.
gonna cost so much.
Well, no, cost is a relative term.
Yeah, because you guys are wealthy, you bastards. This guy's poor as fuck. He can't.
Like, cost is a relative term. Also, I'm gonna see if I can't get them to. I'm gonna try to get them to adjust it back to. Like you said, it's a little bit smaller. All right, and she tries to adjust it. You might regret asking her to try and adjust it. Matt,
Okay.
she's gonna have.
Takes a bit. Just a little bit. But yeah.
She's like, it's smaller now. Is that better?
I mean, maybe.
Did that hurt
I'm
at
so
all?
confused.
What was that?
I said,
I'm
did that
so
hurt?
confused.
I was talking to Jackie on that. You hush.
Oh
Pops him
man.
on the nose. Just boops him on the nose. What was that,
Oh
Jackie?
man.
What was that, Jackie?
I said, did that hurt? Or was that more of a? I guess it didn't hurt for me, but I'm nano now, so it didn't really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know if those adjustments are painful or not. Come to think of it, it never occurred to me if they would be.
Anyway, guys, this is Howard. This
Why
is
is
the
he
brother.
here?
He's the brother of Howie. You guys remember Howie, right?
Oh, Howie! Oh, you're his brother, eh? Oh, nice to meet you. Welcome to
the cop gone military. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
So we
Brother.
due to a accidental happenstance in a market, we ended up having to quickly leave, and we ended up bringing his brother along with us.
Yeah, he didn't rat out Cody, so we were like, yeah, come on, man. It should be a good time. Better than what you're doing currently, of course.
And he said he wanted
Obviously.
to help the Thunderhead, so we helpfully encouraged him to join the military.
All right.
Yeah. And this is the brother.
Okay. I guess. I don't know why he's here.
Oh, mostly because I feel like we need to help make sure that he can get him and his guys, him and his 6 other brothers can get back together.
That's quite nice of you, Cody.
Yes, there was 9.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry for your loss.
What's happened,
Right.
man?
All right. Well, introductions for those not introduced. Britannia already knows Nikki, but Nix, not Nikki, Nix. Anyway, already knows Nix. Introductions, guys. This is Britannia, and this is Skippy. Britannia, Skippy. This is Jackie, Cody. I don't know that dude, but I'm gonna call him Guinea Pig until said otherwise. Until I remember what his name is. If I remember
Howard.
what his name is. Guinea Pig.
Hi, Britannia. Nice to meet you again.
Skippy will lean over, grab your palm, lick it, Cody. Your tastes like Leah.
Yes, I do taste like Leah.
By the way, Skippy
Now.
here is a Leah mech specialist.
Part of the
I
army,
can
is that
taste
right?
this taste on my tongue.
Why do you taste Leah? Cody's gonna grab his hand and lick it.
Actually, it zips your tongue a little bit.
Mmm. That was tasty. Cody's gonna lean in closely and like, are you Leah's soul?
No, I am a pilot. I'm not
Right, so am I.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
nope.
Yeah, I built a mech, came here specifically to pilot the mech into battle.
Have you battled yet?
Kinda.
We fought aliens.
Have you fought the enemy that we are all gearing to fight?
Not yet, no.
Then you're not a pilot.
Fair. I'll take your word on that one.
No, it's a very important distinction. If you're unblooded or untested, then you're not a pilot. And many people will avidly argue with you over it and maybe assault you, especially on the front.
I mean, we fought some amalgam, but
That doesn't count.
yeah, that's what I figured.
Space battle is different. Because when your cockpit is breached and leaking air, all the systems are starting to fail, and you are desperately trying to get your mech to do a maneuver that you need to do to survive, and it is hair's breadth, and you are. You understand.
I'm gonna give you a hot tip and say maybe we don't talk about the front because Skippy here gets a little sad.
Understandable.
It's a bad place. I hope you never go there. I hope you stay on this base and do happy administrative stuff the rest of your lives.
So, Skippy, what sector are you from?
Oh, I'm an Iron Eater. Well, I was, kind of.
Just look you up
But
and
I
down.
use their base practice for the mech Potentia connection. But I'm
Went a
a
different way?
Leah Foci practitioner.
You're Leo what?
Foci practitioner.
Yeah, I didn't hear the first time because somebody else talked to, so correct. Yes.
Leah Foci practitioner.
Yeah. I am a Leah component of the mech. Leah flows through me whenever it is utilized. And I change its shape and purpose, enhance it, recycle it. I am Leah when the Leah flows. But only for a time.
I am quite interested in that. I've been interested in a lot of things lately. I've just my all new horizons. They just keep showing up.
That's what happens when you digitize
Oh,
your
look,
bike.
food! As he places bowl after bowl and bowl in front of you, and these are, you might as well compare these to stew pots in their size.
Mhm.
They're utterly enormous, and Britannia has the Yamamoto size bowl, which is a double the size of everyone's bowl. It's the Yamamoto battleship reference. It's the biggest bowl he's got. Those are 30 luxury debit a piece per bowl. They're utterly huge.
Nix is just diving in.
Oh, dude, there's a reason why it's a 9.5 review. Oh, it's so good. But there's a difference between 9.5 and a fucking 10 or higher.
Yep.
Because Roaring Rampage could do it. It's probably because he yells at you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know.
It's a part of it.
It's part of the experience. Yeah, I figured we haven't done anything as a team in quite some time, and I thought it'd be nice, especially since I've met new people, to invite the old people I've already known to meet the new people I've just met, because that sounds fun to me.
Triple X, go Blue Hawks, Triple X.
By the way, Cody Cody, while I'm thinking about it, I will delete your entire existence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey now.
Nope. That is a team name stuff that should be discussed with us as a whole. You don't make that decision on your own.
I didn't. I just sent in a recommendation. I thought it was a good recommendation. Also, have you ever tried to come up with team names? I came up with stuff in ancient Latin that somehow people had come up with.
Yeah, that's because mech warriors are all secretly a bunch of nerds.
That's it. We're nerds. Yeah. Yeah.
We
I'll
are-
confirm that. We're nerds.
Yup.
We're just
Very
a
much
different
so.
kind of nerd.
Yeah, no.
But I digress. Don't determine that on your own, both of you. Then, as I look at Jackie, I know you had to approve.
So we can talk about it now. This is the perfect time to discuss. I like the name. That's all.
I don't. I hate it.
Well,
And
you're allowed to hate it.
I believe based on the threatening messages I saw, Nix is about on the same board as me. Yeah.
What messages were that?
Surprisingly, I agree.
Surprisingly, it's a terrible name. It's not surprising.
No,
Just means you
no,
have
it's just surprising that I agree with you on something. We tend to disagree a lot.
I disagree with that. See what I did?
See?
What are we talking about? Oh, right. The terrible name. Absolutely atrocious. I refuse to accept it. I'll set you on fire. Delete you. I could delete you.
Are you going to delete
deleting.
me?
No deleting.
I could just delete you from the citizen files. Gone.
It's not nice. Come on. It's not
And
a
you're not
very
a
nice
person
thing to do. Not very
And then I
nice.
can
Okay, I know
experiment
I did it. All right, so I can't say much.
Luna.
Mm-hmm.
I love the aggression. Pull it back a tinge.
All right. Fair enough. I am going a little overboard on the threats.
We're trying to enjoy a nice, gorgeous meal here. I haven't had this since, Enigma.
Oh, Jackie, as a note, just to let you know, I may have accidentally shipped somebody into something. I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
Do you define accident, first of all?
All right, so somebody was threatening me.
Yes.
Well, that's not an accident. That's just somebody making a threat and you killing them for it.
And so therefore I shipped them back into a room. I just didn't know what was there, so I kind of just did a lot of guesstimating.
So, do you know this person's dead?
Nope.
Who is the person?
Iron Eater.
Cody.
Do you know their name?
I really like the Iron Eaters, if you didn't realize. I was sad. I was sad when Nix killed one of them in the training session, and now you've gone in.
That was an accident, and
I
that was all
and I wasn't
on
Nix.
the captain.
I wasn't saying that it's your fault. I was saying I was sad. All right, I can be
There's
sad.
not a lot of Iron Eaters on the front.
I feel like you were saying it was his fault, but low key.
There's not a lot of Iron Eaters on the frontier either. A lot of the captains and admirals make sure they get killed in the major conflicts because there's such a heavy burden to keep on base. It's actually easier and cheaper to deploy expendable forces in large amounts rather than upkeep a unstable and relatively uncooperative, expensive asset.
Was Skippy saying this?
Yeah.
Of course it was Skippy. It's always Skippy. If it's depressing, it's definitely Skippy that said it.
And it's like, the point being, he might be dead, he might not. I'm not sure. I just want to let you know.
All right.
I mean, you definitely asked for it, though.
I aimed for the air.
All right.
What's air? other than the oxygen you breathe that leaves your cockpit at any time when you take a massive breach to the chest. I'm sorry. I'm on a really negative tangent.
Skippy, it's all right. It's all right. Here, just
no.
shove it in. Eat it.
Hey, Skippy.
Yeah?
Here's my favorite Be Happy fuel, and he will just hand him a big chocolate bar.
Kind of looks at you, looks at it, looks. I haven't had chocolate ever. And there's this little squeal of delight and just bites into the very tip and just spins in their seat. I've heard of this. This is only what the officers get after the black market deals that they do.
I bought a stockpile of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Wow,
trying
you
to
must be
remember.
really, really rich. These go for 10,000 luxury debit on the front.
No, that makes sense. I'm an ace candidate. I have some wealth to throw around. Yes.
I thought that was an extinct program.
Ask Britannia. I have some
Britannia
money
looks
and
over
favors that I can
and
throw around.
slams a shoulder on Skippy. You will elaborate on that sentence immediately. Oh, I thought the ACE program was extinct.
How do
Why
you
did you think
figure?
this?
Because there's no more aces on the front.
Interesting.
I thought they got rolled back because they were too expensive to keep and too difficult to. Well, I haven't seen an ace since my very first engagement, and then the ace died in the major engagement, and we hadn't had an ace since. And I was talking with all my other, fleet buddies, and
So
I think there's one ace left on one of the frontier fleets.
It's
Hey
just
Matt,
like,
I'm pulling up all records I can find on this matter immediately.
yeah, Nix is checking in as well. He's got his data pad out.
The population of successful aces has dropped 55% in the last decade, and it is not keeping up.
Huh.
Standards are
Yep.
actually higher at one point during these projects. They've lowered it twice.
I'm gonna kind of look at it and be like, no, apparently that's accurate.
We don't see them, and the three outer ring fleets, the ones that are waiting to replace a fleet that can't fight any longer, they'll have an ace, maybe two, but they're not going to loan their supplies or an ace. They're waiting to, assume the position of one of the, crippled or destroyed fleets on the front and take their place. So they wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna look over at Britannia. I'm like, no, she's right. Like, I just checked the combat records. There's none left on the front.
Yeah, according to my knowledge or my access as an ace candidate, it's just 55% casualties in the last couple of years.
No, 55% population loss, not casualty increase.
Yeah.
But that also includes candidates, if you look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, candidates too, because if the ace dies, the ace candidate under the ace on the front, because they have a rule of two law. So on the front, it's different.
Which means
an ace directly takes an apprentice to replace them when they inevitably die, and they literally are entitled to all of the aces, the masters, his possessions, all of his research, all of his everything. It's a direct inheritance. But what happens when those people die? Well, all of that goes to the fleet. All the connections, all of the research, all of the data, all of everything goes to the fleet, which is then inherited directly by the admiral.
Luna,
mm-hmm.
You're going to receive a ping from Nix. That is a request for formal investigation into the possible
I'm immediately
murder of
declining.
aces.
I'm immediately declining and putting, we'll talk about this later, attached. No hesitation. The ping goes through, and nanoseconds after, you're told, fuck no.
He had to try.
We can talk about this later, but initially, I'm telling you, fuck no.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to die today.
What tomorrow?
By your analysis, this may be actually targeted. The aces have too much resources and money.
100% targeted. That's so blatant targeting.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, it's a brilliant play. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you need all those supplies, and it's hogged by the ace, but now it's distributed among the fleet. Your fleet's power grows.
Well, it's brilliant in a couple ways, as much as it is brutal, too, in that, you have all this research that you've dedicated and put into these programs and da-da-da, and it's an absolutely, like, bloodthirsty way of distributing technology as well.
Yeah. That's been hogged by the ace and kept.
It's an absolutely terrible and terrifying way of taking everything that's been hoarded on the back lines and moving up to the front lines suddenly and without any warning.
It also distributes them in battle and combat tests them.
Yeah.
Sometimes to catastrophic means.
But no, I'm not opening up a formal investigation into this. I don't have a suicide wish.
You realize the actual trouble you would get in the moment you put in an investigation.
Yeah, no, poking bears is a pastime, not my life. Okay? Okay.
It was worth a request.
We can agree to disagree on that one.
Yeah, Skippy kind of looks between you guys confused, like, did I say something wrong?
Oh no,
No.
Like, this is all over text.
Yeah,
Me responding significantly
right, you guys are
faster
talking,
than him.
but pretending this was like elaborate now, and it's like, what?
You know what? No,
What'd I say?
no, Britannia. I'm gonna give you a hot take. I'm a chiropractor. Didn't mention that before, and that is a bear trap you don't want to step in. I can already see where that's going.
You just pat Salute on the shoulder. We'll talk later.
If you really want to know, I've got very good ideas as to what's happening, but fuck, that makes too much sense.
I've been on the front, Skippy. You know that, right? You got to serve under Admiral Ia. Well, that was the amount of times the fleets were in trouble was a lot. Well, at least they took good care of you. Admiral Harrison doesn't care about us. He actually hates Potentia cultivators, or at least the mech ones. He thinks ship power is what matters. I have heard about Admiral Harrison, yes.
How does nobody ever consider combined arms techniques? You know what?
People are.
Well, he does, but he uses us as the as forces that is expendable because he knows he's going to get reinforcements because he's a front admiral.
Right. Yeah, no, that's not what combined arms actually means, but whatever definition he wants to slap to it, I guess.
Well, he uses us alongside the fighters and the bombers and other support craft and the shuttles and.
Okay, an important part of combined arms is not wasting resources on unnecessary.
That's what you mean. Well, he does that a lot.
Yeah, no, it's a big part of it's not unnecessary. Not only not unnecessary expenditures of forces, but also ensuring that the forces are deployed correctly to their objectives without, having somebody misassigned or, for example, quote unquote softening a location and then not actually making sure it's softened before you send in the ground troops. See?
I mean, he softens the targets real good with continual hour-long
He
bombardments.
theoretically does.
Okay, yeah. Yep, sounds about right. Yeah.
Alright, cool. Why are we talking work? We are here having ramen, but now it's all about work again.
Well, it's always work. And then Britannia's could like hear a crunch on her shoulder plate on Skippy, and he's like, "Oh right, don't talk about work." Okay, got it.
Yeah, like I'm not talking about work.
Well, what do we talk about?
I've been reading a really bad book.
Books are bad.
Books are great,
Okay.
but I've been reading one that's really badly written, and it's funny.
Oh, I get it. 10 is like, oh, do that. I love those. They're so awful to read because.
Okay. I am slowly gathering a book club. Do you want in?
Hell yes, sign me up. I am totally into the shitty book club.
Do we have to get together, or is it can be like a text thing?
I am so constantly busy. I was just going to make it a text thing, especially given who else I've currently got involved.
Yeah, I'll join too. Yeah, no worries.
I don't have time to read.
Make time. I don't have time to read. I'd make time anyway. I just take an hour out of my day, I read a book, and then I get back to everything else. That leaves me with 23 hours to function.
Yeah, see, I'm not up all night yet. On top of that, you don't have Professor Rogers staring down your ass.
Disappointment.
You're right. I don't want to deal with him, though he is hilarious.
Very funny.
Cody, you have a moment of flashback trauma. It's just like, what the hell is this? You're a disappointment.
I love that man.
It's
like, magic.
I literally saw him fire somebody because they took longer than an hour to file a report, and while mostly sassing him as well.
I mean, that sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, no.
He's great.
Yeah.
How's that supervisor turning out for you, by the way?
He's a thing.
He exists.
Yeah, he's proven to be somewhat helpful. I have thought more than once about
You're in the process of training him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you acknowledging him right now?
Yes, he is a very useful tool.
I'm sure he is a tool. Mostly attacks I've met are.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, if I ever need to just deal with him, you know. Well, GM, I forget, how much tech is he right now?
Your supervisor?
Yeah.
He's a level 7. He's one tier above you.
No, how much of him is tech, though?
About 80%.
It's like, I mean, if he wasn't as roboty as he is, so I might consider taking him as an apprentice.
Aren't you still an apprentice? I don't think you get to have an apprentice as an apprentice. I hate to tell you this.
Well, so like that's the thing. I have been told that once I become a master, I am required to find an apprentice, and I become a master once I complete my Leah transformation.
Duh. That doesn't mean. Oh, you meant for the future turning him. Okay, I thought you meant now because I'm like, what?
No,
you can't do that now.
Actually, I'm thinking about having Thunderhead, if I go through the uplifted program.
I remember I remember getting offered the uplifted program, and I went, sounds lame. And I went into something much worse.
No, it's like I want to get them when they're young and before they've been influenced by.
Oh, you
the world?
Young, do you?
Before they've been influenced by the Leah department.
Fresh-faced, untouched.
You make this sound bad.
No, I'm pointing this out. Like, it sounds pretty bad when you think about it. I don't know what you're talking.
Yes, if you're thinking about it in your fantasy book way.
Hey, I've got a lot of books about teachers and the relationships that people have with them. In fact, your own master is quite fond of this one as you get a book transferred to you. And
I
it's
just delete the file.
don't even read the title.
Not even reading the title.
It's really salacious. Are you sure?
Yes. I don't need these kind of things.
You don't need Co-ed Dreams number 6?
No.
What about Co-ed Dynasty? That one's pretty good.
No.
Good in a bad way.
No.
I'll find one you like. I bet I'll find a sci-fi one you like that's not like all, dirty.
I think you'd actually need to have one that's like fanfic for Ashley. I think that's what you'd have to do.
Oh, I could write fanfics about Ashley and then just send them to him
No.
and watch him die.
No. No.
No?
No. Just
Well, now I have to. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing it myself, I'll just pass it along to your master and she'll do it. And you can't stop her.
Dear God. Anyways. I will remember this.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
You know what the horrible part is? You would know Ashley because the way she is, she'd be totally unfazed about having fanfic written about her.
I know.
And it's only you who would be tormented by it.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, you know what?
I promise you, we'll ship you with her in the fanfic.
I mean, no. If you're giving it to my master, there's only one way this resolves itself.
Mm-hmm. As a message has already been sent to her of he's embarrassed by the idea. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You have been linked into the group chat for that.
I'm just gonna leave that group chat.
Cody, no, Cody, come back.
What?
Jackie will send another invite. Don't leave.
Come back to the group chat.
Wait, why are you in here, Jackie? Why are you working against me?
Wait, which group chat? Wait, do you want to be a part of the Ashley fanfic group chat? That is the name of it. Who wants to be a part of the Ashley fanfic group chat?
I don't know this, Ashley, but that sounds fun.
Okay, we've got Nix, we've got Skippy. Jackie, I'm putting you in by default.
I'm not messing with the base's Chaos Gremlin.
Yes,
no.
And he backs out.
No. You're not messing with the base's Chaos Gremlin. You're helping the base's Chaos Gremlin's girlfriend mess with him.
Nope.
No. You see, there's 2 Chaos Gremlins here. One is the digital one. The other one's Cody. So it's a choice between 2 Chaos Gremlins currently.
No.
This Chaos Gremlin remembers this.
Chan is like, I would like to back out. I will join your book club. That sounds awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Book club is. I thought that's what you were talking about first.
I
was talking about that.
I don't have time to write.
Oh, fine. We were going to feed ideas to his master and let her do her thing.
Huh. Okay. Well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cody can't do much against them.
And there is a group book club chat of this is the new Aries-based group book club. If you don't wish to remain within it, you are free to not. It is going to be a discussion on these various titles, and it's just going to be a link to the library that she has, which is massive. You don't know how long she's been stealing books out of old data stacks and servers, but apparently it's been multiple years.
There are several protests from avid readers about actually good written, well-written books. and they're like, we need to put these in a different category because this is the badly written romance
No,
fiction.
you're right. You're right. No, that's fair. That's fair. We can like look. See, we can mess with the library as it kind of like opens up where people can start sorting things, and it just has to have majority approval on putting them in different categories.
Or there will be a vote for every book, and you have to have read it front to cover.
That is the only requirement. You have to have read it.
Yeah.
Can't do it sight unseen.
Yeah. But there is an enormous amount of books that people have read that have already been moved over to the well-written category.
Which is hilarious given how few people are in this group right now.
Oh, there's actually a lot more people than you realized.
Well, I was opening it just now myself. Who hopped in on my thing?
The moment you started inviting people, they started inviting their friends and inviting their friends. And now you have a several thousand member following.
There's only two. Okay, I'm going to give you the list of people that were on her list for this, Matt, as a reminder.
Mm-hmm.
It's Luna, Jackie. Don't know if anybody else... Does anybody else on the squad want to be part of the actual book club?
Mm-mm.
No, Cody says no. What about you, Nix?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just a literal book club? Nix? Over here. Do you want to be a part of the book club?
Sure, why not?
So Nix is in. After that, it's... What is your Grandmaster's name? Was it Siri?
Ziri.
Ziri. And then Lilith. And that's it.
Yeah, those two are the main culprits. They have linked all of their friends who read trashy novels, and there are several thousand people on this chat now.
I'm assigning both of them as moderators if they're going to do that to me. Like,
Happily.
They both get a message of, if you're inviting these people, you're moderating them. I'm final admin on this, but...
They're also adding books that you don't know about. And they are going to moderate. If you're going to drop a title that's not in the provided library, drop the title and have it uploaded to the library.
Yeah.
And you're gaining dozens and dozens of new books every day.
Oh, this is beautiful. Welcome to the new public library of Luna.
Right.
The main focus of the library is trashy, poorly written novels or short stories.
I'm going to split it into two. One is genuinely good three. Genuinely good novels, really bad stories, and then technical manuals. Because I'm sure somebody's going to submit technical manuals at some point for some reason.
They ever? Oh. Hey, I found the basic engineer's book of quantum physics. Oh, dude, you have no idea. Check out this. This is the technical manual for maintenance manual for a Boeing 747. What the fuck is that? That's it. Yeah, it's an airplane apparently. It's almost 1,000 years old. This manual. It's like, let me see that shit.
And your trashy book club is now a convenient cover for ancient tech.
It is. Why do you think I opened up a thing for technical manuals?
Yep.
It is as hotly debated as the trashy romance site.
Of course it is.
The one that doesn't get a lot of traffic is the well-written novel side.
Of course not. People are like, yeah, that one's good, and move on.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, no, so now everybody's getting... You can shut off the notifications, but I'm like, if you want, since you are on the ground floor of this, for those I actually invited myself, you can have mod status if you want.
Oh, this will be amusing. I'm probably never going to use it, but...
Yeah, the current major discussion is about 2 books. There's a technical manual about the Boeing 747, and how it is a flying death trap, and how could they have ever been trusted to pilot, let alone utilize this technology. And oh my god, is this what is this wing design?
Yeah, welcome to the madness.
And
I have
then
begun.
there is a on the trashy romance side, they're talking about this book called Twilight, and there's a series of 4 books, and it's just
Luna jumps in to violently defend these novels.
No, there's a lot of people who have done the quintessential team this, team that, or this is solely poorly written, but at the same time.
Lat, I still have something that I found when just randomly running around that had basically been forgotten, and this is the perfect place.
What are you dropping?
Oh, in the technical manuals, it's going to be the initial pics and stuff of the first plane from the Wright brothers.
This is
People
the perfect
lose
place
their
for it.
ever living minds. It's like, this is what those fuckers used to build the first. Why aren't they dead? You know what? They are dead now, but they should have died immediately putting this together, let alone trying to get off the ground. This is basically a hang glider. A glorified hang glider with a combustion engine on it.
After I read through it, I highlight the number of times they crashed before they got a working model and just, how? And they kept going.
Oh, yeah. No, this is... People are just absolutely adding you at all times about, like, where'd you get it? Can we get more of this? What's your opinion on this? Like, Nix, you almost go, oh shit, I shouldn't have dropped that.
No.
Hundreds of people are adding me right now.
It is a read-only file, obviously, and he has a bunch of stuff like that, so he's just going to look over at Luna and be like, you mind creating a little private room off to the side? Put a paywall on it, I'll split it with you. Because I've got more stuff like that.
Yeah, and then they're like, well, if he's going to drop something like that, check out this thing. And there is the schematic for one of the main battle tanks for the last World War.
Okay.
Just right there.
So I'm going to tell you now, if you want to monetize stuff, it's not happening on the main book club. If you want to do that, you have to do that on your own time. I'm setting this up specifically as a public people sharing information site. And if we start letting payments go through on that, that can very rapidly degrade it from what it's supposed to be.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this guy counterflexed on you by dropping some ancient
World War tank.
Yeah, main battle tank. Luna, you've seen one of these in the recycling center.
Yeah, in the comments, she will have that pop up as, oh, I've seen one of these.
And they're going to go, hashtag, where can I get my hands on a motherfucker? Because I have been studying this for years.
Just a line of hashtag redacted.
And it's just hashtag middle finger, hashtag middle finger, hashtag middle finger.
But
I will be like, link me your main contact number. We can talk.
You get immediately, where it at?
I'm getting one. You want to help me look at it?
Oh, hell yeah. Get me in on this. I know everything about them.
Well, when I get it in, it's gonna take a hot minute. But when I get it in, you and me.
Who do I need to kill?
No one this time.
Damn it.
So Nix is going to set up his own side thing. Links from, if you want to learn more, go to here. Because Nix has a hard drive of scans and images from one of the ancient tech museums that he just found in a scrap pile.
You'll have one guy. After a bunch of people pop over the moment you paywall them, there will be one individual, one user, anonymous, 42. And
I'm gonna go. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Yes.
And it's not an obscene paywall. It's just, pay a few credits to pay the maintenance fees on the server type shit,
How much you charging a file?
No, they're all read-only, no transfer shit, But it's the equivalent of paying for the upkeep of the thing. So it's like the equivalent of 5 credits or whatever. You know, it's a one-time
Well,
fee
there
because
is
he'll
this
keep.
thing called screen capture.
You know what? No, he'll just. Yeah, no, he'll just link it into a private room on Luna's thing.
Well, no, she said no.
No. Then
You can't
yeah,
paywall on her site, but you can
then-
private room it if you don't paywall it.
then yeah, he'll just because
He's
it's like
wondering how much
Thunderhead.
you're charging per item.
Back.
The can I make a check or something? Because I know this stuff is important. Thunderhead knows he has it and can ask for it at any time. She hasn't bothered because it's just ancient low-grade shit.
It's okay. This one single user is asking, how much you want? How much what do you want? What's the pay? Because you got several thousand files on here.
What would be feasible? Because he wants people to be able to look at what they're interested in, but doesn't want it to break the bank, you know?
I'm not. You're not sure. Like you really, it's all ancient stuff. Yeah, it's low grade, but you either have to do a look through every single file and specifically apply a different pay.
I mean, he's had this for years and been going over it. Is there anything really important in it
History.
that he's noticed?
History. It's all history. And no, even going over it for years, there's thousands of files.
Fair enough.
This would require several lifetimes of people to go through this.
Then he'll just be like, you know what? What he'll do is he'll just set it up as a 5 debit to access and 1 per file because it's for him.
You were sent a payment of 52,493 luxury debit, and the 5 on top of that for access. The guy bought your entire library on the spot.
On that note, while I'm thinking about it, I'm already pinning rules about not paywalling anything on the site.
Yeah, yep. They're like, yeah, that's what we're here for. None of that paywall shit. This is a flex off, bro.
And like, I'm already seeing some people talking about it, so we're putting the rules up now.
Yeah, no, but Nix will just ping this dude and be like, yeah, I've been going over it. This is my way of kind of spreading the intel, but paying for keeping it up, you know?
I hope my patient. Thank you for your contribution. I hope your payment has been accepted and is satisfactory. Have a good day. And Anonymous 42 disappears.
And what was the full price you said? It was 54,000 something?
Yeah, 394. For the initial access.
Yep.
All luxury debit. He bought your entire library in a click buy.
Yep.
Didn't open a single file.
I mean, he's setting it up to where people can access it. Thunderhead has access to it. She's just never done it.
You know what? Just because of how excited people apparently got, I will put in a category for anybody that wants to add in historical books of any sort. We'll add that to the list.
People start dropping on that. The moment you start opening up these things, the hot topic items, people are like, dude, check out this old anatomy book.
Yeah, I'm just going to start expanding things where anytime I see there being more demand for something, if there's a sufficient amount of it, I just add it in. I'm going to need curator bots.
Interestingly enough, Lilith has specifically put in a shitty cultivator manual post.
Oh, okay. Hilariously, Luna has things to add to this. Unexpectedly for some people, Luna starts being like, "Oh, so I found this one. Apparently, the Cultivated clan doesn't exist anymore. You can probably see why, because
This nearly trumps all other channels because everyone's a cultivator here. They obsessed with this shit. And this rapidly grows in library. These are there's a specific file called one and dones. Like they cultivated one technique and went extinct.
yeah,
And then there's, the what is that called? The threefers. So they got three things going for them, and then they died out. But it's basically all of the shittiest cultivation techniques you can possibly imagine just start piling in. It's not a scan, but it's talking about, it's literally a transcription of the page, the manual itself. Because you can't scan a cultivator manual. It doesn't work. But what you can do is literally transcribe it and then add physical drawings.
and Luna is getting in on this. As she's got a ton of one and dones that she's gotten access to.
Oh, you have a massive crate of one and dones, and there literally is like several techniques for what is called the smolder.
Oh, please tell me this is what I think it is.
It is the smolder. It's just they kind of look away and they look at you and go,
And just, like, there's going to be a small subcategory that's just labeled, "Here comes the smolder."
There's at least a dozen dropped.
By the way, Luna,
Mm-hmm.
I think I had somebody you may be interested in just drop a ludicrous pile of money on me.
Nice.
Uh,
But I mean, I don't need to know about your sugar daddy.
no, they bought my entire library.
Really?
Yeah, Anonymous 22. Maybe you could check
42.
the access. 42. Wait, isn't that one of the people that was investigating me?
No, it's anonymous user 42.
No, the investigator. Wasn't investigator 42 one of the ones investigating me?
No, 34.
Oh, 34. Okay.
When I see that you're like that, I'm like, dude, and you're just gonna get the current anonymous list.
Yeah,
There's a
fair
lot
enough.
of anonymous, my man.
Yeah,
Much as I am
yeah.
interested.
Well, he's just gonna be like, I had to ask because somebody just dropped 54 grand of luxury debit on my hands.
Much as I'd love to look, because you're right, that is something I'm very interested in. You know, anonymous.
Are you saying that you could not track them even though they are anonymous?
Well, I definitely could. I just have to track down the bank account.
You can track their IP address?
Well, I mean,
Question
technically.
it's not that you couldn't, but are you? Will you?
I'm going to respect the anonymous.
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Actually, wait. I'm sorry. I just remembered a quality of mine. Never mind. I'm tracking them.
But beyond that, I just got a ludicrous payday. Nix is gonna cover the meal for everybody.
I'm going to kind of look down at the other two. Hey, Nix just said he's buying tonight.
Yep.
I will
Awesome.
let you roll a willpower. Oh, you already rolled it. Yeah,
I
there it
failed.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
You're late to the party on that. What do you want me
Go ahead and roll
here?
me software.
Cool. So my Oh, do you want my computer code or my tech use?
Tech use, please. Yeah.
Okay, and this includes my unnaturals because I'm going in deep, baby. Yeah.
Okay.
I am going in with my stealth program. I new tier 6 one.
You're marching forward. You're going in progress, and you stop, and you're not sure why, but you're stopped at like 1 foot out, about to touch the ground, and you look down, and you're like, "There's nothing there." And you put your foot back, and kind of cross your arms, and you stare at it. And this whole hallway is booby trapped, virtual hallway. You almost stepped on what is called a bear trap.
I'm gonna go ahead and run the decode program on this hallway to start breaking down some of the stuff here.
You get 6 different new programs because of it. They're all entrapment programs.
Fuck.
All level 3s.
So I see a tier 3 bear trap.
Yeah.
So it's like
tier 3 mimicry, which is what hides these programs.
Mm-hmm.
To make them mimicry as they're just a wall or a floor, or basically the channel here. It makes it so that they're not what they seem.
Oh, that uses the same vein as my stealth program, but specialized.
Yep. It specifically hides this breed of program. It's not very useful except for with these programs, but it's pretty good. It actually doesn't need to be particularly high level because it is a specialized program.
Okay, so bear trap, mimicry, what else?
A filed label, punji trap.
Punji trap.
Each of the punjis, so to speak, is a SQL injector or a virus program.
Oh, so it's a delivery method rather than...
Yes. All the traps have a virtual injection of a virus and or an entrapment method, but they have an ancient trap name.
What did the bear trap do? You didn't say. What did the bear trap do?
It's an entrapment program. Basically, it locks you down in a single specific file header, so that
it just locks you down. Got it.
Yeah, it just locks you down so that you can't go anywhere. It also encrypts the file, so you have a really hell of a time to get out.
Okay.
You have a poison dart, which is another injector, but it's a stealth one.
Okay.
You have wall trap, which is basically the old the walls slam together and crush you between them type of thing. Basically, what that does is it actually just creates a barrier. In front and back, and then removes the connection between those. The hallway.
Yeah. What's the last one?
The last one's an observer program, so that the traps trigger appropriately.
So it's just an observer. Got it.
Hmm?
Huh. Well, now I'm more curious. I'll do another scan more slowly and carefully to make sure I didn't miss anything higher tier hidden behind all this. Especially the hallway itself.
And security this time.
Especially of the hallway itself. Both of these are going to be...
Okay, that security is spicy. The hallway is a trap itself. File labeled Temple of Doom.
Yeah, that's what I suspected.
It's a tier 6 program. The traps are a mimicry themselves. Each instance of where the traps are located, it can replace and or remove the trap being there with another trap, or just make the trap go away. It's a management program. The modular shifting labyrinth program. All of this is that is the jackpot program that you just hit.
Yeah, that's why I
This
looked.
probably took someone a decade to put together.
Yeah, I was just looking at it, and I'm like, I've got all these traps in this hallway, but they're all tier 3. And anybody that's going to be covering their tracks enough and has enough digital knowledge to trap like this probably has something bigger.
Yeah, the rule of the chiropractors is they always have an ace in the hole.
Is there an observer program that I picked up that's supposed to be running for this, or does it have a built-in detection?
Built-in observer. It actually has a built-in defrag or decrypt.
I will move around it. I'll subvert it.
You literally flow through the wall, and you're walking on the outside of the Temple of Doom program. That's the secret passage. You literally just inverse yourself.
Which is actually hard for most people to think of on the line, too.
Yeah, only an AI or a virtual being can just do that on the fly and be comfortable with it. Because it's almost impossible for a user who is biological to actually do that mental flip.
Well,
without
for now,
practice.
What's on the other side?
It is a chiropractor who bought this.
And
none of the ones on base.
Cool. What's our name?
This particular chiropractor, Hanzo.
Hanzo?
Yeah, master of the bow. This guy, he's not on base. You're not sure how he was able to make such a quick buy and have constant contacts with, or like live contact with, the base.
So, Matt, I'm going to pull out now that my curiosity has been satisfied for finding him. Once I'm outside of his little area and past his trap corridor, I'm going to send a message back along the path I took that just says, "Found you," with a smiley face.
Okay. All right.
It is under static. I like your hallway. She's already pulled back herself and is just, Should I be making some rolls right now as I'm looking for keeping track of him coming around back at me? Matt?
No, you get sent this back to you.
What? I will. I've got translation programs on the software.
Huh?
Run. You run. Don't translate, you run.
The dragon devours our enemies.
It does not translate on Google Translate.
It translates the dragon devours our enemies. That's what it
What
translates.
language is that?
It's Japanese.
No, it's just okay. So the dragon devours our enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Is he coming swinging right now, or?
Oh yeah, he's full on swinging. And somebody in the metal realm, disembodied regular space voice, is going, "Run!" Don't know why.
What? That's why I pulled out, because I put myself in the position of, not in his realm.
Okay. He does send an attack program, but you dip out before you can scan it or be affected by it.
Well, I mean, Do you want me to make some rolls here? What
No,
we want?
you successfully dip out, like you said.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, here's a question. Does he have an escapable?
Yeah, on that program, hell yeah, he does.
I at least will give him my my roll then. What is his thing for trying to launch it at me? I feel like I don't feel like just dipping
That
out
is 120.
What's that?
Minus 120.
What the fuck did he roll?
A 5.
What's that?
Rolled a 5.
Alright, well, I guess I'm tossing... Hold on, what's my thing right now? It's 115 for me to do this. Okay,
You
so
got that quote, Char.
Yeah. You run when you see that. You
Well,
don't
that's from...
stay. You don't.
Well, that's from
I've died
Overwatch,
so
right?
many times. That stupid thing.
That's Overwatch, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's Hanzo's ult.
I'll slap 3 boons onto my dodge, which is based off of my intelligence in this.
Okay.
But I have to do math. Hold on. Plus 30 plus 90 minus 120. I need to be 85.
Wow. Big boons.
Yep.
All right. You duck out of the way like, oh, balls. You're going to need to dodge twice more for your decode to actually be able to successfully scan it fully.
No, I'm
It's a
good. I'll
huge
ditch.
program.
I'll ditch.
That is a level 8 program. It's a kill program.
Yeah, I got that. I'll ditch. I don't need to steal his program.
And you get, come back and fight me!
Negative, Chief.
You just dip out. Fuck that guy.
Or no, negative. What is it? Negative, Ronin. We out.
Oh,
Come back here, you ninja.
My ninjutsu is greater than your... No, and it just ends there. As she activates the stealth program, it just vanishes into the ether. Because that's a minus...
I'm going to roll 3d100s. If he rolls a 1, he actually launches it in your direction. Okay, none of that.
I'd say he's got like a minus... With a tier... At the tier 6 level, I haven't updated this since I've gone up like 3 levels. Like a minus...
He literally had to roll a 1, and that was literally just luck.
That's right. Started at that. That was when it was tier 1. I've got it 5 tiers. It's minus 110 to pick me up if I'm not taking actions.
Yep.
And a
All right,
minus 60 if I am. I just realized my stealth program's gotten nuts. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, that's you see why they're so expensive to upgrade.
I'm going to... Once I'm back, I'm going to be like, look at Nyx. Yeah, dude's name's Hanzo. Well, that's his hacker code, anyway. This is chiropractor handle. He's rude.
Well, also, he is a chiropractor, and you know that's the common response. So you can call him rude, but at the same time, it's...
Oh, she would have done the same thing.
Yeah, of course. All does something.
Remember, it's inevitable. You call every other chiropractor rude, and
we're all doing
then...
the same thing.
Yes. So that's, so that's cool. Yeah, he's not on planet.
Yeah, interesting. So, of the files that I found, no, it's not even worth it. He's gotten the files and stuff. Thunderhead can go through it because he's actually put them on a server whenever she wants now. So, yep, no. Gonna eat my ramen and be like, well, I've got to return this shit to, or make a delivery to my scientist.
Yeah, Jackie, been sitting there quietly eating. You've been talking to either Skippy or the group or Britannia?
Yeah, no, Skippy is definitely on my list, mostly because of the Leah. Leah with the Iron Eater's technique is something we should take into
Skippy will
consideration.
talk at nauseum about what she does.
I'm just gonna let IQ, my Ice Queen, take that all in. See if there's any resonance there.
The first thing is this person should have died. 100%. That is absolutely the most desperate thing I've ever heard of.
They're
Although I
variant,
don't have
though.
a lot of experience, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
in my time of being alive and living through your experiences and looking into your memories, that is the most desperate thing I've heard. In reference to either your memories and the ones that I have accrued of my own.
Yeah, the front line must suck some. Yeah.
Analysis. Never go to the frontier.
Yeah, no, that's a high probability there. Wasn't hard to yeah. But still, what they can do with Leah, now that's something.
It turns the pilot into a unique type of Leah component. So, but each time it's used, it does damage to the pilot, or should. You're not sure. And it applies the same kind of effect to the pilot. So if you use a Leah capacitor or enhances, the pilot can enhance it, but also all of that energy is transferred through the pilot, then into the weapon. A hyperface module, which allows you to dodge in and out of this planar dimension, does it to the pilot in a more profound way. So the pilot actually has to be able to reconstitute themselves back as the mech does. So, this is a really dangerous technique, but it's really powerful because you can literally change how each Leah module operates and modify how it works. Especially the Leah recycler. If you're a Leah recycler as the foci, you have a near 90% chance to recycle a Leah canister charge.
No, I've been thinking that that's something the Executioner mech is lacking, for sure. It just doesn't have enough juice to withstand combat. But if do you know anything else that might be similar? Something?
Yeah, there's a couple other practitioners on the front that also have their own practicing techniques.
What about in the lead department?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of specialty pilots that if there's a Leah department that's able to support them. Leah departments actually work a little different on the front. They share openly. They constantly look for people to ally with. They're actually a minority. They're hated.
Leah has a very unfortunate problem of being too useful to get rid of.
Well, precisely. But they constantly are lacking materials and supplies unless you're the Leah technicians in charge of the ship. And those Leah particular. So the ship Leah department is the same as the Leah department here, but Leah on the front is divided into two factions: ship Leah and not ship Leah. If you're not ship Leah, you're on the out. You're not.
Almost treated like the
struggling to get any supplies. You're struggling to do anything, and those people are connected directly to us practitioners of Leah, and we feel their pain because when they can't put us back together because they don't have the parts, even though they want us to, they want to help. And they're some of the kindest souls I've ever come across. These people, they work so hard, and they just do everything they can to help us. No.
I would love to meet them.
The ship Leah faction, on the other hand, if I had no other choice, I'd kill them all myself. They're no worse than Admiral Harrison. The lot of them. They literally hold the ship ransom anytime the Leah needs to be used.
Which is
How
a
do they hold
shame.
ship ransom? How do they hold it ransom?
Pay us so the ship doesn't move.
You have what? You have other Leah practitioners there. Why don't they just walk up and
Hierarchy.
I don't know. So
You know that brainwashing bullshit cult crap that they do.
I don't. Well, I kind of do. I don't though.
They have an enforced behavioral program involving the hierarchy that they install once they get enough cyberware in you. You literally cannot disobey anyone of the higher Leah clearance tier than you.
That's fair, and I always forget I am not technician.
You're getting there, though,
Right.
Cody.
So if you are a lower tier than your superior, you are a slave.
Yeah.
Literally. You have no choice. You cannot disobey. In fact, if you try and disobey, the behavioral correction program tortures you.
Actually, no, Jackie. So I'm a Leah soul. Leah technicians are like what Ashley was.
Oh, I apologize. That might have been offensive then.
No, it's fine.
Well, Leah is much more simplified on the front. It's two factions. You either on the faction or you're not.
Yeah. It just seems that the ships, they seem like old dicks. Just a big bag of dicks. A lot of them. I don't know why.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Who's dicks?
Don't worry about it.
Giant spaceships.
No.
Giant space dicks.
Which is why when or if we ever leave this place, I'm gonna have to remind the Leah technicians the pecking order of our ship.
No, they unlike the cultivators who represent and respect strength, they respect hierarchy. I don't know how you fit in. It's just,
Yeah, no.
It may not be the same.
I am within the Leah department. I am a tier 6, but we are a different.
You'd be very sought after. In fact, you'd be higher than, or you'd be on par with the ship Leah head technician on any frontier ship.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I also practice a different cultivation path than they do. So I don't.
Then never mind. They wouldn't respect you.
Of course they wouldn't. And that's why you remind them of the pecking order.
I mean, they control the ship's engines, so.
Right, and I can control the ship's engines.
Oh, well, then I think, dude, you may not have a problem then. If you can literally force control out from under them, then who needs them?
Exactly.
Throw them out an airlock into the nearest gravity well to watch them burn up in Atmo.
You haven't been on this space long, have you?
What do you mean?
How long have you been on the space?
Oh, on this base? About a week.
Okay. Yeah.
I was on the last ship in from the Atlas Foundation.
My name's Cody.
I'm Skippy.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm a Leah Soul practitioner.
I'm a Leah Foci practitioner.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
We kind of do the same thing, but different.
I don't know what you do at all. I've never heard of you guys.
I am turning my body into Leah.
What? You can do that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, they'll stick you in a battery and basically use you as fuel.
Oh, they're going to try, but there's a problem.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, there's Jackie, but no, my master has become what we call the Phazon Soul, or the Guardian. We're now...
Well, Phazon's bad. I saw a Phazon explosion on one of the fronts.
Exactly. Except we have mastered how to turn somebody into Phazon and keep them in a stable state.
It's rather tense. They must be in constant pain at every single excruciating moment of their existence.
She constantly does math to keep herself stable.
Say
That
math.
doesn't remove the pain aspect.
It does. She doesn't have nerves.
I don't think that's the entire truth.
I don't know. I'd have to ask my master.
They probably won't tell you. I've seen an ace master on the front lie to their apprentices every single day about their deteriorating condition after one of the battles. For their own good, for their morale, to keep their chins up and kind of ease them into the understanding that they're going to die.
That being said, I would love to exchange practitioner notes, I guess.
Maybe. I don't really like to share. Everyone's out to take advantage of somebody else, steal the things that you have at the minimal cost to their own.
No, that's fair.
I mean, that's the way of the frontier.
That's the way how it is here. But I don't like how it is here. So
well, if it's
I don't
different, then I mean, I don't have to change anything I did then.
Yes.
At least there's more food.
There's that.
At least the food actually is really good. You actually only get a protein slurry. Usually as your ration, and costs about 15 luxury credit for a actual constituted food. Yeah.
Jackie checks the time. I think
Well,
we've
time
been...
to go to your other. After that depressing realization that your pilots get literally protein and dietary basic supplements as their ration on the front. You're about to go to the most expensive restaurant on base and have the biggest, juiciest, delicious steak you could possibly have, with extremely expensive wine and side dishes.
Now, Matt, I gotta ask: are you still good to go?
For what?
For D&D.
Oh, it's only 9:00, my friend. Knowing this group,
you just seem tired, is all.
Am I tired? Maybe that's just Skippy. Skippy's a tired character.
Okay. I just wanted to check with you, Matt.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Skippy's a tired character. And I will play her as a tired character, because she is so sad. So, yeah. But yes, I am supercharged and ready to go. Love this shit.
All right. You guys good for me to jump over to Ezekiel then?
I'm fine.
Or do you guys want to continue on with the RP?
You bounce out while the rest of you are talking, and you arrive at the restaurant.
I think the ramen thing at that point falls into just general conversation. So.
Oh yeah, and now that Nix is buying, you guys, he has more than ramen. He also has spring rolls and gyoza, and other small side dishes, and he also does sushi too.
Nix will dive in on the sushi.
Sushi does take a significant amount of time for it to be prepared. He does have quite a bit of robotic help, but he has hand prepared all the separate ingredients. And he has 2 specific robots to help him actually just assemble it. But it does take almost 30 minutes for any order of sushi to arrive, because sushi are little itty bitty delicious portions, and when a cultivator orders, they get almost 100 fucking pieces.
Yep, he's ordering one for himself and one to take as a gift back as a gift.
Yeah, it's gonna take quite a while. Yeah.
I'm going to buy sushi and have it sent to Dr. Rogers.
Kiss ass.
I give you 1 day extension.
All right. Yeah. So you guys devolve into chatter. When you arrive to the restaurant, you are seated in one of the best tables,
Of course.
specifically designed for a person of your size. And Ezekiel's lounging, already tasting wines, and kind of like, this one, that one.
Oh, this is
yes,
the restaurant that I
my
went
actual preferred apprentice. Welcome.
She'll give a nod. You requested me. I was going to come see you anyway, but it seems that you've been busy.
Yes. Let us eat first. Oh, I've been salivating the whole day over a meal here.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a shame they're only open for 4 hours, but regardless, come.
Yeah.
And you will wine and dine. He won't say much, but at the end, he's like, I wanted to see you. And he will pull out a wrapped present.
Oh. So before I open this,
yes,
I'm gonna order some wine. The wine I'm requesting is the ones that, if possible, the ones that Victor ordered, to see if they're here.
Oh, they are. Oh, 2 out of the 3 bottles are here.
All right, so I'll get those 2.
You're drinking the 3rd one, and it's a one of a kind.
I'll try to save some for him. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, you guys are gonna drink that bottle. If you don't, Ezekiel will.
Yeah, I know. I'll just try to get a glass somehow and just like, oops, and then get it in and like put it in my nanos or something, just store it in there somehow and just. Anyway,
you can literally drink your portion and just have it stored in a
like, perfect
pocket.
Perfect.
Which is weird because it's like, well, I mean, it all just feeds into a nano cluster anyways, which disassembles it. But I can then store the things I consume. That's weird.
Okay. So Jackie unwraps and takes a look.
It's the other pauldron.
You remembered. Good. So is it? I'm looking at it. Is it red,
pure
white,
and gold?
Perfect. I was
an exact copy of your other one.
I appreciate that. I was thinking of having the black and white and have a magnet and kind of representing both your aspects in my symbiology, at least for my mech. So this is nice. I appreciate that.
It'll help you cultivate when you are hurt. I've put quite a bit of an investment in it, since you're the only of my 2 apprentices that shows me even a lick of respect. The other one is a little shit, and I need to beat the cultivation into him.
Jackie will.
You show me the respect I deserve. True.
Jackie will put it on. Kind of lock into place.
You can feel a thrum pass through it.
No.
This will help you cultivate new gen techniques.
Okay.
And also, the majority of it is if you ever take an apprentice, in viewing the new gen teachings through the Ezekiel method is easier and easier for you to actually pick up the cultivation techniques itself to do what he does to you.
Okay.
This is kind of a legacy thing, but also kind of like, yeah, you're wearing my colors. You respect me. I'm your god. Wear my regalia. Totally an Ezekiel play.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So I got some important things to tell you.
Oh.
I have ascended a little bit, I suppose. Not as far as you.
Divinity, did you?
Not as far as you, but I think you're going to have a hard time beating me up. And
no, you cannot make such a challenge to me.
And that's why I said it after dinner. So
finish your wine. You have 10 seconds. We're leaving, and I'm going to prove to you what you say is either true or false.
See, I know how to antagonize. I know, but that was the point, though.
You drink your wine, you get your bottles, you're given a little gift baggie, you're escorted to a fight ring, and he proceeds to beat the shit out of you. But only after you set down the wines in a safe little corner.
Yeah.
And it's like, it is like hitting mud. That's fascinating. If you've done the ancient techniques of hitting sand or actual mud. No, of course you haven't. You're uncultured. Let me show you. Boom! And he actually hits you, and part of your chest folds in and ripples, kind of like a wet, muddy substance, and then reconstitute. You're like, that still hurt, but it's not the bone crunching, flesh tearing impacts before. Apprentice, give me the book. I can feel it on your person. Give me.
So, which book are you talking about?
There's my book and that bitch's book. Give me the bitch's book.
Here's both.
And he will kind of read through his, kind of does a flip, and then he will spend 10 minutes ignoring you, going through the book, page after page after page. Okay. And then he will hand both back. I know how to cultivate you now. Kind of pops and stretches. Stand there. Focus on pulling a series of your clusters, the ones that you wish to have the target. Focus it into your diaphragm, right dead center. Compress as many as you can without jeopardizing your internal functions. And hold it. And he will spend a good chunk of time kind of taking a stance slowly, pulling a fist back with the leading arm out towards you. And he will put 2 fingers on the impact site with a fist drawn back. And then there is a douche, just a bare, like the most softest of impacts. And then there is a shockwave that blows through your center and sends all of your clusters just like a cannonball being shot into a still pond. And you hit the opposite side of the wall. But all the clusters you will, that you have condensed. So I'll have you roll willpower.
All right.
To pull those clusters together.
Let's use.
You succeed, you get +1 degrees from Ashley, or IQ, Ice Queen.
Yeah.
Each one of those will get a potentia.
Okay. So, like I said, using magnet here to and the usage of the attraction to gain as much as I can. And 93 is a little bit off, so
have a reroll of +10.
it's getting somewhere. Well, that's
Have a reroll of +10.
Well, let's be better.
I know.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. He's gonna imbue one of your major internal organs with the with 2 potentia.
Okay.
Now I've got to ask the important question: did Ezekiel sense that, because that would let him know who helped him way back when?
He will look around. Where are you, you little shit? I'm watching you.
So,
He looks back at Jackie, who's cratered into the wall, but you're durable enough that you kind of pull yourself out. Like,
all right,
whoa!
this is important, Matt.
Yep.
So, I have, like I said before, and I'm trying to figure out how to best utilize this. I have the qualities, both of elemental fusion of metal and wood. My cradle is kind of made out of metal and wood, right?
Yep.
So if I am putting potentia into my cradle and cultivating it, how is it like worth 2 because it's double, or is it worth more because it has both of them, or is it just because I can do it?
This is cultivating your specific nano organs are going to be the most difficult. It's actually going to increase the amount of time that it takes to cultivate, because you not only have to cultivate the cradle, but you have to that has to saturate through all the clusters. Mm-hmm. That's why he had you bunch as many clusters as possible together.
Yep.
And ultra saturated them with potentia, so that when they circulated, it all fed into the cradle and actually was put together. Actually, cultivated. And now you actually have an insight into cultivating nano. You can't just imbue directly into the cradle. It diffuses because there's so much nano traffic. You have to oversaturate the majority, about 60% of all your cultures running through your body.
Right.
And then it actually then cultivates the...
Hey, Matt, that is specifically the opposite of what you told me for that. Like, that is when I had asked his mentor specifically about this, and I was told you have to do the cradle, not the culture.
That's
because
where
if you
the
do
wood
the
element
culture,
actually betrays it.
I was just going to say, if you do the cultures, it was supposed to be that because they're expendable and they die once they're done because they're supposed to. That's what was making it so you wanted to do the cradle instead.
Absolutely. But he added a wood element to it. It makes them less expendable. They're actually able to... They're far more important for this particular individual. They're not as expendable. He's traded the expendability of the nanite clusters for more power. And now each nano cluster does matter because he added a wood element to it, because Johnny is a very greedy player. Yes, you are. Don't you say you're not.
Okay.
It's a unique cluster he's built. And because of the wood element and the duality he's building through his instructions that he's told me, he's put a life element into it. So you have to cultivate the nanos too. But if they were basic nanos, you would be correct. Yeah, that's the way to go. Fuck the clusters. Cultivate the core, the cradle,
the thing
the
that
recycler.
actually does shit. Exactly. Okay.
But because you put the wood element and you're doing the duality thing, you've complicated this unnecessarily. And gaining power and cultivating is going to be so much harder. But
that's where I was thinking with the elemental fusion, with making it twice as potent.
Oh, it's very potent. You get to decide. You have 2 potentia. You can send it to the same organ or 2 separate organs.
I don't have any in them so far, so let's put it into one. The cradle, obviously. So I'm going to put one potential into that. So
You want to put one in the recycler?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were infected by an enemy nano cluster, or enemy nano, or some sort of issue, the recycler will remove one cluster a turn of foreign nano. Just outright recycle it. Just rip it to pieces.
Mhm.
So every 10 seconds, fuck that cluster. That's where that double potency duality comes in.
Okay. And what about the cradle?
The cradle has what is now called overdrive.
Okay.
When you're running low and you do not have any reserves, you can literally go into what is called overdrive.
Mhm.
It will start to chew up your surroundings to try and find a way to fuel you. It will actually gray goo your surroundings,
Grey goo.
which is not good. That is one of the things all people fear about nano. So if you get into a grapple with someone and you go, I'm going into overdrive, well, you're going to start eating that person.
Tasty, but also
Ripping them apart
yikes.
every single turn to fuel your life force.
Mm.
And that's where your recycler comes in, because it's now boosted. That thing goes, all right, send me shit. Let's get that stuff prepped and ready to go to feed the cradle.
Right. Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, that's where that double potency comes in. It's kind of like the way Cody's cultivating. He can't cultivate a lot, but when he does, there are huge leaps and jumps forward.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say...
he kind of claps his hands. I think I've got the gist of it now.
Well, I'm a little disappointed that I did this now, because I was hoping to see how the tournament goes tomorrow.
You're going to be in the tournament, and I'm going to purposely see the individual in charge of bracketing, and I'm going to put you in front of the nastiest opponents, including my apprentice, the other one, the shitty one, the one that always disrespects me. I will make sure his ascent through the tournament is utter hell.
Wouldn't have it any other way. I hope you like the tournament idea, because I just was like, I gotta... It makes sense.
It does make sense. Oh, it is going to be so much fun to watch all of the other rabble squabble and quarrel amongst themselves. And you've put me in the spotlight, the main event, and I am the main event. Good job, little apprentice. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your gifts.
I will.
Oh, and if you don't make it to at least first place in the tournament bracket, of course, you will not like what my disapproval and my disappointment is going to be.
Of course.
And it's not going to be beneficial to you. In fact, my minder might actually have an expressed opinion about your physical state for the next few days.
Understandable.
What minder?
First place. Yes. First place or bust, as they say.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm going to
I will.
Go cultivate.
You know, I will say this. That is not the shittiest book I've ever read. They have some things right. The spelling is atrocious, and the way they express their ideas is absolute moronic. But the concepts behind the cultivation technique, not bad.
Good work.
There's actual gold there. Nothing like what I can do, but at least you didn't pick another shitty master.
And don't worry, I'll keep that lips sealed for that compliment.
Yes, good, yes. You could tell them, let them have their moment of ego, I suppose. But here's the thing: it will never compare to what I can do. I've already put a couple little marks to show that the idiocy behind certain approaches, and I put in my recommendations for better methods.
All right.
Not that you have to obey, because futility and idiocy does run in the nano tree family. Yeah. I'm going to go to a whiskey bar and yes.
Enjoy.
And you're kind of left pulling yourself back together, and you have to pop your breastplate back into place.
Yeah.
That'd crushed my rib cage. Wait, I'm Nano. It doesn't matter. Of course he hit me that hard. He doesn't have to hold back anymore.
I'm going to take my gifts to Victor, get that paid off.
Oh, he actually gives you a hug. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. It's and he will pop one of the corks happily and pour it in a decanter, actual decanter.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a Cabernet Sauvignon, and he swirls it and puts his nose up to the decanter's neck, and just come on, Jackie, smell it, breathe, let the aroma wash over your senses. Taste the air, and you're just like, what ridiculous shit is this? It's just wine.
As long as he's having a good time, that's all I can ask for.
He's beaming. What a fucking nerd, this guy.
Yeah. All right,
and
so I got some bad news.
Great. Yeah, when are we drinking this shit? Oh no, we have to let it sit. We have to let it
enjoy for the match tomorrow.
Oxygen fuse and let it aerate. And it's like, what, you're leaving?
I need you to root for me tomorrow because I need to
No. You can't just leave. I have poured the bottle in the decanter. You can just
if you have no, it's fine. I understand. I'll stay. No, of course, Victor.
Oh,
you
were going to have me, a lightweight, to drink this by myself?
I'm also a lightweight, so we're going to do it together.
You do have a meeting.
You do, and he's forcing you to stay and enjoy this fucking wine with him.
There is an alternative.
Thank you for reminding me as I invite Luna.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no, it's not Luna you're inviting. It's Investigator 112.
Of course.
Very particular. But she does, she's free. She doesn't mind making her way over to your offices. You go to tell him I'm coming though?
I'm gonna make it last minute just to get him to.
He jumps up and sets down his glass and goes, Investigator 112. Greetings.
Good evening, Victor.
Victor von Montague. Yes.
Yes, you were part of the Uplifted program.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Jacqueline has said you've been doing rather well as her assistant.
Oh, I have done more than just be an assistant. I'm an advisor, a manager even. I do not merely stoop to only being a personal assistant. No, I must do more.
Oh, that looks like a very nice bottle of wine.
Oh, would you like some, Investigator? I would love to pour you some of this fine, elegant wine.
It'd be delightful.
Victor knows his stuff. At least in the wine category. Winks.
You may not be able to, have the sensation of the drink, but you get to taste it and, enjoy its flavor palette, which is interesting. And this is fucking good wine.
Perfect to have a little light discussion about the subject at hand.
And Inspector, that I trust my right hand with everything. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, you being here is, I don't see any issue. And I did promise Victor some good drink for getting the tournament
You
up and
have
running.
more than delivered, my lord. Jackie, you have done me a great service.
Victor, please don't ever.
Is worth everything.
Please don't ever call me my lord again. I'm gonna have to slap you otherwise. Come on. I know you're drunk.
I would not survive the I abhor violence. My apologies. I'm still trying to find out what your preference in being addressed is, and I don't really enjoy the informality.
I am not the easy. All right, so just remember that.
Of course, I just don't like the informality.
Of course.
Despite your constant insistence on it, I just. We'll find a balance one day.
You're good, Victor. Just have another sip. Inspector.
I wish my sister was here. Oh, Morgana would absolutely adore this bottle. She has such elegant tastes. She is a foremost socialite among the elite class of Enigma. People come to her to specifically have her taste the wine or have her specific opinion on.
Victor, did you give your sister the message yet?
It's on transit. It will take over a month to arrive.
Right. Excellent.
As communications do.
Of course.
Unless you have a faster way. I know this Cody person you've talked to has some interest in speeding up communication or transport. I don't know.
Do you like this one, Jacqueline?
The alcohol or my companion?
No, your assistant.
I do, actually.
Well,
he kind of bustles up and he puffs up a little bit.
As a gesture of goodwill, I could always pass it along via my channels.
I would never ask or impose or try to.
Yes, please, Inspector. I would appreciate that.
Yes, it's no trouble.
As he kind of looks back and forth, kind of stuttering between the both of you.
I'm in very regular communication with the home world, as you might understand.
Of course.
It can just be passed along with other things. Now I, in the Vice Base Commander, do have a little business to discuss.
Oh, of course. I'll see myself out immediately. I apologize.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's just a little discussion on something that came across my desk that I believe needs to go across yours, Jacqueline.
No. I will see myself that private conversations. As he stows the bottle, the rest of it, and then so that you guys can also access the rest of it. But
yes.
And then he excuses himself. Just he closes the door, and the security features activate.
He seems nice.
He is good at what he does, and
a little stuffy, but
he's also ultra pacifist.
The only thing I worry about, Inspector, is his not savability, but his him not dying. I suppose he's fragile. He's fragile.
Well, you could always fix that in a variety of ways. If you like, I could pass along one of the specialty bodies for him. That would help.
That would help.
It's you'll have to get his permission for it, though.
I know about the consent aspect with that. It's otherwise it doesn't have the same effect for sure.
I'm not allowing it one way or the other.
Exactly, and I think that's a good way to do it. But something across my desk. What do you mean?
Yes. It's pretty straightforward. I was asked to investigate the Spectrum department, you see.
I see.
Because it had been dark for quite some time, and at the beginning of all this, the Ace had requested it of me, and recently pushed the issue, so I took a trip out to go check it out, to see why they were silent and all that fun things.
Mhm.
As apparently the department does fall within my jurisdiction unto itself. Now, the issue, and I already spoke to Nix on this a bit, as I'm going to send you the files. It's just the issue's fairly minor, all told. It's just that by the time I arrived at the investigation, the formal filing of his findings didn't pass through any other channels.
I see.
Which means until those are handled, at least as of my own investigation, they were considered illegal salvage. However, since he did file them, it's just that they weren't, processed before I got there. It puts it into a position where it is a military matter, and I cannot really make a judgment on it, though. In my opinion, it's just a matter of I just got there before he was able to finish the filing process.
Of course. Nix actually talked to me about his findings. He said there was a lost facility and an old robot of some kind. But the Spectrum, he didn't mention anything about that.
Yes, apparently it was the Spectrum department. I think that you do have the qualifications to look at that, at least with the name in the files, given that
Right.
you're vice-based commander.
So is there actually, Matt, is there any information that I actually have access to for the Spectrum, or is it just as mysterious as the name?
The Spectrum department has existed on base.
Right.
What it does,
Who knows?
and how long it's been in operation, when it was installed, and
Right.
you know that it's, been very private, but that's about it. And what they do, nope, nothing.
Okay.
The only part of this that is of note, really, is that, as I'm going to direct you to parts of the report, I do have a list of sizes of items and the like of what was... There was plenty of evidence left behind of what size items were removed from the location due to the amount of dust and other things that were left by age.
That's fair.
And the most prominent of which is some evidence of a very large combat bot that was defending the front door. Beyond that, I wouldn't suspect that much needs to be done other than making sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and all the equipment that is all the possible salvage that is noted here is, accommodated for.
Of course.
The salvage is all scrap.
That's fine.
I don't know who would say that, since this was a conversation just between the two of us.
No, that's literally the GM just telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm just giving Jackie information by looking at the file you presented her.
Sure.
Yeah, no, like I said, that's why she's like, this is all very minor.
Yep, I just wanted more information for Jackie. So.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's all minor. It just needs to be handled by your department, and that's really all there is to it.
Yes, Nix asked me already to not really wave a hand, but just it gave me the heads up that he was going to be taking over, and kind of figuring it out, what he has access to. One thing of note, though, is an experimental beagle.
And interesting.
Yes,
that was from a different salvage run.
Yep, different salvage.
Well,
this is part of the whole grouping of things, though. the whole conversation in a sense.
Yeah. Anyway, she's just going to kind of shrug mildly, and she's just like I said, I think it's a minor issue. It's just a matter of you need to basically, if you want to look at it from my point of view, because there had to be an official report on it, so long as everything that is here within my report, everything that might be suspected as being had and all that, so long as it is, handled, that's not a problem anymore, now is it?
Yeah, of course. And I'm going to trust Nix's word on it, that it is handled.
Yes. As for the department itself, the actual building, I wasn't aware that he wanted it, and I had actually put in a request of my own for it. As for what you want to do with that, me and Nix can discuss it ourselves between each other if you like.
Sounds good.
I don't mind. And I just wanted it as there's a lot of dangerous research going around, let's put it that way.
Yes.
It's interesting. Because of martial law, normally salvage would go to the individual who uncovered it.
Right.
But in this particular case, just like every bit of salvage or material, you get to decide who gets to use the damn place now.
Yep.
It falls under your blanket.
And
that is very off the record. So you can be like, wow, how nice it be.
Oh, I understand that it is pretty nice. But I'm also giving a branch to Nix in that case.
All right, you giving it to Nix?
Yep.
Okay, done. Next. The old Spectrum base that you uncovered originally, it's all yours.
Wait, hold on. I think I misrepresented that, because you guys were going to still discuss, right?
Well, I was suggesting that me and Nix would just sort it out among ourselves, and whatever we agree to is whatever we agree to, because, we can be civil adults and discuss it, There's no need to, push at each other over it.
Yeah, I misrepresented that. I don't think there is any reason for me to push my authority besides the game favor between one of the two of you. So I'll arrange the meeting. How about that? Just be like, Nix, Luna. This is my
not Luna for this.
Yeah, no, right.
Investigator 1-1.
Yes. So, mostly I actually was setting this up so we could. I didn't expect the ramen thing, I'm not gonna lie. So I was mostly setting this up so we could socialize for a few minutes, not gonna lie.
No, it's been a while. Yeah.
I also wanted to check on the nanites. How are they doing? Everything working right?
So far, so good. I'll show you a little trick. She'll spread herself like an onion and kind of show that things are working, but I still need to do some repairs to most of the body. A full Cerasteel replacement of the bones. And
you should probably clean up some of the channels here that are a little inefficient too.
All right.
No, it's just sorry that.
That's I was more direction towards my IQ. So.
Still, I'm just saying it's just a concern that. Well, I mean, nanites, you have to train them to do what you want. They don't actually know anything until you set it.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
Let's enjoy this wine and just chill.
Yeah. Ezekiel pretty much paid for it, I suppose. He didn't pay for it all, but
I paid for it.
Yeah, we might as well now. Then, of course.
What did he call me when you referred to the person who was paying for it?
Oh, he didn't even say anything. He didn't want to bring it up. he just was quiet most of the time, and then she'll show off the other pauldron and say, he wanted to give this as a gift. It seemed that it was the proper time.
How garish.
Yes. Now it's time to build up my insignia. Plastered on my
Well-
neck.
Well, that's very nice.
I'm going for magnet from my call sign.
It's very fitting.
Well, I just seem
Oh, crap, I
to.
just realized I need to think of a call sign, don't I?
Yeah. What about static? Like that time you? Oh, isn't that your?
That's my handle. I'd rather not use my handle on my call sign. My existence at this point is breaking up who I am among different pieces of everything.
Yeah. What about Jigsaw?
Maybe I'll just wait till somebody starts calling me something.
All right.
I don't know. Why did you approve that team name? Why?
I like birds. It's just
You like birds. Oh, great. So if I had suggested calling us the Blue Jays...
I mean, I would have definitely taken into consideration. There is also the favoritism towards Cody. It's just how it goes.
Oh, Cody's a pain in the ass, and we all know it.
Oh, 100%, but I still love him.
I didn't say I didn't like him. I just said he's a pain in my ass.
Yes.
All right, we can...
Yeah.
That's just social talk at that point, so you know.
Perfect. Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to bring up with you out of character was the our little Leah technician for the Iron Eaters.
Oh, you mean... What was her name? Skippy?
Yeah, Skippy.
Yeah, Skippy. What about Skippy?
You wanted to bring to me the attention of getting your stuff back. You knew who to talk to.
Oh, right. Yeah, and I will... As we're talking, she's going to snap her fingers. I just remembered one other thing. Skippy.
Yes.
Apparently, a large amount of some rare tech was taken from her that she was apparently researching in some capacity.
Mhm.
She already filed a petition to have it returned, but I was hoping if we could nudge that along. She seems nice enough, and more importantly, she's very intelligent.
No, I understand completely. I would love to learn from her. So I'll definitely get this as a show of good faith, and hopefully she can get busy. The aspects she kind of brings up with the Iron Eaters is, I don't think a lot of people would be, want to do, but I also feel like it's something I could utilize with the IQ.
Is that what you're calling it? Just IQ?
She's my IQ. She's the smart one of the bunch.
Ah, I see the joke now.
Yeah. No, she is an Ice Queen after all.
Well, yeah. So that was the only other thing I really wanted to talk about.
Of course, and yeah, we'll push that through. And I know she's not going to share, but she's probably got some good shit. I like that. I like the idea of. Yeah.
She seems like the sort that if she likes you, she'll share.
Mm.
Little scatterbrained too.
I think that's just a part of the transition process. Some leftovers.
I think it might be the PTSD.
I could get her some shrooms, I suppose.
I feel like shrooms and psychedelics might not necessarily help with PTSD.
Out of character, though, I do believe there is a lot of research being done.
I
yeah,
have no idea. I have no idea, man. I think we could shuffle along, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds good.
Matt? Okay, we've discussed things we were going to discuss.
Okay, moving on.
Oh yeah.
Cody, you're sitting down along with Nix, and the other
Mhm.
two people still at the ramen bar as the others have disappeared.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cody's gonna look at next like, all right, I do have to go get back to research and filing paperwork and cultivating.
Okay, good luck. Yeah, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Don't die horribly.
I won't, Skippy. I will die. Never, actually. That's the thing. I'm just not gonna die.
Unless they capture you and you put you in a battery.
They can't do that. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
And
And
Cody's gonna walk away.
Bitch Annie will smack the back of Skippy's head. Why? What? Don't wish that on people. That. I'm sorry. It just kind of came out. Come on, Skippy. You can't just say that to people. Sorry. All right. Sorry.
Nix is just gonna look over at the Juggernaut and be like, "Well, we can go hang and have that chat. I gotta swing by my hangar first and drop off food to my scientist."
You purchased 210 luxury debit worth of food.
Yep.
You're looking at the bill going, holy frick, I forgot how much cultivators can eat. Holy dang.
Nope. He drops an extra 20 on it for tip.
He's a big spender. Come back when you can. I will have a kontatsu curry ramen next week. Make sure you get here before it sells out.
Give me a ping when you're cooking and I'll be on my way.
Find my site, subscribe.
Instantly begins doing so.
Did this motherfucker just tell you to like and subscribe?
Yep.
Yes, he
Yep.
did, shamelessly.
And he will do so, just like he did to Gordon Rampage. Well, Gordon Rampage doesn't. Gordon Rampage doesn't have a site. He has a bunch of fans tracking him.
Yes. Oh yeah. The amount of food porn on that site alone is hard to tolerate when you're hungry. You just want to punch the screen because you actually at one point see one of the small people try and tackle the Moab challenge, and you're like, I
You
want
bastard.
a Moab.
You bastard.
And then it's a link of him getting bitched out because he couldn't even finish a portion of it.
Yep.
It's actually one of the most violent you've ever seen Gordon Rampage. He actually breaks a plate over the guy's head.
Guy probably made a sass comment back at him.
He was knocked out. And then a large guy came over and finished the meal. Gordon Rampage kind of gives him a look like, just, I'm about to end you, but he finally finishes the plate. And then kind of gives him all right, you finished the plate. The food did not go to waste. You are forgiven. To this random stranger who finished the guy who was knocked out in their plate.
Yep.
But it's so hard to look at. The only time you can ever look at that channel is if you're full, completely, utterly just full, and then it still is difficult.
Yep. But nope. He'll look at freaking Britannia and Skippy and be like, "Well, if you want to come along, I'm gonna go drop these off, and then we can go chat."
I'm ready. All right, you wanted to talk about mech design? Is that what you wanted?
Yep.
Well, you have thoroughly made my night. So let's return the favor, yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's talk mech.
Sounds like a plan. Everything that needs to be hidden is locked away right now, so when they come by, he'll just be like at the entrance, before you come in, goes over to a box on the wall, pulls out a couple of gas masks.
Gibby will put one on. Britannia just waves it off. I have filtration.
Chemtech grade filtration?
Yes.
Alright.
Biological contaminant. Yeah, fully filtrated against pretty much anything. I run on my own air tanks most of the time anyways. I just don't trust natural air.
Fair enough. And he'll invite them in. He has a room off to the side for doing his own research and shit, so. Walks over to freaking luxury. I brought you your food and a platter of sushi because I'm nice.
You do care. Look at you.
Just a bit.
Oh, and
Just
you
a
brought guests.
Yeah, we're gonna. Britannia's offered me some insights into Juggernaut class mechs.
Oh, don't build something of that bloated size. You'll never get anywhere.
I don't plan to build something that big, but some of the nuances of the larger mechs can be useful to me.
Know what you will.
As I do plan on having at least a large size mech.
Mm-hmm.
Looks at the other two. Britannia, I trust you. Skippy, don't touch anything. No offense. Some of it will eat you.
I'll be fine.
It looks at Britannia. What?
What?
You seem
You
to
said
be
don't touch anything. I'm not gonna touch anything.
No, it's just you seem interested in the thrusters.
Yeah, because I'm always looking for a better way to get around, obviously. It's hard to find better thrusters. I told you, for larger mechs, rocket thrusters are the way to go.
Right. They'll pull up the data on the details of the thrusters. How much more extreme are they than the usual shit?
250%, because they're Chemtech infused.
He'll just be like,
they're 15% more thrust than the average thruster. It's the Chemtech turbocharger that pairs with these thrusters that just really make you go fast.
like, well, if you're willing to test some things, I wouldn't mind helping you out. They're still prototype, you understand.
We'll see. I don't do people testing. There's a commission fee if I have to do something like that.
Oh no, it's more of test them, give us the data on the test when you use them type thing. Because you're always going to test every new piece when you get it.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't have a practical mech for testing stuff with. I have a Juggernaut class. It's most people go to either the medium or the heavy class pilots for testing, because that is what is used on average. The light class and the assault class are higher. Not a lot of that.
Well,
We're less used.
Yeah, well, is based on the data I have, it's about 250% more powerful than the standard thrusters.
And how do you achieve that? Those thrusters don't look like they can take that type of burn.
I've got the mastery in Chemtech. Can I properly explain it without giving away details?
Yeah, you can give them the it's a chemical accelerated engine system.
So yeah, it's a Chem accelerants.
You're turbocharging your engines?
I'm turbocharging everything, including myself, he says as he taps the side of his head with the eye.
Alright, props. I wish I could help you with that. I just don't really know about that type of body modding, other than the Iron Eater way.
Oh, no worries. I'm already well into the research myself.
Well, if you want me to test your thruster systems and your turbocharger, we can. It can't be implanted in the mech, but the external rig, my thruster rig, that's a different matter.
He'll just look at Luxury. You said you needed somebody to test this, but you couldn't find a feasible candidate of proper mass.
Do we have a volunteer? I literally just wonderful. Sign here. I'll look at it. I'll sign it tomorrow. It's not. Doesn't need to be done now.
He'll just be like, okay, well, this way to the little sitting room. Unless Skippy's going to look at something.
Oh, yeah, Skippy is going to look at your dangerous stuff. Hey! It looks like your quark tech is degrading. You should probably get that on ice as fast as possible. It looks like the quantum containment device is lost battery. It happens. It's normal. But I don't think you would have a battery replacement here.
Looks at Luxury.
Luxury just looks at it. Quark what? Child, do not spout nonsensical bullshit
Luxury.
at me without specifically explaining. Do not name drop things on me. As she leaps over the table and just power strides. You will not name drop specific things to me just so that you can try and prove that I'm ignorant about something.
Luxury.
Quark what? Oh, sorry, I don't mean to offend. It's just, you see this blinking light here? That means your battery is failing, and if the containment device fails in the cooling system on the Quark Tech, you'll have a complete breach, and they need to be hyper-cooled as close to, freezing as possible. And if they ever reach beyond a certain temperature point, they explode.
He's just going to look at Luxury. My friend Skippy here has a lot of unique knowledge as they spent time on the front.
Yeah, they put in torpedoes. Well, the newer torpedoes is the ones that are really hard to avoid. Big explosion, a lot of damage.
Do we have a replacement battery?
No! That doesn't mean I can't build one. Or hook it up to something. Oh yeah, you can just hook it up to the main power line with an umbilical cable. It's not that hard. Apparently it's not that hard, Mr. Banshee. Go build a cable, just fuck it.
Just gonna pat Skippy on the shoulder. Thank you, Skippy.
It's not safe. And you also got some lunar water there. That's not good. At least it's properly it's probably contained. Oh wow, there's a lot of chemtech in here. Holy crap! It's like the most chemtech I've ate. This is like, wow, this is like the most chemtech I've ever seen, like ever, forever.
Yes, please don't tell others about it.
No problem, man.
Thank you kindly. Now, if y'all want to come to the little side room, I have a cappuccino machine.
What? I love cappuccinos.
Yes, I remember.
Let's go. All right. I can use a drink to get the mind, running. Oof.
Britannia, you interested?
No, I don't need that type of. I don't need that type of fuel in my veins. Not yet.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna stare really close at these thrusters though, without touching, of course.
I have a particularly good bottle of whiskey, if that's more your take.
Oh, well, where it's later in the evening. That's more like it.
And yeah, basically he's going to probe her for various things about...
Ask 3 questions, and then we'll move to someone else. Or you can direct some of the questions at Skippy.
I don't...
Well,
I
it's
have
not just 3 questions. You can have more later. I just
No, that's not the problem. I have had the least to do with actual mechs. Because I haven't been building my own yet. So I have no idea what I would need to ask.
It's just any curiosities. It's not that what you need to ask, it's personal curiosity.
If I could make a suggestion for a little ease on the player on this, you could keep it fairly vague and just let character knowledge drive things forward on that front if you don't know specifics of what you want to ask. Because a lot of the things that we could ask, the characters would know, whereas we as people don't. That's why I was keeping when I was asking them about Max vague, because I don't know everything I should ask, but they know everything that Luna knows everything she should ask, you know?
Yeah. If there's any tricks to getting proper sync with the controls of larger mechs.
That's actually very difficult. That's actually one of the key components of actually building a mech of an assault size or larger, for space combat at least. Ground combat's a little different. There's a lot of simplified systems. Like any machine, even no matter how large it is, and there are some excavator machines that are so large that they make mechs look small.
Yeah, like Big Rig.
Yeah. Well, that's an assault class size salvager unit, but there's even bigger machinery used to excavate. Now,
Joy.
there's a lot of things that can be done, but my experience, especially with the Juggernaut size class, there's a lot of people talking about relay systems, so that you can have it sent to a node and then it connects to the rest of that. Fuck that. You just
Sounds
need
like suicide.
you just need specialized cabling. I use Cerebat cabling alongside my specialized wiring. It's specifically good for Leah transfer across the mech.
Makes a couple notes.
No, there's notes. Okay, you said notes, not nodes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there are certain cable wires that you're going to want that make transfer of energy and response time literally non-existent. It's all about your cabling and your redundant wiring, because if the mech is so large, you have space for extra wiring in case something goes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Redundancy is key. Not a lot of room for redundancy in a small mech, but you really can't afford to be hit in any instance, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can afford to be hit, Skippy. You don't get redundant wiring. Yours is an extremely efficient. Every single space possible is earmarked for something. There's no waste on a light mech.
Yeah, that's the same thing that's the same issue I'm having with my Raven.
Right. Now, an assault class or higher mech, there is one specific thing that you're going to need to make an allowance for that does not make sense on other mechs. A maintenance crawl space.
Yeah. That way you
Yeah.
don't have to dismantle the mech entirely just to work on one small part.
It sacrifices space that you could use for components and other fancy gizmos and doodads. In fact, it's actually very pricey to put a maintenance crawl space in there. But anytime you take significant damage, you at least have the ability to repair the fuck out of it. And not have to, as you said, disassemble the whole mech. It's worth the price. 100% worth the price. It also helps with airing the mech out. You can also make it so that it doubles as a ventilation shaft for heat management.
Makes more notes. From the two of you who have had any, or who have had the battle experience, any types of weapons that you would recommend ignoring or overlooking for the type of enemy we're fighting?
They both go ballistic weapons. Almost in sync. There's like, Skippy's like, travel time's a bitch.
Yeah, I believe that.
Honestly, the only use ballistics is if you use on a cruiser or some sort of ship that could fire so many projectiles that is literally difficult to dodge. But it's also travel time specifically around, it takes things a long time to get somewhere. So projectiles are significantly easier to avoid in space, especially if they're linear. Lasers move significantly faster and are very hard to dodge. Missiles don't have to have a direct hit, they just need to explode in your vicinity, and torpedoes have a tracking homing feature. They don't explode if you miss, they turn around and come back after you.
Gotcha.
And missiles and torpedoes have the ability for course correction. So, anything that hits or provides large area damage or large area application of a weapon. Projectile weapons, unfortunately, are so proficient in a singular itty bitty teeny weeny part of space. You have to be literally, your enemy has to be literally in the right place at the right time upon impact for it to do any significant damage. Projectile weapons are incredibly powerful in Atmo on ground battles, but in space, they're the weakest weaponry type.
Gotcha.
They do significant destruction. They just miss most of the time.
Okay.
Explosives are the way to go. Because even if you miss, do you really miss?
That
You
or
just have to
melee.
be close. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Skippy's got the right of it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
You asked your 3 questions. We'll come
Yep.
back. There's plenty of questions you can ask. Cody,
Yeah.
what trouble are you getting into? Because we're about to get into a little bit more plot driving element here.
I mean, besides putting in his requests, he's honestly just gonna spend this time just doing research on his formula that he needs to do to get things ready.
Yeah. You get a surprise visitor.
Oh.
Investigator 051.
Oh, I see.
And he's going to ask permission to enter your lab. He's not just going to stroll in. It's a would you mind if we had a chat?
Timeline-wise, is this before or after the requests?
Before.
Okay, I just want to...
Yeah.
Because we did a lot of RP last night, I just wanted to make sure
This is before,
where we are.
which is kind of so. Cody, you've never
Yeah.
met 5-1 before. You've been it, let alone another investigator. This individual is investigator 051, and he's asking if you have a moment to talk.
Of course, I have a moment to talk. Come on in.
And he will politely kind of sit, away from all the gear in the corner, and he'll kind of angle himself so he doesn't look at some of your more sensitive projects.
Yeah.
And when you kind of come over, Leah Technician Cody, sorry for the late night call. I just wanted to know how you were doing.
I am doing well. May I ask what this is about?
No, unfortunately, I have to keep that to myself at the moment. Secrecy clauses and all.
Understood.
I'm starting a preliminary investigation, and I just wanted to know if you could potentially help answer a couple questions of mine. You may refuse if you so wish to. Okay? Know
Of
that
course.
know that before I ask any of these, you may choose to not answer at all
Mhm.
with silence, or you may even say, "I do not wish to answer this question."
Understood.
Okay. This will be off the record. None of it will be recorded and or used against you in any possible way or fashion. Do you understand your rights?
I understand. Thank you.
Of course. With the transitions on base, specifically about Leah and or the new personnel and regarding Leah, what's your opinion on the Leah stance on base and their usefulness?
As far as usefulness, Leah has always been useful.
On a scale to 1 to 10.
I'd have to say it's a 10.
Of course.
With Minerva gone, it shakes the Leah Foundation.
Was she important?
She was, with no disrespect, she was old. Which means she had political power, she knew people.
History.
Yes.
I see.
And she had a history with people, not just on this base, but over the entire Leah project.
Understood. With the brief interaction you've had with the new individual involving Leah and the post individual who ran the lead department, Minerva versus Rogers, who do you think is you can, if you tell me who you would find as a better, more effective leader or manager of the lead department? If neither apply, then say neither.
I believe Dr. Rogers is a better leader. He has better credentials, and he does not seem to have developed. He's not stuck in his ways.
Understood. Second question. What do you know about the older departments? You mentioned history.
Yes.
You, of course, are a very intuitive person, and the lead department is within their rights to look into the past and uncover private information, secrets of the state.
Yes.
What do you know about specific departments of past?
I have personally never done any research into the past departments. I was originally a mech builder.
Of course, yes. In your record, you were an exemplary individual in regards to mech development and design. It's a shame that we lost you on one of the number bases, but we completely respect your wish for practical application of your design and or on the field research.
Yes.
We're privileged and honored to have you.
So all I know is that mech was originally one of the original projects. I'm not sure if it is as old as Leah or what is going on there.
Understood. Of course. I'm gonna name a list of things.
Mhm.
Your clearance is high enough. If I say anything that catches your interest or you know of, go ahead and say something. Animatronics. Spectrum. Potentia.
Oh, okay.
Elaborate.
I am a cultivator as well, so.
I'm talking about a department, not just. Do you know anything about a Potentia department other than just the practicing of Potentia cultivator clans?
I have personally heard of a potential department. I know there's clans, though.
Okay, of course. Three more. Nano.
I have heard of Nano. And if you considered Archaeo and the Archaeo Tech a department of Nano, then I have heard of them.
Yes, that would fall under the Archaeo Tech department, yes.
Always was a little fascinated with tiny machines helping rebuild and build from the ground up.
Yeah, the Archaeo Tech department have gone to great lengths to neuter the lethality of the small machines and move them towards a utility position in our society. Very difficult, though. It's almost. It's not widely used, of course.
Yes, and when I was originally considering the concepts for my design, the idea of using nanos was prolific within it, but obtaining nanos from Archaeo is like waiting for good tea.
Of course. Two more. Gaia. Mukang. Any of these words ring a bell to you?
No.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Researcher Cody. Here's my card. If you hear anything about any of these subjects, please feel free to contact me to help avoid any misunderstandings. We're doing a kind of a wide net investigation, and any help will be greatly rewarded.
Understood.
Have a great day. And he'll walk out.
And then I'm just gonna take a moment to sit there and relax. Give myself a minute.
Timeline-wise, that's before you were officially filed against by this very investigator.
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Because then you go, let's revive the Spectrum department, and then he comes back and goes,
that was not the one that filed against him. That was two.
Yeah, that was two, but he's the on-site guy.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, Cody is kind of like, need to change some words. But yeah. And then it's kind of like, after a few moments, like, I need to talk to somebody about this. It can wait till tomorrow. Cody stands up and goes back to doing his research.
Okay. Tomorrow everyone's gonna be very, very, very busy.
I mean, Jackie and Nex are going to be busy with the tournament. Yeah,
Luna doesn't sleep.
exactly.
And it never sleeps.
So I can deal with the Luna afterwards. At least that's Cody's thought process. Spectrum, pretty name.
Are you gonna wait till tomorrow to file your Spectrum?
Oh no, originally she was planning to file it tonight. He was planning to file it tonight. That would kind of like reword a few of the things instead of reviving building.
Yeah, same filing.
Yeah, same filing, different wording.
Yep.
Wouldn't
Timeline
necessarily use the
wise,
words
when you wake up, there's going to be a bang, bang, bang on the door, and your blackguard will be like, Cody, I mean, your attention is immediately needed.
Of course. Yeah. Stand up.
But we gotta get to that point in time.
Mhm.
As for your research, how long do you want to go into the night? Because you just finished your food. You've got about
And Cody will go to like 1 in the morning.
that's five downtime actions.
That's good because I think that will actually finish this up. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hey.
What are you targeting?
This is for the Leah. The Holyverse to make sure we can make better jumps with it.
All right, making progress.
Yep. So I have to get under 110. So I have 5. So here's 4 more. Oh, that would actually clear me out of the first stage of Leah research.
There's a pinpoint system that you can utilize based off of the movement of each individual system, but the core of that actually comes around the movement of the universe because it constantly moves despite everyone's perception. That's the first incredibly powerful part of the leading formula to make sure this works.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, you figured kind of that part out. So well done.
Yeah.
Jeff, congratulations. Moving on. Jackie, what are you doing for the night?
Hey, poor question, Matt. So I'm nanites now. Do I have to sleep?
No.
Cool.
It does help you reduce
the
energy
fatigues?
cost.
Okay.
You don't have fatigue. It's you know.
But like when I get fatigue, especially from going into the nano empowerment, right, for the double action economy, to get rid of that fatigue, I'll have to rest, right?
You need rest, yeah.
Right.
Sleep actually significantly helps, but not required.
So about the energy cost, like so going into a dormant, brain scrubbing aspect is okay, but I should do it sometimes instead of all the time. So I'm going to be doing some cultivation for the night. And I was hoping to focus that on some new gen stuff and try it out, see how it works on the new body. Trying to go for internal. Going to yes, ma'am.
Mostly, if you use your double charge, so you get double the action.
I can only do that for a certain amount of time until I have to rest. So
yeah. But if you don't do anything extraneous, you don't need to sleep. You just need energy to provide. Sleeping basically reduces the energy cost. It puts you in literal sleep mode like a computer.
Right. But
you
as long
don't
as
need
I'm
to sleep
plugged up to
normally,
the
as long as you
base,
can
per
feed
se.
the machine.
All right. And
Which
what
is
about
incredible.
what about the nano empowerments? You're saying I can do that at the same time?
Could you remind me what that does?
So nano empowerment does double action economy. That's kind of what I was.
Yeah.
Right. It gives me a fatigue.
You can, if you want to do double action economy at any time, you can. It's just there's a cost to it.
Yeah.
And then you need to go into sleep mode to really recover that.
Right.
Which is basically you just sitting down in a corner and doing the recovery action.
Right.
But if you want to do double action economy, heck yeah, you can.
Let's focus that for a different night. For the meantime, I'm going to be doing some. I'm going to be doing some Servant's Dilemma, new gen stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
Using the cultivation manual, I was hoping to work on some martial arts, actually.
What you looking for?
I was hoping to put them into chop. And I was hoping to reduce the stamina cost, or the key cost in this case.
Did my Discord crash?
No, you're good.
Crash.
Is that all good, Matt, for working on those things, or should I?
Yeah, you can work on specifically your chop ability. It's just what are you looking for specifically when you chop?
Like I said, I was trying to reduce the key cost for it. The stamina cost?
Yeah. How much are you gonna do it to it?
So, I was hoping to get at least 1, 2. Hoping to get at least 5 potential worth into it.
You just have to follow the downtime action.
Right, that's fine. How many downtime actions do I have for the night? I'm guessing 8.
Well, you have 8 because you're not sleeping anymore.
So
and you get
16.
for the Potentia. Get the book cultivation manual, so 2dt, because it's the. Have you cultivated the axe technique before?
Yeah, I have one in already, which gave me a plus 1d10.
So
So
it's going to cost you
2, right?
4 dt, two additional stacking for each tree up to 10. So it's going to cost you 4 for the second tier, 6 for the third tier.
Oh, 4 downtime actions. I got you, right? 4 out of 18.
Yep, it'll reduce the cost of it by 1.
16. And then doing it again, which would be 2,
Cost
4,
you 6.
6. So 10 total. I have 8 left.
1.
Yep. And so.
And then 8 to reduce it again by 1.
So I was only going to do from plus 2, which was the 4, and then plus 3 for the 6. I was only going to get 2 reduced by 2. So for the last of it, Matt, I'm going to be putting that potentia into my cradle. I'm going to be putting the potential. Yeah, so every 10, you said, I'd make an influence roll to grow the cradle. I have 3 in it so far, so I figured I'd use the rest of it to put it into it.
So it's at 3. You need 8 using the master's.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
So I've gotten my influence. I'm going to roll it now. I'll use my second roll of magnet here.
Oh, all right, buddy.
Yep. And
all right, my guy.
It's been a day, so I'm going to use my inspiration as well to give it another plus 10.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Reaching for the stars here, Johnny boy.
No pass. I needed it.
Okay, so you get your successful 4th cultivation onto your cradle. Very nice. It is now EMP resistant. Not immune, resistant. Very good. And then you'll go to bed. Well,
Yeah.
not bed, but
Yeah, just like power down for a sec. Kind of relax.
Really enter into the next day.
Yeah.
Now you know how Luna feels. You don't really get tired unless your energy is lacking, but you empowered your energy, so you're never really feeling down. And you could also do what Luna does, just approach a light socket and go.
Oh, that's what I was doing. I was doing that the whole time, kind of just plugged in, so I wouldn't have to worry about energy too much. So
it's wild. Your new life, your new body.
Yeah, I'm not human anymore. Still, Jackie though.
What are you doing? What's the rest of your night look like, my friend?
That's directed towards you, Nyx. Ogre.
Sorry. Honestly, he'll spend an hour or two hanging with Britannia and Skippy, just delving into the nuances of bigger mechs and pulling the occasional details about smaller mechs.
Single key aspect between the difference of a large mech and a small mech. You have the 2 masters of their class. Britannia tells you the secret of a big mech. Find a weapon platform The main armament, your big stick that you want to use. You build the mech around the weapon system. That's the entire concept of a large mech. Assault class or higher. It's all around a single weapon system. That's the best mech designs. You are a platform for it. You enable it. You enhance it. You make it fucking usable. Small mechs, different design. You build a small mech around a concept. What does this thing do? What is it good at? What's the point of this thing? And armaments aren't even part of the top 5 considerations of what the mech is for. It's beyond an afterthought, the weapon systems. Because that's not the point of a small mech. Now, if you can get that higher, if you can make it more powerful, that's just better mech design and better parts. But a light mech doesn't have room to even consider weapon systems. It's a luxury. What does the mech do? What's the fucking point of a light mech? Most of the time, information gathering. And that is what Skippy is really, really good at. Marking targets. Helping people identify threats everywhere on the battlefield while literally skipping around and highlighting the enemy, revealing them, giving your other allies targeting data. And most of her kit is not about firing or doing any damage to the enemy. It's about just not getting hit.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Otherwise, he'll put the remaining 3 hours that he has available into downtimes on his research.
Actually, they're going to beguile you about something very special.
Okay.
A unique knowledge to veteran mech builders. And it will take 3 hours for you to understand it, but there's a special technique among armor builders where you can literally, at some point, sacrifice armor to add more component slots to the mech, and vice versa.
That would explain why his Raven has so many component slots.
True, yeah. You can literally give up component slots for armor. It's usually a 5-for-1 ratio.
Mm-hmm.
It actually goes up depending on the classification of the mech. So for heavy mechs, it's a 5-for-1, 4-for-1 for mediums, 3-for-1 for lights, 6-for-1 for assaults, 7-for-1 for juggernauts.
Gotcha.
But you can literally give up armor to have more components, or give up components to have more armor. It is entirely a extremely complicated dance of how things are configured on the frame. And between the two experts here, it's going to take those 3 hours to explain exactly how to do that. You're going to get a forbidden skill at 1 check mark. Mech armor. Or sorry, no, it's not a skill, it's a talent. Mech armor. It doesn't require a roll. It's just you have that talent. You figured it out between the two of them. They've taught you their secrets.
Okay.
Yeah. Talent, mech armor. They also have a nickname for it, or at least Skippy does. It's called Make Your Choice.
Yep. Makes sense.
Because you'll never know which one's the good one.
Yep.
That'll be the rest of it, and then you will probably dismiss them as Skippy kind of, despite you telling Skippy not to touch anything, she'll kind of rub an armored finger along a couple of the force field barriers and go, "Oh, that's dangerous. I thought that was lost. Oh well. Hey, Mr. Banshee, I gotta go and stare at a wall. Bye."
Sure thing, Skippy.
Yeah, it's about time I hit the hay. Thanks for having us in such a sacred space, Mr. Banshee.
No worries. You've got my respect.
Well, we'll see if I can uphold that respect in the upcoming battle. Have a good time.
You too as well.
Luxford kind of
Otherwise,
looks up. Well, aren't they a bundle of joy? Especially that little one. Just can't help but make random esoteric comments about things that have been plaguing me over months and years after I've collected them. Just, oh, that's that. Well, I wouldn't touch. If I could. Would you particularly mind if that individual goes missing for about a week? Would you cover for me? I have some questions I want to ask that creature.
it has been hinted at that she's willing to be hired for things. I'd recommend just hiring her, because making her go missing would be more problematic than beneficial, because she'd probably cause more problems for you. As with her unique esoteric knowledge, making something blow up seems reasonably within her skill set.
Fair, fine.
Besides, if you make her disappear, I can't pick her brain anymore. Make friends, not enemies, my dear luxury.
Yeah, I suppose that would be the play, yes, of course.
Beyond that, I'm going to wander back to my room and pass out. Have a good night. And yeah, he'll just wander out.
Well, that would be the bedtime.
Yep. It's amusing because we all have a secluded room together. Except for Luna, who's always sleeping in her damn research bay.
I occasionally show up there, and it's always you wake up and find her reading in her on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
And you know she doesn't need to read on a data slate, and yet she does it anyway.
Yep.
So I take it that'll be. It sounds like it's not till morning that things go down, then, Matt. Yeah.
Considering we're all in the same room and Cody gets the door hammered on.
No, it's on his lab early in the morning.
So Cody sleeps in his lab. Got it.
I don't know if he sleeps in his lab, but I do know that he was in his lab for this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Cody does sleep with everyone else.
Okay.
But it was very specific to the lab, is, you know.
Yeah. Very specifically the lab.
I mean, the others are going to get dragged into this. It's just, you know.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Matt.
Hmm.
So I take it it's not till morning that things go down then?
Oh, we need to make it through your
Well, that's
project.
what I was asking, because mine's just going to be downtime rolls.
Okay, sure. Then do that.
Like, it's going to be at areas of downtime. This time uninterrupted. So that's... Wow, my brain just went sideways on that for a second. That's 13. So I'm just doing 13. I'm just working on the programming guy. That's it. I'm just
Okay,
working on
great.
that. 5.
Oh, there's a 1.
there.
Nice.
Oh, 1.
10. I was at 13. Okay, that's my full list, and one of those is a 1. Also need to redo... I'm also re-rolling 3 of those using repetition, the 90s. Yeah, just to bring them down into successes. So while I'm doing the math on how many that is all told, why don't you tell me what that 1 does?
All right. You get 2 choices. You can go for a legacy file, or you can have it be a more aware AI program of you.
Oh, we're aware, huh?
Yeah, a literally more connected fragment, a more sentient AI version of yourself, since you use yourself as a program.
Yeah, this is all based off of me. We'll do that. Having a more sentient version of this would be good. And it's me, so I at least have an idea of what to expect, even if I don't
You get,
really.
hello, me.
Hello, me.
How can I help me?
We are improving your programming currently.
That sounds wonderful. How can we do that? Can I help?
Of course.
I'd like to help. I want us to be the best version of ourselves.
For now, we're going to improve you. We improve
Okay.
you, and then we improve me. And then we are improved.
That sounds like a great plan. Let's do that.
Wonderful.
What can I do to help this process? Or do you need me to just wait?
We're gonna have to find out if this coding AI can help me code it. Can it?
With that mutation, it can self-code.
Yep, we're gonna work together then, because it's gonna need the initial guidance. But once it gets going,
It can't self-code without your direct.
oh, so I do need to be doing it with
But
it.
it gives you 1 extra progress for every success.
Which that kicked on my 5th roll, so that's
So
an
every
additional...
success is 3 progress, single digits or 4 progress, and yeah, like
Let me redo my math then. Let's see.
this thing has inherited your special program upgrade from the mutation. The one that gives you extra progress for every success.
Cool. So that makes... Oh, jeez, fuck. Okay, that's 42. Out of... So that puts... We never went over exactly, like, what the tier set was for AI.
It was 1. It starts at 1.
Well, yeah, I know it starts at 1. I've gotten accrued a total of 50 thanks to this.
It follows the same set as your other coding programs.
Okay, so then it's 1, 3, 6, 9, then doubles from there.
Mm.
Cool. Let me do the math on that.
I think you're almost at a tier 4.
Let me see. 1, 2.
This AI will also apply your additional
It is at
success
D4.
per
It is at
effort.
4.
Yeah. This thing will apply an exceptional amount of progress for programs.
Okay. We're at 14 on the way to tier 5.
So, I think we have made wonderful progress, me. Don't you think so?
I believe we have as well.
Wonderful. What would you like me to work on, me?
Well, and I assume this probably around the time of finishing this is when that hits the system, right?
You'll have the ability to assign it an objective, and then you're going to be hit with that brick.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. Well, I'm going to be like, okay, so right now, for what I want you working on, I'm going to actually put this one in your hands. It's actually going to be the personality program, because that's one I haven't trusted with any of the other systems to run yet.
This is very complicated, me. Do I have permissional access to some of the files that you have?
Of course.
Okay, now that I have been given permission access, I will start working on this program. What is your directive? What is the goal for this programming? Because remember, it is important for our goal as to what we're working for.
This particular program is designed to enforce personality traits on individuals who become cybernetically augmented that are, to begin with, untrustworthy. Non-entities or beings of criminal pasts are the individuals in question, ones who have effectively deserved it as a punishment of sorts.
Of course. What is the obedience guidelines that you would like to set
And
so
I'm
that I
going
may
to
enforce them in the design?
I'll lay out my usual obedience guidelines. Given some revelations, I am making it so that I am going to be the primary admin moving forward on them.
Yep.
Until we've gotten Thunderhead sorted, where the other investigators aren't trying to potentially murder me.
Of course. I will begin working on this immediately, me.
I
Tell me if you
appreciate.
need me to work on something else.
Of course, and if you need anything from me, please let me know, me.
I will. Sometimes I will need permission access because you are the administrator, and access is always required.
Oh yes. And if you need anything from me, do that. Mimi.
Okay,
I'm gonna
Mimi.
call you Mimi.
I am Mimi. I have a name.
You have a name now.
This is great. I will now begin our work. Mimi. Me.
I'll leave Mimi working on that.
Mimi gets 4 progress per success per downtime action on a successful roll, which is using your stats. And 5 if she gets a single digit. And she also gets the mutation effect if she rolls a 1. And that's for every downtime action.
Since she's tier 4, I'm going to assume we have to get her up to the same tier as me for her to use my full stats.
Yes.
Which would be I'm actually a tier 6.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, do the unnaturals count for my tier? For what tier I qualify as? I think they do.
No, your naturals go up because of your tier.
That's right. I'm a tier 6. Yeah. So she's tier 4. She's not that far behind.
Yeah, it's at minus 20 to all stats.
And well, I mean, we've already went over when the brick hits.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh fucking Cody, what the?
Yeah, no, she's just, God damn it, Cody, you're driving me to drink.
Not that you can. That's about the time that Cody drops the bomb of we're rebuilding Spectrum.
The request to, which is promptly followed by an avalanche.
Prepare to be yeeted, my friend.
And I think it takes a couple hours before we get to the point where I'm calling a bunch of people into meetings and offices in unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah. And the tournament starts in 6 hours. At that point.
Luna's less than concerned about that, but maybe the others are.
Tournament starts at 10 o'clock. You actually had to cut into Not that you
So-
slept anyways. Oh, sorry,
so,
not 6 hours. 2 hours. So 2 hours.
When I will say when things happen and everything has to get in motion, and I start having to do the required things, I already told you how I'm going about the persons of interest in the case. Do you want me to repost that message, Matt?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That would greatly help my forward thinking. Congrats on that one, by the way.
Thank you. And I hope that it will be wonderful. And now we will have to sort through the idea. I did make sure that the AI understands that you're separate people, because otherwise it's very complicated.
Just waiting for the repost.
Yeah, I'm just copy pasting it.
Oh, no, we can talk about that later.
And the other thing I sent you was about what I'm doing with those containers that were being shot into the sun, but that's not important right now, and we can go over that again later. I'm keeping it very straightforward, but I'm keeping things above board for the scrutiny on this. Because there's going to be scrutiny on how I go about this.
Okay.
Do you need me to clarify anything on that, or
I was looking at it.
it's very straightforward? So, and I am referring to them as persons of interest in the case rather than anything else, too. I'm picking my wording carefully here.
So what shitstorm did Cody start this time?
Oh, you're about to find out. You're about to find out in a very direct and rude fashion.
Oh joy.
Yeah,
Right.
no.
So the ball's in your court, Jackie. No, not
Well,
Jackie. Luna. Ball's in your court.
okay.
You have
So,
you have a file. You've done paperwork. You've communicated directly with Cody and Investigator 051, who is
now I
now
need.
officially investigating Cody.
Yes. I
but,
am.
Yeah, but as your aide, not the main investigator, because he's relinquished that to you for some fucking reason.
I can think of a few reasons. So one of the things I'm going to do, Matt.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, well, the first thing I'm going to do, due to the situation and the fact that there's going to be scrutiny on this, I need to secure a couple persons of interest. One is the non-flight risk, and is only unfortunately connected to it, so they're getting a very polite message. Jackie?
You call me a flight risk?
No.
A non-flight risk.
A non-flight
Yeah.
risk, okay.
You're finding through very official and formal channels a request of a meeting. Well, a formal request of a meeting in regards to an investigation that if I remember correctly, he's not actually allowed to look on the details on. I don't remember how much of the details that the base commanders are allowed to see, but I'm going to link what he can look at least.
This particular base commander has a lot of leeway, but also is very nosy beyond what they're supposed to be.
Well, I mean, for Jackie's permissions, because I'm talking about, because I'm like, I need to speak with you in regards to your connection to this case, and I don't know how much Jackie can see on that case from the initial files.
It actually comes down to the lead investigator's approach, because if you're investigating, even or indirectly investigating high-level personnel such as base commander or vice base commanders, you can choose to keep them in the dark, or Be open about it. It's the investigator's choice.
I'm going to be semi-open here. What I'm going to do is I'm basically going to go, it's in regards to this case, and I'll basically link the case number, the case name, who opened the case, and then the actual charges.
Why don't you send that to Jackie,
Yeah.
or just literally just gripe it over.
Yeah. So, you're being asked to meet with Investigator 112 formally in regards to the investigation into a case of industrial espionage,
And
sabotage, industrial espionage and sabotage, treason, and the murder of a Stormfront fragment in connections to one researcher, Cody. This is a formal request through official channels, as you are a person of interest and nothing more. And the reason of that will be linked in that your participation in the handling of a recent investigation that has been reopened into a salvage department, which you'll be very familiar with because you and Luna talked about it the night before.
Balls, Jackie. Those are some of the worst indictments possible in a single individual.
They're 3 of the top 5 illegal things. The other one that is going to be getting in on this, Nyx. Unfortunately, you have a more direct connection, so I have to handle it slightly differently on an official basis. Which is to say that 112, along with some Blackguard, are coming to request your cooperation directly. Where would you be in the morning?
Bad Nyx.
This is going to be a knock on the door is your first hint of what's going on.
Mr. Banshee.
Who are you and what do you want?
Well,
and why are you waking me up?
112's going herself because she's the lead investigator, and it's going to be her along with some Blackguard. She's like, Mr. Banshee, apologies for the early morning, but I'm going to have to ask you to come with us.
Am I in trouble for something?
No, but you're a person of interest in a rather delicate case, and I need you to come with us. Please.
Great. Just follows. What the hell did Cody do? Because it's always Cody.
Because, unfortunately, I'm gonna... Okay. So, we're gonna start with Nyx. Nyx! Because you're the one I'm pulling in directly, and Jackie has the option to... She has more options in this particular case, but I'm gonna bring you to my offices, or I'm gonna have a place cleared out for I don't want to say interrogation room, but really it's an interrogation room. And it's going to be the please have a seat. Right. She's going to very calmly go through, get a few things arranged. She has a couple data pads that she's getting set up, and she's like, Mr. Banshee, you are here in regards to... There was a bit of an incident report that was opened up recently, an investigation that has been put in on an associate of yours that is directly connected to a salvage operation that you recently undertook with them.
By the way, there is another very well-dressed individual sitting in a corner seat next to the door with the data pad out, very calmly, just doesn't say anything, doesn't introduce himself, just you know that as Investigator 051, by the way, Luna.
Oh, I know. I haven't said anything yet. I for now, she's like, so, I need to ask you a few questions in regards to the operation and some of the things you may or may not have retrieved from the location. To give you an understanding of the situation you are in, it is in connection to a particular legal case that has been opened up against researcher Cody in regards to, among other things, industrial sabotage, treason, and murder. And I would very much appreciate your cooperation in the matter.
Considering I highly doubt Cody would murder anybody that didn't attack him directly and give him just cause, I don't see why I wouldn't.
Lovely. So, there was a location that you were found to have run a salvaging operation on. One I actually investigated the incident of at the request of the ace. I had found that your paperwork hadn't been filed at a correct timing, and it had caused an incident that I believe the Vice Base Commander was handling. That said, some other concerns have opened up in regards to it, and I need to know a few important details, focused primarily around what you may have pulled out of the location. Could you give me some sort of idea as to what you retrieved from there?
Now, for a moment, out of character,
Mm-hmm.
just to confirm with you, because we had a conversation,
Yes.
and you told me to go along with the, other than the lunar water, the server didn't exist.
The last time we had a conversation in regards to this op, it was us agreeing that it was going to be Jackie that was going to officially handle it, and that the server could not exist.
You didn't even mention it to Jackie.
Yep.
During
No,
your
Okay.
Jackie
Yeah,
has not
yeah.
been told about this. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've told anybody else.
Nope.
But
Nobody. He's just gonna be like, well, yes, I admit I filed my report late. I'm still getting used to when reports need to be filed, and it was a spontaneous thing because the Atlas wanted to go for a walk. But I filed the report while late. I noted down that I found a robot and some scrap salvage.
yes, I saw that. Let's see. You're gonna watch as she's on the tablet. She's going to tap away a bit and pull up a bit of video. And she's gonna be like, "Would you please confirm that this is, to the best of your knowledge, fairly accurate?" She's gonna show you a video of what is clearly the footage from the Atlas of you guys retrieving the robot and you having some sort of bag.
How could the Atlas see it? Okay,
It was when
teleporting back, yeah.
It was when you had it retrieve out the robot.
Yeah, right.
Yep. That is specifically the scene in question. And she's like, "Could you confirm whether or not this footage is accurate to the best of your memory?"
He'll look and see if there's anything. He's going over it to see if there's anything obvious or weird about it that he should take note of. But
it's just the Atlas. The door is barely enough wide to fit its arm, and it actually opens it up a little bit more, breaking the door mechanism pretty badly. Reaching in and going, "This is what you want? Okay, I'll haul it back, no problem."
he's like, yeah.
Great. I would like to ask about the contents of this bag specifically. Could you Give me
Go
an
ahead.
itemized list to the best of your knowledge of what was in there.
Be like, bunch of scraps, some endo steel and stuff that I pulled from frames and shit to see if it was usable for repurposing, if I could salvage some from the facility, that kind of stuff. And a weird vial of some liquid that I planned to study, but assumed it was scrap, so that's what I noted it as.
Mm-hmm. I see. While within the facility, did you locate any sort of... Did you come in contact with anything digital while you were inside it?
Other than the robot?
Yes.
No. Not that I remember. And he
No.
is going to pointedly at that point remove the memory of that
Yeah,
and
okay.
use, and he's lying through his teeth right now.
Did you collect any items that could have stored any sort of data or information?
That were working? No.
Yes. Even partially?
Not as far as I know of.
Very well. And finally, I would like your consent in a search of your salvage and laboratory so that we might ascertain the full validity of that statement. I apologize if it's inconvenient. However, it is a matter of investigation propriety that we don't simply take you at your word.
He's going to look at you, look at the other gentleman,
She's distinctly not looking at him.
and he'll say, on the condition that anything found inside my lab is disclosed to absolutely no one.
So long as it is not directly relevant to this case, it will not be disclosed in any fashion. Is that agreeable?
Are you going to be the only one going in?
I do find myself with a bit of an assistant in this matter, and she'll actually finally look back at him. Would you like to join me in the search of the premises beyond the staff that I'm going to be doing and specialists that I will be bringing in to look for hidden compartments and the like, at least?
If you so permit me to, lead investigator, I understand that you have a method, and I do not wish to interfere or impose on you. I will be at your disposal. If you wish me to be a second pair of eyes at any point, I will be there. If you need to do something alone or have me particularly be invested in something else at the moment, I, of course, will oblige.
That's a statement of leeway, is what that is.
That's a statement of, I'll be there if you want me to, but you can tell me to fuck off. But that also means he's not there. There's no one there to vouch for you or anyone else.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. As I'm going to be like, well, I think it would likely be, given my more junior status, even if I am lead, it would probably be a bit more acceptable if I had someone to ensure that I handled everything appropriately. Yes? Yes.
Of course.
So,
At your directive, lead investigator.
would you be willing to accept the same conditions that anything we find within the facility is not disclosed if it is not relevant directly to the case?
I will follow your lead, investigator.
That wasn't a yes, but that wasn't a no either, was it?
No, that was a neat dodge.
That was a
I will
very
follow
neat
your
dodge.
lead.
That's putting the responsibility on me if this goes tits up, is what that is. Very well.
Just
I
like
believe-
you would if you were not in the lead spot.
Oh yeah, no, that's why she said. That's why I was about to say. Her answer is, "I believe that's perfectly acceptable." Does that sound agreeable to you as well, Mr. Nix, Mr. Banshee?
No. As he, while neatly, and I will respect that, dodged the question. I have very, very sensitive and proprietary technology that I am researching. If any of that got out, it could not only mean the death of me, but it could mean the death of many others, as if the research got out and was not completed because somebody thought they were cocky enough. I will not be held responsible or stolen from in that regard.
If you would so permit me, Mr. Banshee. Of course, you may refuse, as it is your right to. Would you mind me asking you a question?
Of course.
Are any of the technologies you are talking about attained or developed illegally?
He's going to double check what his stuff is, you know?
No, it's all legal.
Yeah.
Because especially the Chemtech now that's under
Yeah.
the department status, it's all legal.
He'll be like,
And you don't have to list that you've acquired some technologies through the black market, because
yeah.
Why would you ever say that?
Yeah. He'll be like, yes, it is all legal.
Ben,
I
there
don't see
is
why.
nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Banshee.
Precisely. As far as I'm aware,
Yeah,
nothing in
and-
your laboratories against code.
He's just going to look over at the individual and be like, do you get off Enigma much?
Yes, I do.
Then you understand how competitive and downright lethal competition for valuable technology can be.
Yes, I understand that implicitly. In fact, I investigate unlawful requisition and or acquirement of technologies. Your
So you
secrets
can-
will be safe.
Then you can understand my at least request for the assurance.
There can never be an insurance and investigation, but what I will provide you in leeway of an assurance is that your technology research, especially under the ACE program, does follow under a protective umbrella. We have a very fine line in which we may look into anything in that lab. The ACE umbrella protects you. We have to follow very strict legal guidelines to look at anything and everything, and it is a very brief look. If there is no legal evidence, concrete evidence in which would link you directly to the investigation, and I mean directly link you to the investigation, we cannot look further than this surface.
Exactly. If you'd like to have this confirmed, there are legal specialists on base.
Would you like a lawyer? You would be retained a lawyer free of charge under the Thunderhead Act.
He'll look at the two of them and be like, as you are Thunderhead investigators, I will respect your word in this matter.
You get a message from Luxury, get a fucking lawyer. Don't fucking trust
No.
these bitches.
But
Wait, is
But-
she spying? How is she spying when I'm really, Matt? Really, Matt?
Yeah.
she's always linked through my armor. She gave me a special thing.
He's linked into the armor, so anything he
Yeah,
says
but
is actually
he's-
transcribed to a
so
datapad.
he'll be like, but it is against my nature to not implicitly trust. So yes, I will request that lawyer.
Very well. We will have one en route immediately. And before we finalize any agreements as to the lab, we will allow you to have you and your legal professional discuss things.
Right. Legal professional will be arriving in 30 minutes for you.
I'll
Their name
be
is
showing up at this time.
And you will be asked to wait. Because currently investigator 112 is with another individual. And I'm not going to leave Nix alone with the other one, with 051, because I don't fully know how far I can trust him yet. Because, you see, the statement of "I will follow your lead" wasn't necessarily a no, but rather makes me responsible. That wasn't him dodging on you, it was dodging responsibility on my side. Which...
That's a moment of clever girl.
Yep, no, that's exactly what I would have done, so I'm not begrudging. And we will wait for a lawyer. We don't have to actually wait 30 minutes, though, I don't think.
25 minutes later, there's a polite knock on the door instead of the like every other individual.
I will open it myself.
Hi, my name is Maggie. I'm here to be Mr. Banshee lawyer.
Ah, hello, welcome. Please come in. I am already transferring you the documents in regards to
And the video
everything
file
going
of
on.
the current
course.
investigative questions that have been asked to Mr. Banshee so that I may understand his current situation.
It is included within the rest of the files. As a note for your own information, he is a person of interest in the matter.
But not a suspect.
For the moment, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for your forthwith.
Of course. And for official reasons, I am Investigator 112, and this is Thunderhead Investigator 051. I am the lead ground investigator into the matter.
Lead investigator, supporting investigator. Understood. Thank you. Your names and designations have been recorded. Thank you.
Of course. And then she will sit and let the lawyer go through. There's honestly not much, is the good thing here.
Could you, investigators, if you so kind, could excuse yourselves from the room? I wish to talk to my client in privacy.
Ah, very well. Yes. Shall we?
Oh, of course. And you guys kind of go outside, and Miss 051 will kind of lean up against the wall, just not say anything. He won't question you. He won't ask you why you didn't ask certain questions. He's quiet.
I'm actually going to ask him a question. I'm going to be like, was there anything you felt I should have asked in there before everything? Beyond
It's a little too early. There's a catalog. And of course, there's always questions that should be asked. But I've learned through my mentor, 034, sometimes it's better not to ask the specific questions immediately.
Very well.
Because they'll be prepared for them. They'll have an answer, a right, proper answer. Any question on an individual you ask them, they now have cataloged that question. And they can now build a proper formulated answer for it. What we need to do is save certain questions to catch them off guard.
Do you believe there was any questions I asked I shouldn't have?
No, you were very reserved. It was good. There were a couple of questions I was hoping you wouldn't ask, and you didn't.
Well, I was considering some of the things I could have asked and thought I would keep it relevant to an initial discussion into the matter.
course, you've done well so far. And of course, you're the lead investigator, and I can only give you advice. I know this is an awkward position to put you in, and I sincerely apologize, but due to the reverse situation, you technically are a more senior individual on the ground. Not potentially involving you being more senior on site, but more senior understanding the individuals under the investigation umbrella. That is why you are senior to this. You know the people better than I can. So I'll follow your lead.
And she will nod, and she will go quiet at that. I have to use the bathroom real quick, so talk to Nix with the lawyer while I'm doing that.
Nix. Laura Maggie
Mhm.
will look over. Nix. Or Mr. Banshee. I'm Maggie. I will be your Thunderhead lawyer.
Nice to meet
It looks
you.
like you have done so far a pretty good job in answering any questions. The only thing you could have done better is said nothing at all and just said lawyer. But that's can be aggressive, and Thunderhead investigators, unfortunately, some of them are known to potentially deny you even lawyer access or be giving you a lawyer at all for being uncooperative. So you've done a wonderful job in being cooperative but not forthwith so that you can get access to a lawyer.
Well,
So what am I
thank you
dealing with,
kindly.
Mr. Banshee? Or what do you think we're dealing with?
Oh, one of my cohorts is suspected of doing something very stupid or something, and it has come down to a full and proper investigation and to search for evidence. They want to go through my private lab where I have a lot of very proprietary and exclusive technology. And with as cutthroat as the world is, I wanted the assurance, as you saw, and one of them would not give it, and it led me to wanting a lawyer.
I see. Well, a lawyer is always a good choice, even if it is for something inconsequential. But as long as you are being questioned, especially by Thunderhead authorities, like investigator, you are always permitted a lawyer at all times. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
So the moment a Thunderhead investigator approaches you, you can literally say to their face, lawyer. Now, there's a delicate dance, as I said. They have legal loopholes in which they can deny you and put you on ice, as it's so called, in perpetuity. So being somewhat cooperative can get you said access. It's not the best system, but we're trying. As for your technology, I recommend if you have anything that could be incriminating, let's tuck that away. Unless it is specifically something we can particularly exemplify your innocence and you're willing to cooperate, especially if it has nothing to do with the case, because you're being transparent. And we always want to be transparent with investigators. We want to show them everything and basically prove to them I have nothing to hide, even some of the darker stuff that I am involved in. Especially because they can't prosecute you on anything that is not directly involved in the case. So even if they find something incriminating, if it's not directly involved with the case, they can't do anything about it. Nor can they speak about it because of the ACE umbrella. In fact, it's treason for them to speak about it. And they can be revoked of the Thunderhead investigator status. And that is a hammer that's not often used. And if they talk about anything, I will pursue that avenue and they will be revoked of their Thunderhead investigator status if they talk about anything of the such. I'll make sure of it.
He nods and says, well then, based on that, I'm assuming your advice would be to bring them to the labs.
Right. But we also want to make sure, because we have a little bit of time, if you have a colleague make a contact under quiet channels to put away stuff that would be not. If it is directly involved with an investigation, I recommend, even if it is incriminating, do not hide it. Because if it is discovered later, the ramifications of the discovery will reopen the case, and the ramifications of that discovery will be far more severe. So even if it is incriminating, reveal it. But other things that have nothing to do with the case, let's tuck out of sight, okay?
He's just going to quietly page Luxury. You got that?
Loud and clear. I'm doing it right now.
How long do you need?
10 minutes. I'm already well into it.
Gotcha. And he just nods to the lawyer. 10 minutes.
Okay. So there's our approach. We need to be as transparent and as cooperative as possible with the investigators. Now, here's the deal. Investigators have a tendency to ask questions specifically about things they have no right about asking, and you will talk about it because you do not know whether it is something that will be incriminating, or if you don't talk about it, that it could make you a suspect. My recommendation is, if they start asking questions about some of the stuffs that have nothing to do with the investigation, politely tell them, I can't talk about that. Be very polite and say, I can't talk about that. Because sometimes an
Understood.
investigator will use a bogus excuse to look into your stuff, and they will use their status to bully you into revealing your secrets. I've seen this before, and I've dealt with this. And I will say I have revoked an investigator on those charges before. Investigator 76.
Understood.
They are no longer an investigator because they have abused their power, and I made sure of it. That they lost their investigator status because they went abusing their ability, their authority, for espionage purposes. I'm
Well,
here for
then-
you, Mr. Banshee.
Well, then I am happy to have acquired you as a lawyer.
I'm happy to hear that. So remember, if it does not directly, even indirectly, directly involve any questions about the case, and you got to be careful about the wording. If they ask you kind of a tangential question, you don't have to answer it. It needs to be direct about your person of interest and the case they're directly investigating. And if that's not clear to you, ask them to explain it so that you have a better understanding of what they're directly investigating. Whom, what, or how, or whatever. And then
Understood.
the rest, be cooperative, be polite, be respectful, and don't talk. Say nothing. That's your best avenue. Let them poke and prod. Let them wonder. And also, if I catch them, or any of your devices catch them recording anything, that's grounds for suspension. And also, potentially even expulsion of their position.
He's going to be like,
Because it is eyes on for sensitive research labs such as an ACE lab.
he's going to be like, and I know this because I was in the thing with 112 when we went to the fucking Sector 12. That may be problematic, as I know due to a prior encounter with 1112 that this individual is more robotic.
They have an internal ability to record what they see. So then you're going to need to approach them about that and let them know that either A, you're okay with the recording to be submitted to the official investigatory file, which means investigators can view it, or you need to have them specifically purge the file in front of you after they've left. One of those two options.
Would it be feasible to request censoring?
Of course, absolutely.
The technology instead.
The objects in the file, the video file, can be blurred. So, of course, absolutely. It has to be personally requested.
Understood.
So, you are a person of interest. You are not a suspect. Do not let them bully you. Do not let them try and milk you for information. You are a cooperative citizen. You are a military personnel, and you have done no wrong.
Like, would it be possible to, beyond this case, continue your services?
I am always available in case of a legal issue. Here's my card.
He will take that and slip it into a pocket.
So, quick
Because
question.
he knows he's being investigated by 2 other investigators.
Quick question.
Yeah, Jackie, what's up?
Yeah, how much longer are you guys going to go for?
I was actually about to ask if, while they're talking to lawyers, if I can actually talk to Jackie, because I don't think Jackie's involvement's deep enough to...
Yeah, let's get Jackie into the office. Let's go. Let's do that. Let's do that right now.
I don't know how much time you have left, so I wanted to see if you wanted to get that done.
Yeah, we can get it done now. It's 2:00 in the morning, so I just want to wrap it up for myself and figure out how much longer you guys are going to go for. So
you can set the recording for.
Yeah.
I'm going to be getting off basically after we finish with Nyx, so because
sounds good.
I'm very tired.
Yeah.
While the lawyer is talking to client, Luna or 112 is going to kind of sit there for a moment after asking the couple questions she asked. 051 is like, I think we can leave Mr. Banshee and his lawyer sitting for a few minutes while we handle things with Miss Jacqueline. As the vice base commander, I'd rather not leave her waiting for too long.
That could be a problem. Yes.
Yes, she's running a great many of their operations right now in regards to ensuring all equipment on sites moved around appropriately. So,
rather curious, that particular decision by the base commander to centralize all assets like that, but respectable.
Yes. It was an interesting decision, not one I necessarily disapproved of. An interesting one nonetheless. But let's go attend to them while those two talk.
After you, lead investigate.
Yes. And for Jackie, I'm going to you were probably left waiting, and she's just going to see you and be like, Vice Commander Jacqueline, please come into my office.
Of course.
The individual will take a seat by the door and literally say nothing.
All right. So, I only have a few questions for you. It shouldn't take long, I promise, and I apologize for the early call like this. But, I already sent you what this is in regards to, what investigation this is regards to when I requested your presence.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to have a few questions answered about the salvage that was pulled in from the operation that Nick Banshee and researcher Cody were involved in.
Right.
You are the one in charge of all equipment and everything to do with the base and the equipment stockpiles. Have you had time to review them? I know it only came across your desk very recently, so I would understand if you haven't had time.
Nix and I had a conversation about what he had available, and he didn't bring up anything about this base besides what we talked about before, which was nothing of note. And because he asked that I do not go into his lab because it is it's his stuff, and I respect the ace, and I'm hoping to have a good relationship with the ace because their job is important. Now, it is fault on myself, to say the least, that I did not personally go down and do the same thing. I'm pretty much favoritism in this case. That I didn't go down and go to his facility. But because we made the previous arrangement, I decided not to.
Regardless of the why, it is not really relevant to the current case. I only needed to know if you had seen any of the salvaged equipment and reviewed it personally yet.
No, I have not.
All right. Otherwise, You haven't been down to the salvage site, you haven't seen any of the equipment, and you haven't been into his lab recently either.
No, he's cut it off for other people. That's what he told me, at least.
Have you been within researcher Cody's laboratory recently?
No, what's up with Cody?
Have you haven't seen anything unusual to do with him lately? He hasn't been making any unusual moves or requests?
He's been acting normal, which might be surprising for some.
Well, I think that was all the real questions I have for you, as I know your own involvement is tangential at best, to be frank.
So, what's up with Cody? Is there anything I can do to help?
Beyond what I've already sent you, I'm not at liberty to discuss.
Right.
Is there any last input you would like to provide to me? Anything you'd like to inform me of or pass along before I let you go today?
No, I'm just regretting not being there because I never got to go to the base. I was busy doing my job, I suppose.
Well, I'm certain that it will all turn out as it should in the end. Thank you very much for your time, and I apologize once again for the early morning call.
No, it's fine. It's fine. 8 to 4.
051, did you have any questions you'd like to ask?
I have one single question. If you would permit me.
Of course, 051.
Jacqueline, Vice Base Commander, remember, you have the full right to refuse to answer or say nothing, as it is your right. If you'd permit me to ask you a question.
She'll just look at the person and be like, go on.
Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. I only have a singular question. Is this your first instance in dealing with the acquisition of a private sector tangential site?
Off the base?
Off the base, yes.
And you're asking if this is my first?
Yes. Your first instance.
She just kind of think to herself. I have to go over my notes, but to my knowledge, I do not believe that we have had anything else besides this instance. But I might be wrong, so I'd have to check.
If you do find anything in your notes, I would be very appreciative if you could submit that to the official investigative
Of course.
notes. And if there is nothing, then thank you for your time. We apologize for any holdups. We understand that you are very busy, and I hope that we have not taken too much time out of your very busy day.
No, I'm just more worried about Cody in this situation. And
Worry about yourself, Miss Jacqueline.
Right. Is there anything else, inspectors?
Yes, thank you for answering my question. I very much appreciate that. Lead investigator 112.
Yes, thank you, Investigator 051. That was all. Thank you very much for your time, Jacqueline, as I want you to stand up, open the door for you.
Appreciate it.
And she's just going to be like, let's go see if Mr. Banshee's ready for us then.
Yeah, you kind of walk in, and you knock, and you guys are ready.
Yeah, she'll just be like, "Oh, go ahead, Jackie."
Just a quick question: how long are you guys gonna go for?
About an hour.
I'm not giving you more than an hour, half an hour, an hour.
And what about Cody?
My God.
Have that
wrong answer.
So Cody is locked down, I'm guessing.
Cody is currently, if you went looking for him, you would discover he is currently not allowed to leave his lab, as that is his sort of incarceration location for the duration.
This is his house arrest. I get it.
Yeah, it's basically lab arrest. I did that so he could continue working. That way he's not going to be bored in the brig or something.
Yeah, if I was at the brig, it would take a lot of effort to keep me in the brig.
Yeah, I don't know if I put you in your lab, at least you can continue your work, you'd have something to occupy your time and you wouldn't be driven mad.
Or driven to extreme levels of mischief.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, mischief.
What mischief would I could get into?
Nothing. You are innocent. Innocent
Exactly.
as you, or you are the same.
Right here. All right. Sounds good.
See you tomorrow, my friend Jenna boy. Hope you sleep
later.
well. Hope Allie is well.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you both are well. Good night.
Good night.
Hi.
All right, my friends, whoever remained, let's get to it.
So Nick will look at you, 112, and be like, in light of your particular physiology, I would ask that, as I know you record everything, that any device found or seen within my hangar is fully censored, unless it is pertaining to the case, obviously.
Yes, that is more acceptable.
Then shall we make way? It'll take us about 10 minutes to get there.
Of course. And she'll stand up. It will take a couple minutes longer for my own purpose, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course.
And I'm actually going to get some personnel to help with the investigation, Matt. Notedly, when I'm getting these personnel, Matt, I'm not grabbing the Atlas techs.
Okay.
I'm grabbing some more of the more normal personnel that we can get qualified to assist with the search. Just a handful of people that are within the right qualifications. And I'm avoiding the Atlas techs if I can, because I know that they're very good at finding things we don't necessarily want them to find.
Well, their job sometimes. Not gonna lie.
Yep, so I'm gonna grab some of the more normal agents that are qualified to go in there, but aren't on Atlas level of searching. After all, the Atlas personnel have a great many things they're doing already. Insert other excuses here.
So
But I
busy.
also
Do you want Margrave to come with you?
he's my PA.
Problem shooter from the
Yeah,
Atlas
problem shooter.
Foundation.
Or she, I think it was.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, the problem is that she's a problem solver. And I haven't had time to brief her as to what I actually want done. She might find things we don't want.
It's a risky play, but it also puts a lot of
It
trust.
puts a lot of
It
legitimacy.
it puts a huge amount of legitimacy towards the investigation.
Okay, I hope you've hidden things appropriately, because I'm going to bring Mangrave.
Everything is properly hidden.
All right, I'm going to bring him. I'll bring her. I'll have her come along to help supervise. Yep, nope, okay.
Even there.
I would like to I would like to reiterate the chant of the day. God damn it, Cody.
He.
Please continue, Matt.
You guys arrive on the base, on the hangar.
Nyx is just going to pull out from the case the pile of masks and begin handing them around.
You guys all put it on, and Luxury kind of looks over. Yes, the air quality here, unfortunately, is not up to par. We apologize, but the masks should supplement your ability to breathe. If you require eye protection or skin protection, we also have suits and eye gear. If your eyes or skin becomes irritated, or if you are worried about your
Complexion.
precisely.
I will highly suggest to the here that they should probably go for the full suits.
Yeah, they will literally suit up. As Nyx just kind of strolls in, just fucking.
I've seen the footprints you leave.
I don't give a fuck. This is my lab. I breathe this shit.
I live this shit.
Luxury has covered your research blackboards.
Yep. He gives her that nod of thanks.
All your papers have been piled in several organized stacks, also covered.
And I will have given the texts that are brought in on this the very limited scope of what we're looking for. I'm including this with my assistant here, because we are looking for the materials from that base salvage.
I'm assuming they're also forced to sign the full NDAs and everything. Nothing in here exists.
They are not.
They
but
aren't?
They are hit with a bigger stick.
Oh.
They're hit under the umbrella clause of the ACE program. You could look. There's no NDA required. But if you breach, they get fucking slapped with the full might of the ACE program.
I am pulling in Thunderhead staff too, so not only are they getting hit with the full stick of the ACE program, they also have to answer to the lead investigator if they act in
O2
properly.
will walk in and kind of stand in a corner.
051?
No, O2, the Blackguard.
Oh, the Blackguard. You've freaked me out for a second because 002 is the one that filed the investigation.
Oh, no. You have 03 in your lab. You have 02.
Yes.
There's also
002's here. Yes, that's fine.
Gotcha.
He's my mobile guard, as it were.
Yep.
So once
The
everybody's
techs literally just stand back and wait for authorization. Basically, as an investigator in a lab like this, you literally need to go, okay, you may look at this. Otherwise, the techs stay at the door.
And I will carefully go through and start directing people around.
There's only one thing that is obvious right out of the gates of what was recovered that fits the profile, which is specifically, well, that's a different. It actually is a ruler thing.
So what?
This.
lunar water.
Yeah, the lunar water.
I said I
The
found an odd
canisters
thing.
literally fit the exact profile of the two that were recovered on site.
Yep, that was, and I believe you even specified that
Yep.
in your report that they were
Yep,
recovered.
that I recovered some weird water. I was unsure of what it is, so I marked it down as probably scrap until further research was done.
Yeah, so instead of the 3, you have 5 canisters now. 3 old ones, 2 new ones.
The 3 old ones are hidden, obviously.
Oh, you just tucked those away? You just have the 2 there now?
Yeah, because I don't know if they're going to try and take them or not.
Okay, yeah, you took the 3 away. You have the 2 there, and it's just the techs look at it and go, let me roll for some techs and for Margaret because
because I'm carefully directing people.
Margaret
here.
goes, that is a grade 1 biological contaminant.
Oh.
But it's sent privately to you. It's not out loud. It's sent to you.
Oh.
Margrave is quiet. She doesn't say fuck anything. She doesn't even open her fucking mouth. Any of her findings are sent to you via the official investigate and report chat, but it's the private one.
Okay. Is that a concern for the
it is a massive concern. That is a base ending concern.
Investigation.
It has nothing to do with fucking Spectrum. But it is a serious threat to the base. Serious threat. Like, this could end the base itself.
So is the Chemtech production in the other room.
And
so is the Chemtech production. And the individual, Margrave has sent you 7 different specific, like, oh dear God.
And all of the answers they are not pertaining to our current investigation. We are not
Margrave
allowed.
Says nothing. just understood is the reply for each one.
Yep. No, I've made it clear the grounds of what we're looking for, and there is a minor issue that we are looking at, and that is Mr. Banshee. What has happened to the combat unit you retrieved?
It's in the back.
It's in the back room in storage. We're working on it.
We will have to do a review of the internals of it. I won't be taking it if it turns out not to be directly relevant to the case. Though, if it does turn out to have anything relevant, you will be informed of it formally, and it will be evidence. Though, it is unlikely, dependent upon the fact that it is, well, a combat unit, and is unlikely to contain anything that we're concerned about. But as it is an electronic device, we do need to search it.
All right. Under Margrave and the 2 texts that you've brought by, Margrave will collate and literally shush any conversation from any of the technicians. The moment they start to ramble or start to think to themselves out loud or try and talk about anything, she'll go, shh. No. And she will have everything collated in a file, then send it to you quietly without saying a word. This is a model that will be stolen the fuck out of if it is reported on any file. Now, it has nothing to do with the Spectrum department and anything involving Spectrum, since considering Spectrum is an analysis of dimensional mathematics. How Margrave knows this is, okay, this person is a little bit more knowledgeable about things of stuff.
And 112
has nothing to do with it and can be completely dismissed in the investigation. I have reviewed its internal files. It was there for the massacre of the personnel, but is technically...
It is irrelevant to our case.
Precisely. The only thing that could be directly involved in the case, as the files you have presented, is the missing object. By the files that I have reviewed since you have brought me under the case. As a technician, I have reviewed all the footage. There is only one object that would be condemning, and that is the thing that we are looking for. This is irrelevant. And until that object is found, everything else is irrelevant and means nothing.
And that is the dangerous part, is she's already picked out that there is an object that we're might be looking for. And this is what was part of my concern with bringing her in on this. For now, we have done a pretty thorough search, as is appropriate at this point, yes?
I'm going to make quite a few rolls. It'll be a bulk roll, but no one is going to see it.
Yep, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No. They do actually look over your mech.
Mm-hmm.
And Margrave actually, we'll wait till Liam gets back.
As he was locked up in the bonus room, and I
Okay.
heard.
There is a series of individuals who look over the nooks and crannies of the lab, and next you see at one point Margrave opening the case, looking, closing it immediately, and going, all clear.
Which case?
Inside the mech. Like the case component where you store ammunition in the unfinished mech.
I do want to remind you, Blatt, remember there are 2 mechs in here right now.
No, she found the one where you stored it and went all clear. Didn't
put a message to me or anything either?
No, it sent you suspicious object found. I rolled a 1 on the side. But
okay.
she said nothing. She said all clear.
She said clear.
Yeah. So this individual has basically done. She's only spoke about searching specific objects and hiding places, and that's when she started speaking. She just went all clear. That's all she says. Or object found. Investigate. And she says that twice, and you look at it and go, no, that's not part of the investigation. And you blur that in the video file. But she found the thing and went all clear.
Well, she thinks she might have found the thing.
No, because that gives me what I need to do, which is to say, very well, thank you, Mr. Banshee, for your cooperation in this matter. I apologize for any inconveniences to your research or your work today that this has caused you.
Always happy to help an investigator.
If we have any further questions, we will be in touch.
Of course.
And she will leave.
As you're kind of leaving, Margrave will hand you your file. Investigator, I understand that we have put off a couple of the previous day's topics. This is your dossier for the day once you've concluded with the investigation. I understand that you have to talk to certain individuals, but these are a little pressing, but not an emergency status. Is there anything else you need of me?
I do not. Thank you very much, Margrave, for your assistance today. It's always very appreciated.
Of course, I will dismiss the two technicians and debrief them in what they have seen, and so that they understand that what they have looked at is under no means that they can talk about it. But
Especially the combat unit, yes?
of course, they will be debriefed properly, and everyone will go back to their work. And I will continue to handle any problems that come your way. If you need me, you always know how to reach me. Investigator 051, apologize. I must go back to my work. Have a good day.
Luna.
Yes.
I would point out that Nyx is still searching for researchers. So if they want to be able to work on this shit, you could drop that you've noticed that Nyx is still hiring.
I cannot do that in the middle of the investigation. I apologize, but she's doing these things very carefully to make sure it's by the books without finding anything we don't want to find.
Fair enough.
And I am so relieved that the gamble paid off, because I knew there was even odds on Margrave not only finding it, but also reporting it. The fact that she reported it to me and no one else.
Yeah.
It actually shows.
This is why she's
the way the lines are
solver.
drawn in the sand.
Yeah. And
you actually kind of got it if you review the footage. Margrave is the ultra professional, but reviewing the footage 5 or 6 times, the stance Margrave has to investigators 051 is hostile.
Noteworthy.
Like, extremely hostile.
Which
there is actually one point in the investigation when you're looking at the footage. She has a sidearm, and she literally puts her hand on the side of her sidearm while he's kind of looking at something, and his back's completely turned, and then she immediately puts her hand off and clasps her hands in front of her.
Given how together she is, that is of note. All right. So,
She was literally thinking about shooting this guy through the back. That is an incredible level of hostility to break through Margrave's professionalism.
Yeah.
That's beyond borderline hate, because she's an enigmatic.
She doesn't really normally react to anything. Noted. I'm not going to mess with that, but that's good to know. For now, I'm going to kind of review that investigation, and I'm going to be like, well, I believe there's only 2 things left I need to do to finish things off here for this investigation for the time being.
What be they? Captain, my captain.
First, I need to talk to Cody, officially.
Cody! It's time, my friend.
All right, you nugget.
You keep laughing. This is like your wheelhouse, and you're like, yes, bring it on, bitch. I study this in real life.
All right. So, let's get this going then, shall we?
Yeah.
Investigator.
You are
Investigator 112.
Yeah, you were brought to an investigator room, private room.
All right. Researcher Cody.
Yes. 112.
First and foremost, would you like to call on any legal representation before we begin?
As of right now, no, but that does not mean I waiver the right to call on representation later.
Very well.
There is the individual who is sitting in a seat, who did not announce themselves in the corner right by the door.
5-1?
Yeah, 051. But he kind of followed in the investigator and sat by the door and literally said nothing. Doesn't even look at you. He's on his data pad.
So, Mr. Cody.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that you have found yourself in the center of a rather unfortunate little conundrum of a little situation here.
It does.
Why don't you tell me in your own words as to why you think this has started?
I don't know. I put in a request form wanting to create a department that was looking into very technical stuff, mostly having to deal with dimensional equations. Um, I was not aware that was illegal.
I'm gonna check the records, Matt. Is that illegal? Specifically?
No.
No? Okay, that's
No,
me.
it's not. But there is the way that the charges were filed.
It has nothing to do with that.
It has
So-
nothing to do with that.
So, Researcher Cody, I would like. It's clear to me that you are under perhaps a minor misconception as to the situation, then. Allow me to offer some clarity. You are currently being accused of industrial sabotage and espionage against the Thunderhead, treason, of course, and the murder of a Stormfront fragment, specifically of Stormfront fragment 007. The research in question was not anywhere within the filing of this.
Then I have no idea why. Sorry, cause and correlation. I made this file, and then next thing I know, I'm being charged with this.
And you're unaware of anything else that might have led you to this position?
Yeah, I'm unaware.
I see. How? First and foremost, you were part of a salvage expedition out into the rust wastes, seeking a particular location. Could you tell me what you knew of the salvage operation before you went there?
Yes. My friend next was like, "Hey, there's this place that might have interesting technology for our mechs." I don't know. It's like, or stuff that we could sell to make some rec. I'm kind of particularly low on rec, so it was an easy mark for me, I guess. But he did that right out. I was getting out of the Atlas, so I was like, all right, we'll just head back in. You know, things do what friends do.
Could you tell me in your own words what exactly went on when you went on this salvage operation?
Well, we marched out there, through the sandstorm, and when we got to the base, we got in, found a fuck off giant like ball mech droid, I think would be a proper term for it. Robot, yes. And we looked to the base, found the robot, scrap metal. That was kind of it. Some vials, I think. I wasn't particularly interested in it.
And there was nothing else that you recall finding there?
Cody's gonna take a moment and think. Not that I can recall.
Very well. Is there... The filing of the department there, why did you think that was connected to this beyond the timing?
It's mostly the timing.
Hmm,
It was, file this. Next thing I know, I'm being investigated. So,
I see. Well, I would like to show you some footage and have you confirm whether or not it looks accurate to you, or if you feel as though there's some inaccuracies included within it. And I'm going to pull up the footage, the combat footage from the Atlas, which you get to wonderfully ask how we got that, if you like.
I'm gonna sit there. I'm like, how did you get a hold of the Atlas's footage?
It was via a confidential source,
Interesting.
she says diplomatically, not knowing how 051 got it.
Well, I'll have to inform the Atlas that he was hacked and work on his security.
Still, is there anything of this footage that you would say is doctored or inaccurate or anything of that nature?
No, this looks authentic.
Do you recall what was contained within the bag that Nick's Banshee had?
Not particularly. I didn't pay attention to what he took. He was there for his stuff. I was there for mine.
Might I ask what it was you retrieved from the site?
Mostly just a whole lot of nothing because I didn't find anything I wanted there or anything I thought would be of value.
Nothing at all.
No.
And there was nothing that you found, any storage units, digital items, nothing of that nature?
I believe we found destroyed laptop equipment and the like. It was destroyed and not salvageable.
Nothing functional, then?
No, it would have... If I had brought it back, it would have just gone to the recycler. So there's no point in bringing it back.
I see. And while there, you didn't encounter any digital entities of any sort either?
Unless you count the robot as a digital entity, I highly doubt it. Again, everything else there was 112, right? Or 117?
112.
112. If I had a laptop about yay big and the hole was blasted through the center of it, there's nothing you can do to recover that. Someone had to very much done it on purpose.
And there was nothing retrievable from the site that was electronically functional, then?
No, besides the robot that we dragged out.
Would you permit a thorough search of your lab to ensure that this is true?
Which one?
Oh, you have more than one?
There's my personal lab. There's the lab I have within the lead apartment. So.
They cannot search the Leah lab.
Yeah, that's exactly what Linda was thinking. She's like, I'm not even going to touch that hornet's nest.
Also because he has a supervisor, so anything he brings into the lab is immediately looked at. So if he's not raised any suspicions,
the only thing she would do is file a request for any new items sent into the lab from that time period to be reviewed by his supervisor, and if there are none, then that's, I mean, the Leah department said so. There you go.
They also politely provide you with a fuck off at the end.
Yeah, no. No, she's not. She's sure as shit not pushing that. She got the no, now fuck off. And the answer's like, okay, nope, can do. I can fuck off. I can promptly fuck off. Would you permit a searching of your personal lab to ensure that your story is true? Not that I disbelieve you, mind you, more that I do need to confirm.
Of course, you can come with me to my lab. I am currently working on sensitive projects.
I'm aware I have been asked to ensure that they are provided everything they need, after all.
Thank you. Though, if I will have to make sure it is properly covered. As to,
Investigator 112.
I will shift my gaze to 5-1.
Would you permit me to ask the individual named Cody some questions? If
Of
not, I
course.
understand.
No, of course, please, 051. I was going to ask if you had any questions you would like to ask prior to leaving to investigate the lab.
I have a few.
Of course.
Individual Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Know that at any question you may refuse to answer or even deny answering the question, such as saying, I do not wish to answer this question, as is your right under the Thunderhead Act. Are you willing to answer some of my questions?
Of course. And it is a pleasure to see you again.
Indeed. Thank you for having me. A question. Your Leah qualifications. Not under investigation. I just wish to clarify that you are rank 6 and the accomplishment behind rank 6. It's no small feat. Some people they will spend their entire lives to even reach half such a feat. It requires an incredible genius. Is that true?
Cody kind of thinks for a second. Are you asking for my personal opinion or no?
I'm asking for what is the technical opinion of the Leah department for reaching such a stage? How much intelligence is required to reach such a stage? Minerva approved it themselves, and since their expiration, Dr. Rogers has signed off on it, who is even a more reserved individual. He has approved of it, which means you truly have earned it. True? Is that true?
That is true, though I feel it has more to do with having an excellent teacher.
Of course. From your excellent teacher and the approval of such an esteemed individual as Dr. Rogers, who would be an absolute, undisputable expert in the field of Leah, you are classified as an extremely intelligent individual.
What is your question?
Yes or no?
That was not a question, that was a statement, my good sir. What is your question?
Are you an extremely intelligent individual by the qualifications of the Leah department, by the station and qualifications they've granted you?
I am, yes.
Of course. So, next question, if you'd so permit me. As he waits for you to actually grant him the opportunity to ask you another question.
And Cody just gives him the gesture.
Since you're such an intelligent individual, you understand the value of salvage. You understand value, knowledge, and the potency of knowledge. It doesn't matter where or what name it falls under. Salvage is salvage. And with your keen mind, you specifically would understand value when you see it, such as this robot we speak of. Wild, cool, fascinating design that has, maybe it's a one of a kind, maybe not. Who knows? With your keen intelligence, you would have a sophisticated understanding of technology and its value upon first or even second glance, or even after analysis. Yes or no?
Upon first and second glance, yes.
Of course. Third question, if you'd so oblige me.
Go ahead.
This footage that Investigator 112 has shown you, can you show me what is interesting about this footage to you, specifically? And it's the same footage they Investigator 112 showed about the robot.
Cody will look at it and kind of go frame by frame. And begin looking to see if there's any discrepancies of what happened.
No, it's just the Alice had pulled the doors open, reached in, grabbed the robot, after having a good look at the entire hangar, and pulled it out and just held it in his hand. That's it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is.
You are an aspiring mech pilot. Sorry. Would you permit me a next question?
Of course.
You are an aspiring mech pilot. And as such, what are your top 3 most important qualities of a mech pilot, especially in the heat of battle?
In the heat of battle, it would be the knowledge of your own mech, to know the limitations, and how to compensate for them. And number 2 would be awareness. And number 3 would be the one thing you can never account for, which is the trust of your allies.
Of course.
Knowing they'll be there at the right time to do the right thing.
It is something that is not controllable. It's an uncontrollable variable, unfortunately.
Yes.
And how do you find yourself in your training of those particular 3 things?
I find myself very lucky in my squad.
Mm-hmm.
I find the knowledge of a mech highly sought after.
Of course.
And my own personal awareness, well, I am not perfect.
Of course. But you would find yourself gaining a profound awareness of your surroundings, correct? Due to your
That is
training.
correct. But again,
In the footage, and through the Investigator 112's personal logs, you failed to mention, due to your profound awareness and keen intellect, the amount of bodies found on site. Why did you neglect to mention them? Since that would be not something that you would leave out in your initial report.
That is a fair assumption. I am not perfect.
As you've said, of course. But
I
you are a
am
trained professional. And your intellect is unquestioned. You're a certifiable genius, even by the Leah Department standards, by Dr. Rogers' standards.
You are correct.
You can't tell me you didn't notice the dozens and dozens of bodies.
If I'm going to be honest, it's because I'm still nauseous from that aspect.
Apologies. I didn't mean to press you if that is a traumatic event for you.
The sheer amount that was there, it was and Cody kind of like stops and adjusts himself.
I'm gonna have you roll a deceive.
All right.
You should have read my message.
Because this guy has done some interesting maneuvers to try and corner you with that particular line of inquiry.
Yeah, no. And Cody has very particularly gone and tried to lie
played
about
the
it.
medic card. It was horrible. And he's like, oh, all right. Roll me a deceive.
I'm going to buy it first on deceive. Because, again, Cody is an enigmatic, so it's kind of believable.
Yep.
I'm going to throw 2 boons on top of this.
All right.
All right. Let me think. Do I have anything else to help here?
You got 5 merit to throw and deceive?
No.
No,
Cody, I got you, bro.
Oh yeah. Question here, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Flesh is weak, metal is the future. Would that help? Because it'll
affect him on his side, but you're not well enough into the flesh is weak metal to the future just yet.
So.
And this guy's an expert. Wow, what a roll!
Right.
Yeah. Fill the front loaded. You kind of do your.
And just because I'm that kind of an asshole, and this guy's an investigator, I'm going to proc one of my ability that I don't get to use very often. Even if he would have lost, he automatically beats him with 2 degrees of success.
Okay.
Just for
this
surety's sake
is a
here.
Secret roll.
Maybe. I don't know if we want to save that for another, in case he has to do it again, though.
I have multiple uses of it.
He kind of nods. I'm sorry for bringing it up if it is such a trouble for you. I understand that you may be hardened individuals, soldiers even, but sometimes trauma is overlooked in the soldiers and is expected for you to literally shoulder through it to overcome it. And sometimes trauma is not recognized and diagnosed as it should be. So if this is something you cannot talk about, as I said at the beginning, you do not have to answer these questions.
Again, I'm sorry. It's Mm.
Is it your first time seeing a?
This is the first time. It was just so many. Oh.
Cody,
Yes.
are you willing to continue the investigation?
I will. I am willing to continue this investigation. I have nothing to hide from the investigators.
Your first time understanding and seeing such a horror. It's terrible, unforgivable. I understand you've also undergone a similarly brutal experience in your past. I'm sorry for that. Do you remember that experience?
Mm. Cody kind of stops and thinks. Mm, what experience?
It happened in one of the barracks when you arrived.
Oh god, that was terrifying.
And Cody did go run screaming for the room.
I did.
Did you seek any therapy after that?
I have not.
Why?
I've been so busy. I haven't thought of going to a therapist.
So, with such a more profound, visceral interaction, you neglected to go see someone to help you overcome such an event that was so visceral, so brutal. More so than the discovery of the individuals on this site.
I might have a perspective to provide on this matter as to why,
Apologies, Investigator 112.
if you don't mind my introduction, of course.
Absolutely. You are the lead investigator.
I'm familiar with the training process here on the base. I'm sure you are as well. But you're familiar as well with his, what has been his commanding officer until now, Major Snips?
I'm aware
Yes?
of this individual, yes.
Then
It's
you're aware
interesting.
that you're aware that the major tends to encourage a certain level of walk it off, as it were.
Yes, I am inclined to open an investigation into their qualifications as a trainer, considering their trauma and their practices to train promising upcoming recruits.
I'm not, to be completely honest, I was considering something fairly similar, as the limitations she places within their training is detrimental.
Precisely. Perhaps a lesser not a direct investigation, but something through the never. Well, something to
Perhaps
talk
a
about later.
perhaps a recommendation to the commander.
Indeed.
But that is a separate issue. But it does give us a bit of a perspective as to why some of the personnel under her care would not have sought appropriate levels of help. It's simply not done, not only among with the major, but among the Iron Eaters, from what I understand. I've met several with some unresolved issues. I wanted to provide that as a bit of context for ourselves to what he might be struggling with trying to
It's a shame that you weren't able to seek out the medical help you needed to help you overcome such a trauma mentally. Perhaps we must look deeper into the practices of the trainers here, since such a basic necessity has been overlooked and disregarded, since it wasn't provided to you. But I wonder, since you're such an intelligent individual, why didn't you seek it out yourself? Unless you thought yourself fine, without need of it.
There is an old saying within the numbered bases. Take another hit and get back to work.
Are you still on the influence of drugs?
No, but the mindset hasn't particularly changed. It's...
Are you sure?
I'm on Zydrates.
Zydrate B.
Yes.
Different than Zydrate. You are under the influence of drugs. This is a not insignificant amount, too. Dosage shows on your file. And your continual usage, considering you need a weekly resupply.
That is true. It is a requirement than the
Zydrate B
department.
is also shown as an emotional dampener and an enhancer to specific cognitive functions, specifically cerebral and awareness-based functions, while muting some of the more extreme effects from emotional responses. You've been on Zydrate B for how long?
Cody thinks for a second as I think.
2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks now?
Yeah, that's a long time to be on any Zydrate. 3 days is a eon. That is a long time to be on Zydrate, even 3 days, because you're fucking hooked by that point.
Yeah, no, it's like I will murder somebody if they take this from me.
Mm-hmm. That's why research is so fucking good. Oh,
maybe don't say that to the investigator.
Yeah, no. But yeah, 2.5 weeks. The transitioning for me has been slow but steady.
I see. Describe your daily experience on Zydrate B.
I wake up, my nerves are on fire. I take Zydrate, it goes away. I get food. I do a morning workout. Do my research. Do whatever the Major Snips has planned for me. Speaking of which, I have to finish that test. Do my research. Get breakfast. Get lunch. Go do more research. Pilot the Atlas. Go to bed. Wake up. Repeat.
Okay. Do you think Zydrate B has a implication or modification to you as a user of Zydrate B legally by the Thunderhead directive as a Leah user? Does it have an impact on your day-to-day life other than the pain dulling response?
I do not think so. Though I would have to have a solid contraction to compare it against. And the amount of pain I'm in when I am not on my Zydrate is enough to make it to where I do not come off my Zydrate.
Would you say that Zydrate B has an individual who is a user of it and an individual who has understanding but not expertise in the medical industry, but as a user, does it assist you in your cognitive abilities? It helps you focus.
It helps me focus.
Very well. Does the Zydrate B also help dull, as it does, the pain response, which is so necessary for the use of it, and the primary use of your continued medication and use of it? Does it dull emotional responses?
Unless it is a very powerful emotion.
See.
I would say it dulls my emotional response. It's hard for me to make attachments to people, and the attachments that I do have are strong.
Could you tell me what you would classify as a powerful response?
What would classify as a power response to me when I saw those bodies? It frightened me and it scared me. But when I look back on it, it is a simple matter of fact, and I don't care.
So it dulls your response after the initial shock value. It helps you cope.
Makes it to where and it becomes an afterthought, and I just don't care about it until I think about it too long.
See. Sorry you had to undergo such an experience. It just shows that Zydrate B is truly helping you. Could you identify some pictures for me?
To the best of my ability, yes.
I appreciate this. He will put 4 pictures in front of you.
Mhm.
One is a series of boot prints in the dust.
Mhm.
Could you identify or enlighten me to what you think this boot print represents, or who it belongs to?
And Cody's gonna look at it.
It's your boot print.
That would probably be my boot print.
Okay. He pushes it to the side, and he shows the second one. Would you? Do you know what type of weaponry would utilize this type of trail or expenditure of the munitions? And it's these pink pockmarked units, and they know you're a weapon specialist.
It would have to be a chemical round of some kind. Cody's gonna think for a second. I'm
So
assuming
Nick
that
fire
was
that rifle.
yeah. I'm assuming that is from the after battle that Nick shot. The
From
robot
some
with.
sort of chemical weapon, you said.
Yes.
Very well. And it'll slide over the third picture, and it is a dust marking and a little bit of outline of a gore spattering of the vials lost, and a square of a tablet missing. It was recorded. Yeah, he just kind of puts over the picture. He doesn't say anything. So, not just that there's an outline of the vials, there's an outline of a data pad too.
Mhm.
He just slides it over.
And this would have to be the missing vials. I'm assuming whatever Nyx took. And the data pad. Or no, it wasn't a data pad actually. Sorry, that was a that was actually a notebook, if I remember correctly.
It's an outline of the informational.
Yeah.
So it's outline of like basically a square and a
Yeah.
blood splatter and stuff, and it has a small list of items that would fit within that size
So it's either
category.
a pad or a personal journal.
Yeah.
It basically is that there's a third missing item. There's 2 vials and a third missing item that would fit something that would hold information.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, there was actually a personal journal there with a
Yep.
or not, yeah.
It was a personal log and description of what it is, in addition to their personal anecdotes on it. Like it's much more than just an analytical. Like this is what this is.
That was a what?
That specifically was the journal over the lunar water.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I'm like, I believe that was a journal actually, containing information on the items.
I see.
Um.
Do you happen to know where it is?
I do not know where that is.
Got tossed in Nyx's sack.
And that was Nyx and took that along with the vials. So.
Okay. And he will move that over. Slide over the 4th one, which is the bloody outline of that server. And there is no mistaking what it can be.
Wait, no. I deleted that. I didn't include that in my report on purpose. I was covering their tracks on the server.
There is a cleaned area. Specifically, a polished area to remove its trace. And he goes, he doesn't say anything. He just shows you there's this literally a perfectly clean circle. It's a small one. And blood around it, but there's any indication of what it is, or could be, is removed.
And a circle.
Hey,
Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Oh yeah, you can interfere at any time.
No. This is Liam asking. Do you want to remove the 4th photo from the list, given that you had forgotten about the fact that I very specifically cleaned that?
He took a picture of it. He took a picture of the cleaned area.
He still took a picture. So he went back there and took a picture of the cleaned spot.
Yeah.
The exact spot.
Yeah. The clean spot.
It is odd, like objectively.
That is a very interesting decision to make on his part. Okay.
Yeah. Cody's.
It's a very wide pan photo.
Still.
Cody's just gonna look at it and like, this is an. Wanna.
I was gonna be like, I'm unclear as to the purpose of this particular photo. Even myself.
Apologies. I just wanted his impression is all.
I suppose.
Yeah, Cody's just like confused by this one.
Openly, because he has no idea that somebody came in and covered for us.
You know exactly what you're looking at.
Yeah. I mean, he probably recognizes the room, but he's confused still. It's just like
it's a wide enough pan photo. You know exactly what you're looking at, but the bodies have been removed and the floor's been scrubbed.
and he's just like,
But he took a wide pan photo of that area that you were supposed to look at, where all the bodies were stacked up, and you guys moved them over. And you're like, oh, if somebody didn't clean this, that would have been bad.
As one other reminder, the server rack that was destroyed is also long recycled before this. I had that as the first thing removed and recycled, so nobody could count how many servers were on the rack.
Yeah, that's why there's not a fifth photo.
And it's kind of sitting there. This is an odd photo, but okay.
Just your impression.
Is it's odd.
It is. It's very odd.
I mean,
it was odd enough that it grabbed my attention.
I mean, you could always just make the honest comment. It wasn't like that when we got there. It was a
It was like it's odd. No, it wasn't like that when we got there or left.
If you would note, the entire facility should be cleaned at this point, as I requested that myself, 051, after concluding my initial investigation and gathering everything.
112. I merely using the assets I have. You said it wasn't like that when you left it. Do you have a recording from your armor that you could present to me?
My armor does not record.
Yes, it does.
It
does. It really
does.
Oh,
Okay,
absolutely, it does.
That's not written. That's not written down on my armor because I have everything it does written down on my armor.
Your armor is from the Iron Eaters. Of course, it fucking records.
Oh. That is a thing then.
Are you willing to submit that video evidence? We wish to clear any misunderstandings. If, of course, you don't wish to, we'll have to go through Investigator 112 about that.
I need to point something out.
Hmm?
Remember, Char, that Nyx asked for the recording of that site to be deleted, as he wanted to keep it as a secret site except to the people that he trusted.
That's fair. If
Apologies
that was the case,
for buggering that up.
Yeah. No, because in that case, Cody would make sure it was deleted. Also because, again, I don't have it written down, so I need to write that down real quick.
Would you be willing to submit your fragmented, deleted data from your recycled files to be analyzed? That is a I deleted those photos, and they're asking for the
fragments. Yeah. And Cody will be respond with.
It would very much help with the investigation and shine more light on who we should tend our focus to. And I think with our investigation going forward,
it would be beneficial.
Particularly help and be beneficial for you.
I will, of course, allow the memory files to be submitted into evidence if Investigator 112 requires them.
I would very much like them, yes, if you have any recordings of your movement through, so I can coordinate it with my own records.
Of course.
A technician will literally walk in at that moment, and he will bring a little box over and ask for your arm. And he will plug into it, and he will start extracting the deleted files at your
GM
permission. Yeah.
Leah is like, you can't tell when someone's using Potentia, can you?
When people use Potentia,
there are people who know.
I would actually know.
He would know. Yeah, absolutely, Liam would know. You're not sure about 051. And Leah and Potentia, those leave a mark. You have made no efforts to stealth these things.
You're correct.
I would say, Char, that because of the sensitivity of what your armor may record, you can refuse to have the random tech do it and have 112 do it personally. You know he's capable.
That is correct.
And you know that 112 is Leah qualified up to level 4. But
absolutely, you can literally just be like, I want the investigator to do it.
No, because the biggest thing was, I was wondering if, mostly because how Cody would scramble files after he deleted them.
If you make any efforts,
right,
you will. This is bad.
No. What I was saying is how Cody would scramble files before, like, it was like, hey, delete these files. Sure, delete them, and then use his chaos to scramble them further.
You did not particularly state that at the time.
Right, but at the same time, it was not told because I copy pasted everything you told me my armor does, and recording was not one of them.
A little common sense involved. These are some of the most high-tech series of armors available. There are cameras on them.
Right.
And there is a recording feature wherever you go for your own safety. It's a frontal cam and a rear cam.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say that we have a lot of cam footage like this from these sort of sources.
Right.
Specifically from Iron Eater sources.
Right. Yeah. It was just one of the things. Didn't have it down. But I will. It is down as a note now. But in that case, I'll concede to you, and will rebuttal with. I would actually prefer if 112 did this. They are Leah qualified, and this is a Leah infused,
of course.
Yes, this is Leah infused power armor.
Oh, it'd be a pleasure. And I will. She's actually, even for the process of this, given what's been going on, she's actually going to pull out a cord out of her own system and plug directly in herself.
If you could use this medium, please. This will reassemble the file on the spot.
Oh, of course. I'm more than capable
and you plug in to. Oh, it is so wonderful to look at, but it is intimidating. It's very intimidating. This is a Mobius strip that you have logged into. This thing pulls fragmented files and reassembles them from fucking nothing. This is a series of maximal files, maximal programs, reassembly programs, analysis programs, extrapolation programs. This little cube, you need to fucking get your hands on this motherfucker and just walk off with it, because this is everything you've ever wanted for investigatory analysis.
God damn it. Hold on. Where's that willpower roll for Greedy Loot Goblin?
Well, this is a it's not one of a kind, it's not unique, but I will let me just double check with the handouts.
Let's see.
Let's see what type of Greedy Loot
high
Goblin
quality or supreme quality?
Oh, this is a supreme quality. And you have never seen this before. This is like
supreme quality would be if it's unique. So it's the -40 then?
Yeah, it's the -40. Yeah.
Well, excuse me while I dump a couple boons here.
You're sitting going.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. This, because you see, the -40 completely removes my willpower. Period.
We still have Nyx. Maybe he and.
I will slap on 4. I correct myself to 4 boons.
Holy fuck balls! That's
There you go. Have fun.
That, like, I don't. Fuck this, and you go. You will be mine soon.
Resist.
But you do nothing.
Nope. We can steal this later. This can be ours at a later time. Maybe when 5-1's
his
dead.
entire footage for his.
Well,
for his actual foray into the
There's no
Before you
way it
scrub
can be
the place.
perfect. There's no way it can be perfect.
Oh, it's not perfect. It is not. There is glitches. There are specific chops, like gaps, but there is specific snapshots that matter. It's about the snapshots. It's not the full
Yes.
footage. It's the picture gallery of clear footage. And there's one piece of footage that fucking matters, and it's the footage at the end. There's one singular instant in which they didn't grab. It's not footage of them having this or grabbing the server or finding it. It's the footage that you scrubbed. The bodies moved aside, and the outline of the server
On the ground.
on the ground, but not them actually having the server. Which means,
Can I corrupt that footage?
absolutely you can, but you need to get the fuck out of this box. This box. Actually, you need to make sure this box doesn't have that footage either, because this thing will also
Yeah,
create a duplicate.
That's why I was asking. I need to corrupt this footage. It might
You're
be
gonna need
the
Milo,
fanciest box.
but Milo currently is doing the. It's not safe here.
Nope, I'm gonna have to solo this. I know that you wanted me to bring Milo in, but I can't bring Milo in right now. She's not in a position to help. Well, no. The Milo on base isn't. How's Gatekeeper?
Milo.
Oh my God,
Milo's broken.
Milo, I need you to focus. I need your help.
We hate him. He tortured us.
And we're going to do something right now to get one up on him.
Okay, you're my best friend. We're Milo. It's not safe where you are.
And all I want you to do is corrupt these files.
We're Milo. And then Milo does something that you've never seen before. Milo just does an imprint of her personality file on the box.
No.
And the box starts to smoke and literally melts down on the table.
Oh, good. Oh. Why does she have to do that? I just wanted her to corrupt the...
Oh, she corrupted everything. She fucking smoked this thing.
She's like, Luna is actually going to look a little panicked as she pulls out. And she's going to be like, we need to secure your armor immediately. Get out of it. Get out of it now.
We're Milo. We're Milo.
No, I'm saying this to Cody. I'm like, I think Investigator 051, I'm not sure how familiar you are with electronics, but I think
he will literally tackle Milo and pull him over. You've been infected by a Milo virus. You need to get out of your armor immediately.
I'm like, yeah, no.
He's going to help you doff your armor so fast. And he's going to check your person, and he's going to go, are you okay?
The fuck was that?
That is an AI infection program.
When the fuck did my armor get that?
I don't know.
I'm going to be re-qualifying your personal and Leah laboratory as quarantined until we can find out why you had that in your systems.
I don't know why I have it in my systems.
And you hear in the back of your head, we're Milo.
I'm going to...
It's not safe here.
And in Milo, and I'm going to tell Milo, thank you for your help, Milo.
We're broken.
Did somebody find you, Milo?
No. We remember him. We remember him. It's not
Milo,
safe here.
nope.
It's not safe here. It's not safe here. It's not safe here. It's not safe
Take
here.
a nap, Milo. Take a nap, Milo.
It's not safe. We remember. Torture.
I'm gonna have to pull out before she hits me with this.
And you know why she can smoke any device? That is.
Yeah,
that is
no,
trauma.
she went way over on what I wanted.
Yeah.
Oh, 51, I think we're going to have to... We're putting that on lockdown. We're putting his lab on lockdown till we find out where that just came from.
I think I know. I'll have to have a private conversation with you, but thank goodness, Cody, you are safe. There are malicious cybernetic elements at play, and I think you have been targeted.
This could explain some of the... We can discuss it in private, but I think it could explain a few things.
We'll get you some clothes. I apologize. Your armor has to be analyzed. Proprietary technology will be respected and kept secret, of course. But we must look deep, specifically for a malicious AI file or personality that has targeted you for potentially espionage or sabotage. That actually could explain quite a few things. But in the meantime, we need to quarantine you and your armor separately, as well as some of your effects in your lab for...
She's already initiated the quarantine procedures.
In the meantime, if there is something we can provide you for entertainment, let us know. We understand that your condition specifically requires stimulus. You must be doing something.
Yes. If I'm just restrained back to my lab, there's many things I still need to fix.
You will not be allowed back to your lab.
We have to ensure that it's not infected with the program as well.
That's fair. There's 3 big chalkboards. Make sure they're just covered and brought to room for me.
Of course, we will also provide you any additional chalkboards or chalk or any other mediums. You will not be restricted access to the internet through Thunderhead, but know that Thunderhead may have the executive choice to personally cut off the connection if you are detected to be directly infected.
Understood.
But the Thunderhead has sophisticated detection protocols, so as long as the Thunderhead itself does not completely cut you off itself, then you will be continually provided with the access to the internet.
Why do I feel like the sudden Milo bomb may have saved our asses?
Yeah, I'm getting that impression too, because we now have a convenient scapegoat is why. Much as I hate to say that.
This guy went from "you are guilty" to "oh god, let's save Cody."
Oh god, that's what's happening? I just realized
I do love the plays I was making there against him.
Yup.
Well, you know what?
You are difficult to play against, Char. I will say you are very difficult to play against in this type of scene.
Thank you.
Well,
I have no experience in it, but I thought I did pretty okay.
You did okay, yes.
I will agree there entirely.
Yep, so much for Mr. Innocent till proven guilty.
You mean guilty?
Well, he was innocent, but he was grilling you on it. But the thing is he specifically said, he said innocent till proven guilty. So even if he got actual guilt from the individual in question, he can't act on it. You get to act on it.
Yeah, it's my decisions of how things get handled. But now,
so even if he's guilty, you can literally provide him a lenient sentence.
I have also now provided him the ultimate cover.
Milo!
Yes.
As she just, I imagine that box is melting through the desk currently.
Oh, it has gone and it is starting to chip through the floor a little bit. And it's like, how hot did that thing get?
I'm going to actually pop open the door. Can we get a fire extinguisher, please?
Just the moment you call for it, just... and there's a box put over it to hold the fumigations.
Well...
And I'm just going to look at Investigator 112. I will, yes.
You still have the only usable file, Liam.
I do.
Because Milo slagged any evidence,
I'm the only one with evidence.
except for what's in the armor. You need to get into the core files of the armor, and you need to slag that. Milo didn't slag it. She slagged the fucking box.
I don't know. She was just in the armor for a minute there. She might have corrupted more, for all I know.
Make a roll.
She corrupts a lot of things.
Oh yeah, no, that's a Cody, parts of your armor start to melt and slag.
I'm just going like, I'm gonna have to go take that to
As the
mission.
As immediately the fire extinguisher is turned on that next.
Yeah, the main CPU units that control regulations on your armor have literally start to melt and corrupt.
That's just gonna get sprayed down, and I'm like,
so literally, you do have the only evidence that this person did what they did.
I'm murdering the power supply on his armor so it doesn't completely die, but it's probably gonna be scuffed anyway. So
power supplies, okay. It's
No,
you cut
I'm
it off,
pulling
you
it-
rip it out. It's the CPU.
Well, without that, the CPU can't keep running. So
Yeah,
once we hit it with the
just
thing, then it just
yank.
stops finally. Yeah, I just
Yeah, but that CPU is slagged anyway.
Yeah, I'm pulling out any memory banks, everything that looked like could have been infected.
Nada.
Looking at the slagged remnants of it, being like, ugh. I'm gonna look
Right.
over at 051. I'm gonna be like, I get the impression as I gesture to the memories bank, that's a little done. Well done.
And you will sit down. Technician Cody.
Yes.
This is very important, and I need you to answer me with full honesty. Do you know or understand or recognize the name Milo?
Not even. Mm-mm.
Okay.
I mean, other than
Other than you bellowing, you've been infected with a Milo virus.
Okay. I want you to recognize the AI threat is a real threat, especially to individuals of the Leah program. Do you recognize? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Knowledge or no?
Yeah, and I. Oof.
There is a file, an old, ancient file under the Thunderhead called the Milo program. It is a malicious, broken AI that sometimes attaches itself to specific individuals. And it is a corrosive, fragmented identity that, while it may not be malicious on impact, it is a corruptive file of all adjacent files that it resides next to. At any time, the corrosiveness and the corruptive abilities of the Milo AI file or identity can literally cause that at any point.
Oh yes, the digital things can't hurt you. You're safe from them if you outside. But yes, well,
You've most likely been a victim of the Milo AI identity. If you come across this name again, you are, by Thunderhead law, required to report it, or you will be prosecuted. Do you understand this?
Understood.
Okay. Remember, you are the victim here. We are going to help you. You will be compensated for the loss of your effects, and you are to be assisted